for that Leicestershire County Cricket Club are deeply saddened at the shared sorrow of the nation at the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen and her late husband, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, both had a long history of supporting cricket and England's national sides. We recognise her immense contribution to the nation across the Commonwealth and around the world, and for those who are able, please be upstanding to observe a minute silence in her memory, followed by her pledge. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning everybody, and you are most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We're courtesy of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club and the ECB. We are presenting pictures and commentary on the international between England under-19 and Sri Lanka under-19. The news from the middle is that England have won the toss, and on a rather damp morning here in Leicester, damp but dry, I should say, the damp coming from overnight rain, they have decided to bowl first. We have, of course, had the playing of the national anthem. I guess we should call it the new national anthem, with the word changed from Queen to King. My name is Richard Ray. I normally do the Leicestershire commentary for BBC Radio Leicester, so it'll be a familiar voice to some, but not all, and certainly not to listeners or watchers, or both, of course, in Sri Lanka. It is slightly cloudy here at Grace Road today, but we are promised a dry day, so hopefully, unlike the first two ODIs between these two sides, we will get a full game. The two Sri Lanka openers are heading out into the middle. Big changes for both sides, actually, in this game from the last ODI. Last two ODIs won by England, both are using the Duckworth-Lewis method. But as I say, hopefully we're going to get a full game. But I suspect conditions will favour the bowling side. Certainly first up. Pitch doesn't look too green, looks a pretty good pitch to me. Tend to play fairly well here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. The outfield, which has been fairly grey and dusty obviously over recent weeks, has greened up fairly dramatically over the last few days. Sadisha Rajapaksa is going to take strike. The bowling is going to be from the Bennett end. That's the top end of the ground looking out from the pavilion for those who know it. Mitch Colleen of Durham is the bowler. Runs in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of a loosener, a bit of a long hop and put away nicely by Rajapaksa to the cover boundary. It sat up, and although I don't think he completely middled it, he still got plenty of it and found the gap between the cover fielders, and it ran away to the boundary for 4. So a very good start to proceedings for Sri Lanka. They are 4 without loss off the first ball. The other opener, Asitha Wanin Ayake. Rajapaksa waits, bat raises, in goes Colleen. That one swings back in and cuts back in off the seam. Did far too much. He appealed for leg before, was backed up by the wicketkeeper. But as I say, did a lot too much. We are perfectly positioned here on top of the pavilion, directly behind, well, the batter at this end of the ground, the umpire at t'other. And that one did quite a bit too much for me. And certainly for the umpire, because he turned the appeal down. Colleen played on this ground, List A cricket for Durham against Leicestershire last month. Comes in and bowls. That says slightly, to me, better shout. But he choked it off. It wasn't as loud or as assertive, so it might have been a little bit of bat on that one. And again, it is turned down. Looked a little bit straighter to me. 4 without loss after 3 balls. And the last 2 have seamed back in. Colleen is in and bowls outside off stump, goes straight on. Rajapaksa lets it go through. If you want to tweet me, get in touch with me, whether you're in England or Sri Lanka or anywhere around the world. We do get tweets from all around the world. I'd be delighted to hear from you. Try and give you a mention. At Foxes Cricket 22 will find me. At Foxes Cricket 22 if you're on Twitter. Colleen turns. Runs in and bowls. Seems back in a little bit, but well played by Rajapaksa. Just leans on it. Slightly angled bat. Pushes it wide of the man diving across at backward point. Takes a single. Bertie Foreman unable to get there, diving across to his left. Third man comes running into field, and the single is taken. Rajapaksa moves on to 5. He's faced all 5 deliveries of the over so far. It is, of course, the power play, so 2 men out. They are at third man and long leg, as Colleen is in for the first time to bowl to Waninayake, who just turns the slightly short of a length delivery off his legs, drops it out into the leg side. He's momentarily interested in the possibility of a single, but then wasn't really a likelihood of taking it, and he is sent back by Rajapaksa. End of the over, 5 without loss, Sri Lanka. They have very colourful List A sort of one-day international kit, Sri Lanka, with a yellow top and a dark blue, or sort of light blue fading into dark blue the rest of the shirt, but unfortunately it means you cannot see the names or numbers on them at all. Why designers don't think about that, I have absolutely no idea. You might be able to see them in close-up, but they are not really visible from the boundary's edge. That's my excuse anyway. Umpire Rob Bailey, standing here at the pavilion end of the Uptonsteel County Ground, checks the guard for Rajapaksa. And it's going to be Aspinwall opening the bowling outside off stump. He, like Colleen, opens with a wide short ball, and Rajapaksa just guides it this time, doesn't try and cut it away square. It was a little bit wider, a little bit higher, and just guided it away down to third man and takes 1. Tom Aspinwall, 18-year-old, Lancashire, looks a very solid young man indeed, big and strong. Yet to play for Lancashire first team. He's going to go around the wicket to... In fact, if Rajapaksa picked up a couple there, I beg your pardon, bowls again to... No, he didn't. He did pick up one. The scoreboard has changed back. Just the single to him. So it's a Wananinyaka who's on strike. The left-hander, of course. And he gets a full straight delivery that he blocks back down the wicket. 6 without loss. Plenty of blue sky around above, but plenty of dark grey cloud as well. But the forecast, as I say, I keep saying it because I'm trying to be optimistic, is for it to stay dry throughout the day. Aspinwall is in, bowls short outside off stump, and Waninayake gets in position to hook it away, but ducks underneath it, just pulls away, doesn't attempt to play the shot. Slightly loopy bouncer as it went through on that occasion. As I say, the Twitter is at FoxesCricket22. You can email me if you like, richardray23@gmail.com. That's R-A-E. And I'd be delighted to hear from you. In goes Aspinwall, outside off stump, and although it didn't do anything, when Inyake looked to try and cut it away, slightly flat-footed, cut underneath the ball, trying to square drive it, and it wasn't the greatest shot the left-hander has played in his career. Aspinwall turns, broad shoulders, runs in, bowls straight on off stump, just leans forward to that one. Asitha Waninayake just defends it out into the off side, and there's no run. Jamal Richards, the fielder, in the covers. England sporting a sort of dark blue, a navy blue kit for the most part, with light blue highlights on the front, but happily their numbers in both large and white on their backs, and very visible outside off stump. Steered nicely away off the back foot by Waninayake, going out to the cover point boundary, and that will be 4. Really nicely timed. Didn't put his weight into the shot. It was a bit fuller. He stayed on the back foot and just punched it out. No great follow through, all about the timing. So a nice way to finish the over for him, and indeed to get off the mark. Lovely boundary. Sri Lanka, after 2 overs, are 10 without loss. Not many in the ground, it has to be said. Starting to come in. Early start in September here in England because of the light towards the end of the day. 100 overs is a long day, of course, so the county championship, we normally play 96 overs in the day, albeit with 2 breaks rather than That's sort of obviously just the one between innings, but we do move from 11 o'clock to a 10:30 start in September. In goes Colleen, bowls and lobs up into the offside off the ground there. Rajapaksa as he defends that one. No early signs of any great pace in the pitch for Colleen. Impressed for Durham against Leicestershire last month with the bat in no small part. Leicestershire won that game and went on to qualify for the quarter-finals. In so doing, in goes Colleen. That one comes back in a little bit. Rajapaksa a little bit discomforted by it. And a slightly awkward defensive, almost shovel back away from the stumps, out down the offside. And Wanenayake seeing that as a jog down the pitch, and the two Sri Lanka openers have a quick word with each other. Touch gloves. Back to their positions. Rajapaksa in to his guard outside off stump, but a little bit of width and just leans into it, plays with an angle bat, dabs it down through the gully, down towards third man, jogs the single, 11 without loss. Rajapaksa on to 7. Yeah, Colleen, obviously, who is a bowler, as you will gather by the fact that he is bowling predominantly, but he's no mean hand with the bat. He made a very good 32 as Durham recovered from, I think it was 53 for 7 to set a target of sorts against Leicestershire. Colleen is in, bowls very straight, gets a very straight bat in return from Wanenayake. Back down the pitch it goes to the young Durham bowler. Almost call him an all-rounder on that basis. He and McAlinden partly dragged Durham up to sort of 170, 180, I think it was. In goes Colleen and bowls. Thick outside part of the bat from Wanenayake. Sees the ball deflect down through the gully, down towards third man. Not exactly where he was looking to play it, but a good opener's single. Slightly angled bat. One of the bonuses you get when there are plenty of slips up. Moves on to 5, 12 without loss. Twiddles the bat in his hand, watches as Rajapaksa is on strike again, slightly short of a length. It comes back in to him, but on the back foot he plays it firmly out into the covers, slightly wide of cover point. Moves across to his right. Bertie Foreman makes the stop. To work a little bit to get to it though, so there was always going to be a single in it for Sri Lanka. 13 without loss after 3 overs. Only once the bat beaten, but that was as much down to the batsman as it was the bowler. In comes Aspinwall, outside off stump, steered straight to second slip and caught. Neat catch, two-handed away to his right. He was looking, I suspect, to guide it down to third man, Rajapaksa, and he'll feel, I think, that he may have given that one away. It was just slightly short of a length, bounced quite nicely. Could have been left. He decided to try and dab it, I suspect, down to third man, and ended up guiding it almost straight to second slip, two-handed away to his right. Jacob Bethel held a neat catch. I suspect, as I say, he'll feel he gave it away a little bit, but looking to be proactive during the power play. And England have their first wicket, 13 for 1. Rajapaksa goes for 8. Hard to say at this stage what might be a good score. A little bit. There's bound to be a little bit in the pitch. It's been under covers for a long time, but as I say, I've seen Many that have been much greener, not least at Trent Bridge last week, where Leicestershire played Nottinghamshire, and on the first day 20 wickets fell on a greenish pitch, which massively improved, sort of almost overnight really. Looked to need about a day sort of exposure to the air really, that pitch. This one looks as though it's been rather better prepared, or more prepared. Might have been entirely deliberate at Trent Bridge, of course, but Aspinwall has his first wicket, 1 for 5 for him. Another left-hander, and he indicates to umpire Bailey he's going to go around the wicket to Chevon Daniel, who's coming in at 3. 18-year-old, plays for the Sinhalese Sports Club. Has made a first-class appearance, just the one. Waits with bat raised as Aspinwall goes in and beats him outside off stump with a delivery that hurries past. A little bit of pace there from Tom Aspinwall, who's beginning to hit his straps rather. As I say, he's a big, strong-looking young man. Lancastrian, 18-year-old, like nearly everyone in the England side. Killeen isn't, he's 17 still. Aspinwall runs in and bowls. Fuller this time. Daniel steps forward, looking to drive, looking to stroke it out into the offside. Gets a bit of a thick inside edge and pad, and it sort of bounces out into the cover area, not entirely convincingly. Richards, the fielder, out there, claps his hands together. Aspinwall turns, number 13 on his back, runs away from the pavilion and bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Daniel, because it wasn't so very far from off stump, and coming around the wicket was coming back in a touch. Daniel's pads are not navy. Notice this in some other one-day cricket we've been playing this season. Slightly different shades of pad in some cases. Leicestershire's mostly dark green in T20 as Aspinwall bowls. It's just played off his legs neatly by Chevon Daniel down to long leg. Took his bottom hand off the bat as he turned it around the corner, just in case there was going to be a bit of extra bounce. There wasn't really. He's working up a decent head of steam, Aspinwall here. And it hurried through, but it was well played by Daniel to get off the mark. He moves on 2-1, 14 for 1. Brings Asitha Waninayake back down on strike. Important now for Sri Lanka that he doesn't give it away as well. Round the wicket stays Aspinwall, bowls outside off stump, and groping for that one a little bit is Waninayake, and it bounces past the outside edge. Good over, the best, comfortably, of the 4 that have been bowled so far. And got his reward in it, Tom Aspinwall. Sri Lanka after 14 overs are 14 then for 1. England being captained in this game by Ben McKinney. Alex Horton keeping wicket. Glamorgan man. Chevon Daniel checks his guard, looks to be taking from where we are sitting, which, as I say, is almost perfect, to be a leg stump guard. Mitch Killeen, 2 overs for 8 so far. We'll continue into the air. It's skied by Daniel. Could be caught at mid-off running backwards, and is caught at mid-off running backwards. I think it's Aspinwall out there. Well, extraordinary shot. Chevon Daniel too, essentially, is the 4th ball that he faced, looking to perhaps play a lofted drive over the offside. Skied it up in the air. It was in the air for a long old time, but that meant that Aspinwall, I think it is, oh, it's Bethel. No, it isn't. Waiting to see who it is. I think it was Aspinwall. Looked very like him, running back from mid-off. Took in the end what was a fairly comfortable catch. I was just saying that was important for Sri Lanka not to lose too many wickets in the power play. They reckon 3 and you're in trouble. He's shaking his head as he goes off, Shevan Daniel, but actually it was Thomas out there. So I beg Aspinwall's pardon, and Thomas's pardon. George Thomas it was out there who took the catch and never looked like dropping it. 14 for 2. And alongside me now here, up on in the commentary box for the first time, putting on his headphones, is Jack Gabriel of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And interesting start to proceedings, Jack. That's it. Turn it round your microphone. That's a good start.
No, a good start for England, Richard. I think they'll be keen to get early wickets, especially if it's a bit early on in the pitch. And Sri Lanka, you saw a bit of attacking intent, looking to maximise the power play. But obviously England's taking the advantage, and 2 early wickets crucial for them. Been very impressed by Killeen and Aspinwall so far.
Killeen, we know. Aspinwall, an unfamiliar figure to us, but looks a real prospect, which is, of course, why he's playing for England under 19s. Killeen tosses the ball from hand to hand. 14 for 2. Sri Lanka. Daniel, just a single. Samaratna comes to the wicket. Ranuda Samaratna turns that foolish delivery off his legs out into the onside from Killeen. The sun comes out, which the ground needs a little bit. I know that's odd to say after the amount of sunshine we've had in what has been a very dry English summer. But it got a good old soaking in the last day or two, and it's still a little bit soft, especially down here at the pavilion end, the lower end of the Uptonsteel County ground, for those who know it, as Killeen bustles in and bowls straight on off stump, just leans forward, running a yake and blocks it out. Down towards third man, jogs his single. 15 for 2. The batsman having crossed in mid-pitch, of course, and that ball was in the air. And Thomas was taking the catch. And Anuda Somoratna takes his guard. Wanders down, scrapes away a little bit of imaginary dust of dirt. I don't know about you, Jack. Can you see the numbers on the Sri Lanka shirts from here? I cannot make them out at all.
Aren't they, from here? It's going to make it
completely impossible.
Very difficult in the field to identify.
It is, so we apologise in advance to Sri Lankan listeners. Again, as Killeen is in outside off stump, left by Samaratna. And it bounces through to the wicketkeeper, Alex Horton. A quiet morning here at the Uptonsteel County ground. Killeen turns, runs in and bowls a beautiful delivery that beats Samaratna. All ends up, pitched and straightened, and it was neither forward nor back, and that was just a little bit too good, and I suspect it would have been a little bit too good for an awful lot of batsmen. Super delivery. Early movement. 2 slips and a gully go down as Killeen is in outside off stump. Shapes back in a touch to Samaratna, but I suspect the young tall right-hander will be fairly relieved to be able to let that one go. End of the over. A successful one for Mitch Killeen, son of Neil, former Durham stalwart, and of course now on the coaching staff up there in Durham. Be very proud of his lads' efforts there. 3 overs, 1 for 9, 15 for 2 Sri Lanka after 5 overs. And Jack, you can take the next over.
Well, just thinking that Samaratna's a really big wicket here for England if they can indeed get him. He got 81 off 80 on Thursday, top scoring for Sri Lanka, so a very important one for England. As the next over begins. Oh, just beats the batsman through. Horton takes a good catch, going down, diving to leg side, but a really good delivery from Aspinwall.
There's movement out there, isn't there now?
There is. I think early on, it's so key to hit those line and lengths and make the most of that movement, as we saw here quite a lot in the One Day Cup, I think, early on. For Leicestershire, Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks really maximised that, and we're seeing that again here for England. Slight delay before the next delivery as the field changes. So England are indeed bringing in a third slip for Aspinwall, who's in again to Waniake. Right arm over, chipped away, and that's beat the fielder on the edge of the ring, racing away towards the bounce. Should be cut off, but they will scamper a couple. They think about the third, they're going to take the third, and they beat the throw. So 3 more to the total for Asitha Waniake, who moves on to 9. Just beats the diving glances on the edge of the ring there. Which takes the score now on to 18 for 2. England really hoping for a third to cement that early dominance. Aspinwall in again. Oh, and this time just beats the defence. Has moved away a bit that time. A really good delivery. A perfect line this early on. And beats Samarantha outside his off stump.
Beginning to look like an increasingly good toss to have won for England. Remember, new white ball from each end, so movement. It won't last, but it's going to be difficult for the Sri Lanka batsman for a while.
Aspinwall is in again, and again beats him. A really good delivery, nips back. He's slightly down on it, trying to defend, but it's too good for him. And he's quite lucky he didn't get an edge on that one. It would have thrown through to Alex Horton behind the stumps. So really good testing over again from Aspinwall to back up that over from Mitch Killeen. And England right on top at the moment. Aspinwall turns for the 5th delivery of his over. A lot fuller this time and jams down on it. Well, Samarathna to block it out. Different line. Testing this time from Aspinwall, looking to target those stumps early on. But Samarathna does well to jam down on it. And as I say, block it out. Really important wicket for England, as I mentioned on Thursday at New Road. He top scored for Sri Lanka with 81 off 80 deliveries. As I say, if England can manage to get him here, they'll be right on top. Final ball of Aspinwall's over. He's in again. And this time, a little inside edge on it. They quick single, and they make it comfortably. Throw goes to the bowler's end, but they're comfortably home, and they take the single. So 4 off the over from Aspinwall. Another testing over, Richard.
Yeah. And now the importance of using these new balls, getting as much movement as they possibly can. But 3 in the power play tends to mean a target that usually is not much more than around about 250. Now, I suspect that would be sort of par-ish on this pitch, but you never quite know. In these conditions, really, it's not so much as about the pitch as the conditions. As Killeen, 1 for 9 from 3, comes in from the Bennett end, and again prepared to go aerial, Sri Lanka, but this time successfully. Samaratneg on the back foot as the ball bounces and comes back into him. Straight-armed pull over mid-wicket that bounces out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary and runs away for 4. So not fazed by the loss of 2 early wickets. Sri Lanka, they are still going for their shots and just sort of picked up and manoeuvred over mid-wicket by Samaratna, and he goes on to 5, 23 for 2. Brave shot, effective, a little bit risky. Could easily have clothed it to Thomas at mid-on again, didn't. Killeen charges down the slope and bowls, comes back in and goes over the top, perhaps of the stumps, certainly the angle of the stumps, and Killeen wanders down the wicket and looks quizzically at the stumps and at the batsman before turning. That did plenty and beat him all ends up. Could easily have flicked the top of the off stump, didn't. He's obviously prepared to live dangerously. And Anuda Samarathna 19-year-old, as I say, Sinhalese Sports Club. Tall, young right-hander. Killeen is in. He moves across the stumps and is beaten as he plays to attempt to defend it out into the offside. Whether Killeen saw him coming and adjusted his line and length accordingly, only he will know. It was a straightish ball, didn't come back in towards him, but looking to try and negate the movement to a certain extent. Hopped across his stumps and was still beaten. Cat on a hot tin roof out there at the moment. Samaratna, as Killeen is in, bowls to him. It's full and he's driven out through the offside. Again, I don't think he got quite all of it, and running out in pursuit is Joseph Eklund. Picks it up, throws on the turn, but throwing on the turn from that side of the ground. Uptonsteel County ground is slightly wider than it is long, if that makes any sort of sense, but it did mean that Samaratna was able to pick up 3 runs. Eklund, Somerset product, 48 not out in the last ODI, yet to play first team cricket for the West Country County. Killeen is in to the left-handed one in Yake, who leans forward into that one, just defends it calmly out in to the offside. And there's no run. Bertie Foreman at cover point, the fielder. 26 for 2. Waninayake 9. Samaratna 8. No gully for the left-handed Waninayake. As Killeen is in, bowls to him straight. He just turns his wrists on that defensive shot. As it threatens to move away from him and blocks it back out into the onside, and then indicates that there is still a little bit of movement there. There will be, but as I say, it won't last too long. And at the end of the 7th over, Sri Lanka 26 for 2. They really could do with getting through the rest of the power play without losing another wicket. 3 tends to be something of a tipping point in that respect. 4 overs to go, or 3 overs to go to get to that point. 26 for 2 off 7.
Aspinwall then to start a new over from the pavilion end. And he's back in again. And again beats the outside edge. Movement again for Aspinwall. Bowling really well for England here at this opening spell. And as Richard said, a 3rd wicket for England will be so important at this stage, just to curtail Sri Lanka. They obviously haven't got up to a flyer with the bat, but you know that 3 wickets in the power play really does stifle any momentum and put that firmly in the bowling favours, at the bowling side's favour. Aspinwall turns. Second delivery of the over. Defended this time very resolutely from Samaratna. Aspinwall, one of the 4 surviving members of England's World Cup final side earlier this year. England bowled very well up top in that tournament, particularly the likes of Josh Boyden, who's not in this side today, but Aspinwall taking the new ball. Been very impressive so far in the opening 4 overs or so that he's bowled. He's in for the 3rd ball of his over. Wider on the crease, and again beats the outside edge. Samaratna had a feel for it. Just check the back, and he's practicing and rehearsing now his defensive shot. But Aspinwall really has the measure of him at the moment.
You wouldn't like to be coming in 5 when Samaratna is at the crease the way he's batting at the moment, would you? He's twitching at everything or trying to hit everything, and it's you'd feel it could come to an end quickly. Or, of course, he could go on and biff a quick half-century.
Aspinwall in again then to Samaratna. This one down the leg side, and that will be a wide. Taken by Horton. Just strayed a little bit for the first time, really. Aspinwall. An extra added to the total, which takes Sri Lanka on to 27 for 2. Samaratna on 8 as he prepares to face again. Aspinwall in, and it has a wild waft outside off stump. That was on maybe a 5th or 6th stump line. Tried to hit it away through the offside, but completely missed the ball. And again rehearses the shot as he has done with his defence and now with his attack in this over. Just can't quite lay bat on ball at the moment, can the young Sri Lankan? Encouragement comes from the Sri Lankan balcony down below as Aspinwall is in again. And again goes for a drive outside the off stump, again misses the ball, and again rehearses the shot. His teammate Waniake comes down to the rim to have a chat with him, maybe Richard, just to calm him down a little bit.
I was going to say, I would imagine that is the thrust of the conversation, which might be fairly one-sided out there at the moment. Just it's okay. There's, 45 or 42 overs left to bat here. We're not playing a 20-over game.
Plenty of time to see off the movement of this new ball, as you said, which will be fleeting to a degree. Aspinwall returns again, and this time he does lay bat on ball, thinks about a quick single, but he's sent back. The right decision there as the throw comes in, and that is the end of the over. So a very testing over again from Aspinwall, just the one wide in there, as the score moves on to 27 for 2 after 8 overs.
Yeah, not for want of trying on the part of Samaratna. Trying to get that one away a couple of times, certainly through the offside. Slightly fortunate still to be there, 8 off 17. There's a few more heavy dark grey clouds drift over the Uptonsteel county ground. But moving at a reasonable pace, so hopefully it'll stay dry. In comes Colleen, clipped off his toes by Wananayake, but only as far as mid-wicket, didn't time it. Rehearses the shot and retreats and just a little dance to keep his legs moving. 9 off 16 for him. 8 off 17 for Samaratna. Still got the 2 slips in, understandably enough. Ben McKinney. As Colleen is in, and Wananiake has been infected by Samaratna's impetuosity, if you like, because he's gone for a big booming drive, a delivery that wasn't quite there. It was nowhere near the pitch of it, and it bounced past his outside edge into the gloves of keeper Alex Horton.
It's contagious out there. I'd quite like to see Samaratna come down now and lend some advice.
Yes. Yeah. Colleen is in outside off stump, stays on the back foot when he might have got forward there and looked to cut it away through the offside, hit it hard down into the ground off a thick bottom edge, bounced quite comfortably out towards Foreman, who's at point. No run, it's raining and the players are going to come off. Unfortunately, those dark clouds, which I was just optimistically suggesting might blow over, well, they will blow over, but not immediately. And the players are running off because it's actually raining quite hard. So we are at 8.3 or 8.3 overs have been bowled. Sri Lanka have lost a couple of wickets in the power play. 27 for 2 they are as the covers come on. As I said, I don't think we'll be off too long. But obviously the feed will stay on. We will cease commentary because there's not much to say when it is raining. But hopefully we'll be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground fairly shortly. Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The resumption of this under-19 one-day international between England and Sri Lanka. Pleased to say that the rain didn't last too long. It was sort of heavyish drizzle for about 10-15 minutes, but the ground staff have done a good job and cleared the covers quickly, and the players heading back out into the middle. No indication yet that any overs have been lost. Sri Lanka about to resume on 27 for 2, 8.3 overs into their innings. Waninayake is going to be on strike. Asitha, that is, who is on 9 not out, the left-hander, who has been relatively solid, although he too has played and missed at 1 or 2. At the other end, Ranuda Somaratna, 8 off 17, has been anything but solid. He's gone for his shots in some style and has connected with a relatively low percentage thereof. Resuming his over from the Bennett end is Mitch Killeen. It's his 5th over. 2 slips go down as he runs in and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Waninayake. Dot ball, and was the pronounced movement with the new balls in the first 8.5 overs. Maybe not the first and second, but as is often the way thereafter. And the 2 wickets to go. Sadisha Rajapaksa was caught by Jacob Bethel at second slip off the bowling of Tom Aspinwall for 8 as Killeen bowls, tucks up Waninayake to a certain extent, but solid enough in his defence, pushing it out into the offside Bethel at point fields. And the other man to go, Chevron Daniel, who was caught off a skyer at mid-off by Thomas off the bowling of Killeen for 1. Grey and a little bit gloomy here now, still at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We're going to need to be lucky. Outside off stump, and Killeen beats the bat of Waninayake, who came back in towards from outside off stump, and a one-handed attempt to come down on it fails by a good couple of inches. Again, not a great shot, but horribly difficult for these 2 Sri Lanka batsmen to make anything of at the moment. I think the key is probably just to try and get yourself in, and there are an awful lot of overs left to be bowled. It still says 41 on the board, so no overs lost so far. Richard Ray and Jack Gabriel, your commentators in the game.
Yes, Richard, just told, I think, that there haven't been any overs lost, so we are still with 41 to play, and it's normal service resumed with England bowling pretty well here to the Sri Lankan batsman. Tom Aspinwall is ready to bowl a new over from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place as he runs in. And down the leg side again. And that will be a wide, the second for Aspinwall. Maybe a loosener just to get him back to where he was before the rain intervened. He was bowling very well to both Waninayake and to Somaratna, who was a bit erratic from this end, having a few wafts outside the off stump and not connecting with the ball. Remains to be seen whether that break has becalmed him. As Aspinwall is in again. This time it is outside the off stump and connected by Somaratna, but straight to the fielder on the edge of the ring. And there is no run.
One thing in the Sri Lanka batter's favour is that with the really damp outfield now, pretty wet outfield now, the ball will lose its, what bounce it has, which isn't that much to start with anyway, but it will lose it even more quickly, so it will become soft and spongy, you would have thought, within a few overs.
Aspinwall in again, fuller this time and driven down the ground. A really nice shot, but cut off well, I think, by Singh out there, running round to his left, and a single is taken.
Thought he was going to slide straight into that pile of sawdust there. Would have been spectacular for the photographers. Just missed it. Flicked it.
Aspinwall changing to come around the wicket to the left-hander. First ball back after the break for Waniake to face Aspinwall. And again, a waft outside off stump. It goes through to Horton. Good delivery from Aspinwall. He's been really testing outside the off stump, stuck to that line pretty consistently. Almost taking the edge there of Asitha Waniake. Summerathan, I beg your pardon, who is the left-hander on strike. In again is Aspinwall, this time guided away down towards third man, where a single is taken. Comfortable for the two batsmen. The throw just comes in and evades Horton slightly. No extras. As I say, Richard, the first time maybe we've got to see Aspinwall bowl really well in the World Cup for England, but not quite got his chance for Lancashire yet. No.
He looks a prospect there, doesn't he? He looks big and strong, gets it through at a lively-ish pace. Found movement with the new ball. It already looks to be lessening a little bit.
England still looking for that third strike in the power play. Aspinwall is in. Defended, jammed down again, another single down to third man. And they're coming back for a second as well, and they make it comfortably. Bit of sloppy cricket there from England. An apology from, can't quite see who it's out at third man there, Richard, if you can identify, but he puts his hand up in apology. There shouldn't really have been a second on offer there.
No, the ball was very much in his hands when they turned for the second. Went for it anyway, they could see it was. And the throw was a couple of yards short. Required Horton to come out from behind the stumps, and in the end it was a comfortable two. Shouldn't have been.
Aspinwall in again. This one on middle and well defended out. Back to the bowler. No run is taken.
And that's the power play. 32 for 2 at the end of it.
I think Colleen and Aspinwall done a really good job there. A lot of testing lines and length, particularly outside the off stump, and they did look uncomfortable at times. So this pair, would you say Richard Waniake and Summerathan not quite as comfortable facing that ball?
Definitely not. Having a chat in mid-pitch at the moment. Is there going to be a change? Does look like it's still going to be Mitch Colleen. Might as well. Well, they're bowling as well as they are reasonably well. They're in a sort of rhythm. They've had a little bit of a break. 10 off 23 for Asitha Waniake as he faces Colleen, who bowls fullish, driven pleasantly, half-stop diving across to his left in the covers by Jamal Richards. Not a great throw. Overthrows are going to come in now after, I think it's the same fielder actually, moving across, who wasn't great at third man earlier. George Thomas it was. Thomas has a catch to his name. He went behind Richards there, got his throw away, but again it was a poor throw and a couple of extras as a consequence are taken. Waniake moves on to 13. Gets a 3 when arguably he shouldn't have had any. Richards diving across to his left, couldn't make the clean stop. Thomas. It does look a little bit awkward out there at mid-on now to the right-handed Summerathan in Colleen bowls to him. Wristily turned out towards Richards. The run is taken anyway. Sri Lanka basically looked prepared to take on any fielder at any point, essentially. He got to it quickly, Richards. He did slip as he got to the ball. It's not easy out there, obviously, for the fielders. But he took it cleanly enough, but he had to throw from a sitting position. It wasn't a good throw. Single taken. Summerathan on to 12. Colleen is in, bowls onto the leg stump, turned out towards mid-wicket. An awful throw comes in from mid-wicket. It was turned directly to mid-wicket. It's almost tip and run out there at the moment. It's curious. The throw came in from Joseph Eklund. He was directly on to the ball. He threw sideways, side arm throw, over through the stumps by a long way. It was good backing up, in fairness, but he missed the stumps by quite a long way. These two Sri Lanka batters putting the fielders under pressure, getting rewards for doing so. Colleen is in and bowls. Turned nicely away in the air, albeit down towards deep backward square, and that is going to run away to the boundary. It was a little bit too short, and as I said, drifted on towards leg. Stump got up on his toes somewhere at, and it was a nicely timed shot and a safe one, because obviously there isn't a square leg at the moment. He picks up 4. Probably the best boundary shot that he's played so far. Moves on to 16, and Sri Lanka have been busy since the resumption. 41 for 2 off 10.4, looking a little bit better as far as they're concerned, the scoreboard now. Somewhere out that waits as Colleen is in outside off stump, plays it off the back foot down into the ground. It bounces wide off second slip down towards third man, comes running in. Fateh Singh gets his throw away, but a comfortable single again is taken. Somewhere out and on to 17. 42 for 2. One or two little patches of blue appearing overhead, but it's quite cool at the moment under the grey cloud. Very different conditions to those we had throughout much of the summer, to be quite honest. Colleen is in, bowls straight and defended by Waniniyake, and the Sri Lanka balcony, both the dressing room balconies are directly beneath us, and every shot successfully played is greeted with an approving cheer from the Sri Lankan balcony, whether it's in defence or in attack. End of the 11th over, 42 for 2. Somewhere out in the 17, Waniniyake 14.
Very handy over there for Sri Lanka, showing a lot more intent since they've come out after the break. A lot of quick singles and a keen intent to take on the bowler and the fielder alike, pushing for those quick twos, as we saw down to third man beforehand. As Aspinwall continues from the pavilion end, he's in and chopped away down towards deep fine leg, who runs round. They go for a second, comfortably make it as the throw comes in.
Yeah, 10 off that Colleen over, without really, compared to previously, taking too many risks.
No, it's in the risky shots they were taking, they weren't connecting, and that was a pretty comfortable few scoring shots for them, especially the boundary. You say deep square leg in position to cut that off. That's been walled into some Rathnet again. This one hits him on the pad as an appeal. Looks to be going down leg. The throw comes in from Richards out there, but no movement from the umpire. Looks to be going down. Richard, do you think?
Probably. Didn't look too bad a shout. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, didn't look too bad a shout. I'd been interested to know if they'd gone through for the single where they might have got a little edge on it. Might just have saved him there.
Well, Samarathne gets a life if so. Did indeed get an edge on it. And he looks to chop this one away. They do take a quick single again and make it comfortably. They're really showing this intent at the moment.
Brilliant running, actually.
Quick between the wickets.
Both go straight away. 9 times out of 10, if not better. Even if it's going straight to a close fielder, you're going to make it. And there are gaps. In fairness, McKinney is keeping his close fielders in, his 3 catchers in, despite being out of the power play.
Aspinwall in to Waniniyake, and this one pulled away, and Bethel in pursuit on the leg side. Should be a 2 again as the dive comes in, just slides in to cut off the ball halfway towards the ropes, and indeed another 2 added to the score, which takes Sri Lanka on to 47 for 2. 2 more to Waniniyake. $15 off the last 1.4 overs. Aspinwall is in. This one cut away, but straight to, I think, Richards out there, who makes the stop. Close in, not quite on the edge of the ring. One ball left of Aspinwall's over. 5 from it so far. 2 to Waniniyake and 3 to Samarathne. As Aspinwall turns for his final delivery of his 6th over. Down the leg side.
Not final delivery, surely. Oh, it must have flicked the pad. There we go.
Slightest of touches saved him for a wide.
Fortunate young man. 6 overs, 1 for 21 for Thomas Aspinwall. Wonder if they'll have a break yet. Double change, I suspect. Fateh Singh with his left arm orthodox is going to come on at the Bennett end. Notts player, Nottinghamshire. And he's a fairly well established member of the Notts white ball squad now. And it's a strong white ball squad, so he's done very well to establish himself in that respect. 12 List A games. 9 wickets he's taken in those games. Took 2 for 7 against Leicestershire on this very ground last month. Obviously, being out of the first power play can have a bit more cover out on the boundary. Long on is going back. Square leg ditto and cover likewise. Is there a third man? No. There isn't. Singh is in and bowls, tosses it up nicely, leans forward somewhat and defends out into the onside. Not afraid to give it some air. I'd be very surprised if there's any turn for him. Ball could be still reasonably hard though. Goes in and bowls. Back goes to Maratna and steers it out into the offside. And for once, as it bounces out towards Jacob Bethel, who is left-handed, the two batters decide not to risk a throw on the arm. Went straight to his fielding hand. Thing is in, bit of thick inside edge, and they are going to take on the arm this time of the man at short fine leg, who is Dan Ibrahim, who like Singh has played a fair few List A games for his county, in his case Sussex. I think he may have played a first class game as well, or two. Changes to the field obviously for the left-hander. Mid-wicket goes out. So 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side, plus long off and cover. He's staying around the wicket, interestingly, and bowls, and he's whipped away. Nice shot from Wananiak out towards deep mid-wicket. Nice piece of timing. Picks up 1. Now, Samaratna is asking the umpire. I'm not quite sure what that was about. And Rob Bailey's got his finger up about something, so whether he just wanted to change his bat, I don't know. Oh, a no ball. How many in the circle? Did they have one extra man out? But I think he's just signalled a free hit. So that's what it was all about. So they're changing the field. So Samaratna was saying to the umpire, I think they didn't have enough in the circle. Too many out. Umpire Bailey talks in his walkie-talkie to the scorers. I'm pretty sure this is a free hit as Singh goes in, and he goes for the big hit. The way that Wananiaka tried to smack that one over mid-wicket suggests it definitely was a free hit. But he didn't get anything on it, came back off the pad, so Fateh Singh, I was going to say gets away with it, but it wasn't really his fault that there were not enough in the circle. I can only assume that's what it was. There are 5 in the circle now, including Slip, as he goes in and bowls again to Wananiaka, goes back and pushes it out into the offside. Good work by Bethel. Should be a run out. Is brilliant work by Bethel, moving to his left, and for once the decision to take on the arm wasn't rewarded. A really nice pickup by Jacob Bethel, and he got his throw away quickly. An accurate one over the top of the stumps. Wicketkeeper Alex Horton whipped off the bails, and unfortunately for Sri Lanka, the left-hander has to go. Wananiaka did not make his ground, and that's a huge bonus for England, a little bit out of nothing.
Well, just as we were praising how good Sri Lanka have been with their running, taking on the quick singles, that risk and reward balanced in their favour so far, but England really sharp in the field, and as you say, Richard, great work by Bethel there to get the throw in quickly, turned on it. And a big loss for Sri Lanka just as this partnership was starting to get going.
Goes for 17. A pretty decent 17, and he'll be hugely disappointed about that. 50 for 3. Sri Lanka off 12.5 overs. Innings rather in the balance. Out to replace. Wananayake comes the skipper. Raveen Da Silva. Diminutive figure compared to Samaratnat, who's quite tall. Another right-handed bat. Raveen Da Silva. 3 List A games, 3 T20s. Lanka Union Cricket and Athletic Club. Batted well in the test matches between these two sides. 2 half-centuries, 2 good half-centuries. Looking at the replay of that. Good work by Bethel. Really good work, sharp work. So, 1 ball for Samaratnat. The batsman's having crossed, of course. To face, and it's not Samaratnat, it must be Da Silva, surely. It is Da Silva, so why the board has gone up with Samaratnat, I'm not entirely sure. Came off the pad, and there was a slightly half-hearted appeal for leg before that is turned down. End of the over, 54-3. I'm afraid I tend to take the scoreboard as gospel. It isn't always the case. It wasn't on that one. Must have been Da Silva.
Potentially having the same issues as we are, as seeing the back of the shirts as they enter the field.
Yes, that's true. But given that the run-out was at this end, to which he was running, it had to be the new batsman.
We're about to see the first bowling change from the pavilion end. Tom Aspinwall bowled 6 overs, but he's about to be replaced now. Let's check. It is Jamal Richards.
It is, yeah. Scoreboard's still wrong, isn't it? They've got it the wrong way round.
I believe so.
That's better. Now they've got it the right way round.
As Richards prepares for his first delivery, he's in, past the umpire. It's clipped off his pads. Full delivery from Richards, they'll take 2. And it's cut off by the man running round from fine leg. Deep fine leg to prevent any further runs, but 2 taken.
Clean out there. Splendid isolation. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 spectators in the green seats in front of the Turner Indoor Centre over there, the Bennett end. Hospitality marquee is looks to be open for business as well.
Richards to Samaratha. Oh, this one squares him up a little bit, and it's running away out of the circle. 2 runs again to be taken quickly, cut off. The throw comes in. Quite fortunate there, Richards, just to get away with that one.
Bounced a bit, didn't it? There was a little bit of movement as well. Samaratna looking, I think, to work it on the leg side. Thick leading edge, bounced out into the covers. He's got the 2 slips in. Well, first slip and standing at 3rd at the moment, but it's considering a change. McKinney, who is at first slip, is down to send his second slip out into the point area, and he's going to give Richards a little bit of cover on the offside. He's got a sweeper out there in front of the manual scoreboard here, for those who don't know the Uptonsteel County Ground.
So just 1 slip in place now as Richard is in for his 3rd delivery. This one again chopped into the leg side this time, just jams down a little bit, and 2 further runs to the total. So all 3 deliveries off this over so far have brought 2 to Samaratna.
Say again, if you want to get in touch from Sri Lanka, we'd be delighted to hear from you. Good numbers watching on the stream, I can see already.
As Richards is in. Straighter line this time. Tom Rathner looks to work it out into the offside, but he can't beat the man at point. No run is taken. Jacob Bethel, I believe it is out there. Richards, an 18-year-old from Essex. 7 List A games to his name. 5 wickets so far. Handy with the bat as well. But he's in now to bowl to Rathner. Looks to drive again. The man close in on this occasion. Again prevents any single from being taken. Joseph Eklund with the stop on that occasion. As I say, just back to Richards. Very handy with the bat as well, as he's shown for Essex and in this series as well. Averages just short of 35 from his 7 games in List A cricket. He's in again now. This one is worked out again, but Eklund makes a stop and there could be a run out. Direct hit, shy at the stumps.
Should have been. Well.
Almost. It's a good effort from Eklund and they take a single in the end.
I say should have been. He was stranded, wasn't he?
He was very far short of his ground. The throw close to the stumps, but not quite hitting on this occasion. And that is the end of the over. Sri Lanka take 7 from it, and they move on to 57 for 3.
Yeah, there really wasn't a run there. Somewhere out there, right to send De Silva back. He's calmed down a bit, hasn't he? Famous last words. But Amuda Samaratna, 28 off 38, looks to be sort of hitting his stride in terms of batting. He's playing a little bit more sensibly. Watch him now. Long on and long off out as Singh will continue. Just the 3 runs from his first over. Goes in and bowls outside off stump and looking to work it through the offside. Misses it. Samaratna, and as so many keepers do, Alex Horton takes off the bails despite the fact Samaratna's back foot was firmly anchored. Singh bowling in sunglasses is in. Goes back. Plays it firmly out through the offside. Punches it away through cover out towards a sweeper on the extra cover boundary. Takes 1. Moves on to 29. 58 for 3. Sun threatening to come back out. Does so rather weakly, but casting a shadow at first slip. Ben McKinney, a long shadow. He must be 6'4", 6'5" at least, mustn't he? He's a big boy. Singh is in, tosses it right up. Not afraid, as I say, to give it some air. Driven by De Silva, but only as far as the man on the edge of the circle at cover. He was out sweeping Bertie Foreman, but he's come in to the edge of the circle for the new bat. Singh is in, a bit flatter and quicker, and De Silva on the back foot rather jabs it away off stump. Not a great throw from Foreman. Requires Horton, who looks a little bit annoyed about it, to scramble to his right and cast a reproachful glance or two in the direction of Foreman. McKinney blows on his hands at slip as in goes Singh. Bowls onto the leg stump, calmly worked away by De Silva through the vacant square leg area out towards Richards, running in from the square leg boundary, and he is off the mark. The Sri Lankan skipper has a big job to do here. Still 35 overs to go, 3 wickets down. He very nearly lost his wicket without scoring in the previous over. As Singh is in, back goes Samaratna, pulls the slightly short ball out into the leg side, but doesn't really time it, and Richards can run across to his left. Sweeping on that leg side, the Milligan Road side of the ground. Not named after Spike Milligan, as far as we're aware. But the roads around Grace Road, and that's not W.G. Grace, incidentally, for Sri Lankan viewers and listeners. It's just that the builder of many of the houses around here named a lot of the streets after his daughters, it would appear. I don't think one was called Milligan, but one was certainly called Grace. 60 for 3 after 15.
Richards to continue from the pavilion end. His first over costing 7 in the end, almost with a run out off that final ball. And he's in to start a new over. To Samaratna, who defends on it, and Richards picks the ball up one-handed, stares back at him. Doesn't shy or threaten to shy at the stumps.
Oh my goodness, South Africa are 36 for 5 in the test match against England, which I've got a horrible... Oh, Vian is still in. Hurrah!
Leicestershire persuasion, you will be pleased. A tough testing time for Sri Lanka, for South Africa, sorry.
Could say that, 36 for 5.
As Richards is in. And this one hits him on the pad, the peel.
Bit high.
Height may be the question there.
It's not quite enough going for it, that one. Decent shout.
There's a triple header for England today. Of course, under 19s in action here. The women also in action. And of course, as Richard mentioned there, the test match going on for the first part of play, although it's actually day 3 in that one. 5 down at the moment. We'll get to those wickets in a moment. As Richards is in. Turned away onto the leg side. It's running away towards the boundary. Not the quickest outfield here at Grace Road today. So it's cut off on the rope. And 2 more added to the Sri Lankan total for Samaratna. Yes, South Africa 5 down against England. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson. 1 for Jimmy Anderson. And 1 for Stuart Broad. Via Mulder of Leicestershire is at the crease now. He's on 3.
One or two Leicester supporters pointing out to me that he's had a lot of practice this season at coming in at difficult positions, difficult situations. So hopefully his time at Leicestershire this season might just have prepared him. But it's obviously moving around a bit down there at the Oval.
Richards in again. Ooh, it's a no ball.
Nice delivery though. It was, yeah.
Yeah, did move away a bit.
Bit of swing for the first time. Arguably. Gave it a chance to swing. But a no ball, front foot no ball, so free hit for Samaratna. Where's he going to try and hit it? Because it's a front foot no ball, they can't change the field, which they could do for the too many men in the circle. Outside the circle.
So Samaratna has a free hit at his disposal as he faces Richards. Short ball clipped away into the leg side. It could beat the man, and it has indeed gone for 4. Bisected the 2 fielders at deep mid wicket and at deep fine leg, and it races round and just skips over the boundary rope in front of the electronic scoreboard as they were both converging on it. So the free hit taken advantage of by Samaratna, who moves on to 36 and Sri Lanka on to 67 for 3.
As you mentioned, 81 in the last one-day international for him, and it's already beginning to look as though Sri Lanka's chances of a testing score may depend to a large extent on him going on here. 36 or 46 now.
You say a little bit erratic early on. Could have given his wicket away if he had connected with a few of those that he wafted outside of off stump, but a crucial wicket for England to take, and probably the most crucial partnership now for Sri Lanka, with the top scorer of Thursday along with their captain at the wicket. As Richards is in again. Turned away, they'll take a single and maybe push for 2. There's a long chase in there. They settled for 1 in the end, although there was a misfield slightly, but Sri Lanka opts not to take the second. Another single for Samaratna, which brings De Silva on to strike for the final delivery of the over. 9 off it so far, or 8 I should say. Field change. A slip in for De Silva. Richards is in conversation. Talking to Bertie Foreman next to him and just organising the field. A lot of offside protection and a slip in place as he's in for the final ball of the over. And well defended by De Silva. So end of the over. 68 for 3 now, Sri Lanka.
Off 16. So the run rate 4 and a bit, 4.3. Sun comes back out. Conditions improving for batting with every over that goes past, essentially. Ball's getting softer. Pitch getting a bit more air and beginning to dry properly. Ditto the outfield, so these two can stay together. Still got every chance. In goes Singh, bowls, back foot defensive. Force out into the offside. Rather elegantly played by Samarat. Now to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes one. Moves on to 38. 69 for 3. Warm now. The sun coming out. Shed the old gilet as Singh is in again. Back foot shot, but more defensive this time from the skipper De Silva. Plays it firmly out to the man on the edge of the circle, Bertie Foreman, who comes in for De Silva. Stays there as Singh is in. Bowls to him very straight and blocks it out into the offside. Singh himself fields, stepping across. McKinney staying at slip as Singh bowls again. Fuller this time brings De Silva forward, but again defensively, playing himself in carefully. The Sri Lanka captain here, Ravin De Silva. Now mid-off goes back to long off as Singh is in. Bowls to him. He's turning his wrists on that one, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Samaratna thinks there might be a single in it. De Silva isn't interested as Thomas closed fairly quickly on the ball. Now Foreman goes back to the offside boundary, so a fairly similar field for both batters now as Singh goes in. He looks to work that delivery away on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Alex Horton behind the stumps, but it is down the leg side, so any leg side delivery in those circumstances in white ball cricket is always signalled wide, and it is. Singh has to bowl it again, tosses it right up, full toss in fact, and driven, but in a controlled manner out towards long off by Ravin De Silva. He picks up one, content with that. He's been pretty correct so far. 71 for 3 at the end of the 17th. De Silva has a couple, and Samaratna 38 off 48 came together when Wanina Yake was run out by Jacob Bethel. Combination of Bethel and the wicketkeeper Horton for 17 when the score was 50.
Jamal Richards still to continue from the pavilion end. A little bit more expensive in comparison with the rest of the attack so far. 2 overs for 15 for him as he's in again to De Silva, who's squared up, skews away down to third man. They'll take a single. He's looking maybe to work that to leg, but he gets an edge on it down to third man. Not very elegant there from De Silva, the Sri Lanka captain, but he's on to 3. Richards with 1 for 45 in England's win on Thursday and 1 for 51 in the opening win of the series. He's in and this time beats the defence of Samaratna, who again rehearses the shot outside of off stump.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Richards. He's pitching the ball up, giving it a chance just to swing a little bit, and it is. It's brave bowling. He deserves a reward. Hasn't had it yet.
He's getting the ball to talk a little bit, Richards. No slips in place for him as he's in for his 3rd delivery of the over. This one more on the pads on the leg side, and it's clipped away down to deep fine leg where a single is taken. And Richards was indeed the man to remove Sumarathna for his 81 on Thursday. He's in now to De Silva. Shorter, and another waft outside off stump. This time there was a slip in place. It carries through to Horton. De Silva not quite looking as comfortable at the crease as his partner at the moment, although that has been the theme throughout the innings so far. Sumarathna himself was uncomfortable at the start of his innings, not quite timing, or indeed middling the ball.
Oh dear, the end's gone for 3. Quick info describing it as a terrible shot.
Another, looked like he was tempted for that one, De Silva, but instead decides to leave as Richards hangs it outside the off stump.
I won't bother trying to find a replay.
So that wicket's Ollie Robinson with his 4th of the morning, through to Ben Folkes to dismiss Via Mulder 37 for 6 after 13 overs at the Oval. 73 for 3 here though, as Richards is in again to De Silva. This time it is pushed nicely out into the offside, but parried and no single taken. Much tidier over this time from Jamal Richards, costing just the 2 singles, one each to De Silva and Sumarathna. And it's 73 for 3 at the end of the 18th.
Yeah, I suspect if Sri Lanka were offered 250 now, they might well take it, but
as we keep saying, a lot of time left in the innings.
yeah, it's hard to tell really. So much early movement, the conditions were so much in favour of the bowlers. Fateh Singh is in, bowls outside off stump. Sumarathna goes back and works it out into the offside behind square, but he's picked out the man at backward point on the edge of the circle, so no run. Steered, as I say, rather elegantly by the right-hander. Singh is in, he leaves. That is a good leave, as they say. It is not far from off stump, and Singh pauses at the end of his follow-through. Jogs in and bowls. Sumarathna goes back and works it through square leg. There is no square leg, just Richards coming in from the square leg boundary, or the sweeping position between square leg and mid-wicket. So a single is taken. Sumarathna onto 40. 74 for 3. De Silva just struggling to get going. Singh goes in, bowls to him. He cuts it away through the offside. He'll pick up a couple there, maybe even more. He's chasing back from backward point. Bethel gets there, and I beg your pardon, Foreman gets there, puts in the slide, knocks it back, gets the throw away. But 3 for De Silva, his most authoritative and convincing shot of the innings in attacking terms to date. He moves on to 6, 77 for 3. Singh spins the ball from hand to hand, then goes in and bowls one of his flatter, quicker deliveries just outside off stump. Back goes Sumarathna, cuts towards backward point, but moving across to his left. Eklund makes a good stop, gets his throw away. No run can be taken. Singh to finish his 4th over, steps in and bowls down the leg side. Will be signalled wide, because although Sumarathna tried to just tickle it on its way down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it, and it bounced off Horton's pads out into the leg side. Singh has to bowl it again. Does. Again, that's leg side-ish, and this time Sumarathna does get something on it, but he can't beat the man at on the sort of 45 round the corner there. who is Dan Ibrahim, so no runs on that occasion. End of the over, 78 for 3, coming to towards the 20 over point. 19 overs have been bowled, so the run rate still 4s, which is solid enough, but 3 wickets down, innings still very much in the balance. Two batters have a word in mid-pitch. A couple of laces are fastened, but they'll be content enough for the time being, I would imagine.
Richards continuing from pavilion end to De Silva. This one works out into the offside, but again well fielded on the edge of the circle, and no run is taken. The stop on that occasion made by Daniel Ibrahim. A good chance, Richard, for a lot of these players to get experience at this level. Quite a few of them played for their counties already, and we've seen over the last few years that the England under-19s, a lot of their players have made pathway into county cricket. Richards is in. Jammed down on again, a good delivery, full on the stumps, but no run is taken.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the under-19s is they're sometimes referred to as the young lions, aren't they? But really good sign of progress and potential. It must encourage these youngsters, especially those who are sort of on the fringes of their county 11, to feel that they are still making progress.
Richards in again to De Silva. Again, played a miss outside the off stump. Richards holding a good line, seemed to improve, especially after his first 2 overs. These last 2 show much more control, examining the batsman as De Silva takes a walk away towards the square leg umpire just to compose himself. But yeah, a lot of these players have had a chance for their counties, particularly in the One Day Cup, and a few of them who aren't involved here, the likes of Rayan Ahmed, Tom Prest, who captained the side at the World Cup earlier this year, have really gone on and impressed for their counties. Richards is in this time, and he is driven, but straight to Bertie Foreman there, who makes the stop.
Just looking at some of the speculation on the stream as to where Sri Lanka will finish. 260, 270, 240. It feels like that sort of area, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think anything around 250 they would take at this moment in time. We keep saying a lot of time left, but wickets in hand, the key issue. Sumarathna and De Silva crucial to that. De Silva prepares to face again, and this time does cut away pleasantly. A really nice drive out to the boundary. Probably the loosest delivery that Richards bowled in this over, but De Silva connected with it really cleanly, and he'll pick up 4 runs.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant about it being a brave length, not being afraid to pitch it up and try and get it to swing, and that one didn't, so it was in the slot for De Silva, and he cracked it away nicely enough, but he shouldn't be too discouraged, Jamal Richards. None for 21 from 3.5, but it's bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest.
Score odd to 82 for 3 with the final ball of the over. This one shorter into the pitch, left alone by De Silva as wide of his stance outside the off stump, carries through to Horton, and no run is taken. So that boundary, the only scoring shot of the over, another 4 added as we reach the 20 over mark now with Sri Lanka 82 for 3.
Twelfth man has come on. Ross Whitfield. He's going to be feeling at short third man on the edge of the circle. Slip has come out now. McKinney has moved into shortish extra cover on the single, and mid-off has gone out to long off as Singh goes in. Bowls straight, it's forced back to him, and through his legs, in fact. He indicates that it was partly the fault of De Silva being in the way, but De Silva doesn't have to kind of move out of the way. Singh was behind him, so his fault really. Single is taken anyway. Singh is in to De Silva down the leg side, will be signalled wide. Didn't get anything on it, but not stopped again by Alex Horton behind the stumps. Horton cross with himself. Slowed it down, and as a consequence, Dan Ibrahim able to cover behind him, but still should have stopped it really. Singh is in, bowls, forward goes De Silva and just turns his wrists on it. Off the stumps, he plays it into the leg side, but he played it into the gap, knew exactly what he was doing. George Thomas had to run across from short mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, towards square leg, and the single is taken. De Silva into double figures now, quietly, on to 11. Singh is in, back goes Samaratna, steers it out into the offside. Always going to be a single in those circumstances, although diving away to his right. Joseph Eklund showed willing, but there was always, as I say, going to be one. He didn't actually get there, and coming in from the boundary, Foreman completes the fielding. One is taken. Singh is in. Stands up tall, De Silva, and plays it in defence, back off stump, back down the pitch towards Fateh Singh, the Knots left armour. Bright sunshine now at the Uptonsteel County ground as Singh is in, slightly fuller. Nicely timed defensive push by Raheem De Silva out into the covers. It goes. No run again. Singh to finish his over. Long off has come up to mid-off. He's asking for directions, and indeed he was moving as Singh ran in then, and De Silva therefore stepped back, rightly so. Some confusion in his mind about whether he should be on the edge in the circle or not. De Silva down the wicket this time, drives past the diving mid-off, makes his point in some style out towards long off. It runs and across the ropes for four. Danced down the wicket, used his feet nicely, drove firmly mid-off on the edge of the circle, dived across to his right. He'd have been better staying at long off because that's where the ball went, across the ropes. Nice shot from Raveen De Silva. He moves on to 15 off 25, beginning to play with some authority now, and Sri Lanka, after 21 overs, 8 off it, are 90 for 3.
Good shot by De Silva there, just making the most of the field change. The man came up from long off, as Richard said, into the circle, beating his dive. And the continuation of this bowling partnership, we'll see Richards continue in tandem with Singh. He's bowling from the pavilion end again for his 5th over. First ball on the pads, clipped away. And a single is taken. They'll think about 2, but wisely they turn it down as the throw comes in. Oh, and there's a misfield from the keeper, Horton. And again, they turn down the opportunity of a second. Sharp work out there to prevent the second, or the throw slightly erratic, just beating Horton. And as it is, just one more to the total. Second ball for Richards into De Silva. This time has a little bit of a think about it, draws the bat inside the line though. De Silva doesn't play at it.
Ooh. I think you're being generous there. I think he had a little feel for that
It
one.
looked like he was tempted for it and just restrained himself. But as it is a dot ball.
I think Richards might beg to differ on that one.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt to Silva on this occasion. Third ball for Richards. This time shorter down the leg side, and that will be a wide. Encouragement from the Sri Lankan contingent down below for these two. Have progressed the score now with a partnership of 42. Richards is in, and defended this time by De Silva. But definitely a lot of a brighter picture now at the Uptonsteel County Ground after that rain delay. Dark clouds overhead beforehand. You now see blue skies and the sun shining. Richards in again to De Silva, again short, and again has a little bit of a feel for it outside of off stump. But no connection made. Good over from Richards, barring that wide. Again testing De Silva with that probing line outside the off stump. De Silva remains on 15. Prepares to face the next ball, again short, and again this one climbs on a really good delivery from Richards, gets a bit of kiss off the surface, it races through. Another feel for it for De Silva, but straight through to Horton.
He may have dropped his hands on that one, in fairness, but it's I really like Richards, the way he mixes up his lengths and probing for weaknesses. A lot about him, this boy.
As you say, he has been brave with his lines and his length. No reward for him so far. He has one ball left in this over. To De Silva, again short. And they think about a single, they scamper it through.
If it hits, he's gone, and he missed.
Well, just trying to work out who the effort was there. Sort of parried on the dive, leaning forward, and shy at the stumps.
It was left-handed, so it might have been Bethel again. Yeah.
He's had a few opportunities in that position, as you said. Had he hit the stumps there, he would have been gone.
Samaratne had given it up. And he wasn't far away from the stumps. He only had the one to aim at, in fairness. And unfortunately, for he and for England, he couldn't hit them. It was Bethel. Because he's going to bowl now. Picks himself up ruefully. And he's going to replace Fateh Singh at the Bennett end. Two opportunities spurned, run-out opportunities that is. Both De Silva and Samaratne have had a life in that respect. But difficult chances. So, Jacob Bethel is going to have a bowl. It's going to be the same sort of stuff. Left arm spin. Propelled slightly differently. In he goes and tosses that one down the leg side. That is very wide. Very slow as well. And although the sweep misses from De Silva, and the wicket keeper for once, Alex Horton, moves across to his left to take it. It will of course be signalled wide. Bethel jogs in and bowls flatter, straighter at least at delivery, and just turns his wrists on it. De Silva defensively on the back foot, pushes it out to Thomas. Claps his hands in encouragement to Bethel before throwing it back to him. Bethel is in down the leg side again, will be signalled wide again. So 2 of the first 3 deliveries in the over, resulting in extras for Sri Lanka and having to be bowled again. 95 for 3. Bethel bowls straighter again, middle and leg this time, just dabbed in defence by De Silva out towards mid wicket. Thomas is a big chap, rather lumbers in to field. Mid on goes back to long on now as Bethel is in, driving through mid off in the air for a few feet is De Silva, but mid off is long off at the moment, so comfortable single. 96 for 3. Ramananda Samaratne just steps back for a moment and takes guard as Bethel is in, bowls, middle and leg, goes back, slightly short of her length and turns it through the vacant mid-wicket area out towards Richards, who comes jogging into field. One taken, milking this over nicely, these two. Not taking any risks, just taking their singles, plus a couple of wides as well. Still got 2 balls to bowl therefore. Bethel is in. Good delivery, straight, and on the back foot De Silva defends. Characteristic turn of the wrists. Straight ball is dropped out into the onside. Into finishes over is Bethel. Off stump line this time, good delivery. Again, playing it off the pitch. There's no turn as such really, but decent flight from Jacob Bethel, and it's defended out into the offside by Ravine De Silva. He stays therefore on 17. 23 overs have been bowled, approaching the halfway point of the innings. 97 for 3 is the score. Another 12th man comes off. Dominic Kelly comes on. Quite sure who jogged off there. But certainly it's going to be a case of Richards continuing from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 5 overs, none for 24 for him, but as I say, he deserves better, rather.
Agreed on that front. I think the variation of his lengths and the testing deliveries to De Silva particularly deserved a reward. He's facing Sumratna this time. Oh, he has his hands on his head, just missing the pads, almost clipping leg stump.
Did, yeah, because it sort of shaped back in a little bit and must have just flicked. It would have been signalled wide, wouldn't it, if it hadn't just flicked something. But he's still finding a little bit in the air at times. A bit of wobble, bit of almost swing.
He's impressed so far, Richards. As he's in again. This time a quick single taken. We're comfortable in the end. Out to Eklund.
There's something of Archer about the way he bowls. His delivery, obviously not as quick, but it reminds me of him in the way he runs up and bowls, and in the action. There's something of him.
Prepares to come in again to De Silva. And this one, he's nicked off a length delivery. Look at the replay to check that one for De Silva. It looked like he wafted outside the off stump, a thin edge, and that is the end of De Silva and the end of the partnership on 48. De Silva makes his way off for 17, caught behind by Alex Horton. And Richards finally does get the reward for what's been a pretty probing spell, especially in these last 3 overs or so. And he has his man. Sri Lanka 98 for 4.
Right, exactly that. Reward for bravery. It was full, and he went for the drive, but there was that little bit of movement in the air. It was a little bit flat-footed. He was reaching for it a bit, De Silva. That's a big blow for Sri Lanka, and a big blow struck by England. He batted very well, partnership of 48 for the 4th wicket with Somaratna. The pressure goes back on the right-hander. In those terms, a lot depends on him now. 98 for 4 after 23 and a half. So it was a very good toss for England to have won. Sri Lanka now just have to think about getting a decent score on the board, something to bowl at. But well bowled. Richards, 1 for 25 from 5.5. Again, it was just that little bit of extra wobble in the air that he's found, and others haven't really. Colleen and Aspinwall bowl very well first up, but it was mostly seam movement. Richards with his variations, and he's pitched it up as well from time to time.
Certainly has offered something different, hasn't he, with that variation of length and that movement through the air, as you mentioned. So wicketkeeper Bandara is in. The 6th Sri Lankan batter. Just needs to hang around with Samarathne, you feel, who is going really nicely now on 45, has shown a lot of control after the early part of his innings.
If he'd been run out, as he very nearly was a couple of overs ago, the innings would be in a mess, wouldn't it?
Bandara, 31 not out in that rain-affected game on Thursday at New Road. Left-handed batsman. And 44 in the game before, so he's shown a lot of intent and in good form so far in this series. He needs to make it count on this occasion as well. He's about to face his first ball from Richards. A full ball again and driven straight back down the ground to Thomas.
Chorus of approval.
It was from the Sri Lankan contingent, showing that intent from the off. Richard turns again for his 5th delivery of this over, and they hits him on the pads. An appeal.
Must have been inside edge.
Must have been stifled in the end. Looked a good delivery again from Richards on that line, targeting the stumps, but inside edge, seemingly saving Bandara. One ball left for Richards. Just a single so far from the over and the wicket, crucially, of De Silva. Shorter delivery, chopped down, thinks about drop and run, but it's straight to Horton. There's no prospect of a single there, and that is the end of the over. 24 done, and Sri Lanka 98 for 4.
Yeah, outstanding over actually, that from Richards, because he then made, having got his dismissal, he then made Bandara play at every delivery. And he really struggled with the 2nd and 3rd of the 3. Well bowled Jamal Richards, 1 for 25 from 6 for him.
As we mentioned before, it's been a bit of the theme of the innings for the new batter to try and get themselves in. They've all seemed to struggle early on. Difficult time to come to the crease.
Bethel summons his mid-off, or someone's long off up to mid-off on the edge of the circle for Samarathne, who surely has to just play with a little bit more care until Bandara is in. May just have to change his innings a little bit, adapt to circumstance. Sign of a good batsman or batter. Bethel. Oh, it's going to be Foreman, is it? It is. He's going to bowl his off spin now. Bowls and clipped back past him. And again, he feels the batter at the non-striker's end, Bandara, was in the way there as he went down across to his right. So just the 1 over from Bethel. And McKinney has decided to try the off-spinner instead. Obviously, partly, presumably, because a left-hander has come to the crease, looking to straighten it away from Bandara. And he's going to get a chance to do that now, Bertie Foreman, because he's going to come around the wicket to Bandara, and they feel there's something in there, in the pitch. McKinney, he's gone in at slip. So perhaps he will manage to straighten 1 or 2. And he comes from the Bennett end and bowls, tosses it up, and a little bit of a reach for it by Bandara. Gets more or less to the pitch of it, pushes the delivery out into the offside. No run, changes to the field. Dan Ibrahim is being sent out to deep square as Foreman is in. Oh my goodness me, that so nearly bowls Bandari. Went back, tried to cut it, got a bottom edge. It somehow missed everything, but it seemed almost to go straight through the wicket keeper because it was so close to the off stump. Well, that is a very fortunate way in which to get off the mark for Bandara. Perhaps he can make the most of that good luck, because so very nearly, well, it would almost have been a chop on. He was taking it from very close to the line of off stump anyway, or trying to. He's been lucky. Foreman is in, bowls to him. He works it again, not entirely convincingly, through mid on out towards long on, who'd retreated out from mid on. So comfortable one. Tom Aspinwall it is out there. Bandara on to 5. Brings Samaratnap back down on strike, 46 off 62. Looks around him, sees a few changes to the field. Foreman is in and bowls a flatter, fuller delivery. Goes back and just clips it calmly off his toes out towards Richards, coming in from the square leg boundary. Takes 1. Moves on to 47, 105 for 4. That lucky boundary hit by Bandara, bringing up the 3 figures for Sri Lanka. Bandara on strike as Foreman round the wicket to him. Outside off stump, goes back and forces off the back foot through point out towards the man coming in from the point boundary, who's George Thomas. One is taken end of the Foreman over. Unlucky not to take a wicket in it as well. 8 runs conceded from it, so it doesn't look very good, but could have been very different. 106 for 4 after 25, halfway point of the innings. And with Singh coming on at this end, we're now going to see really. It's quite difficult to see from spin bowling is from the other end, the Bennett end, with the batter and the wicketkeeper between us and the ball, where there is any real turn. Might just be able to gauge that now. 106 for 4 after 25.
Singh switching ends, see if he can get any more purchase from the pavilion end here. But he's so well established, or establishing himself in the Nottinghamshire team. 12 list A games for him, and 9 wickets, as we mentioned, 2 for 7 here at Uptonsteel County Ground last month against Leicestershire.
Somewhere out there, I think, wants a drink, perhaps.
Slight delay, is he?
Gonna get one. Oh, he's getting his cap as well. Brilliant. I don't think I've seen that this season. Spin from both ends.
Cap goes on.
Helmet goes off. As you say, the Sri Lanka cap is being worn instead.
So Singh to start his 6th over. Just having a quick change around in the field. He's in now to Bandara. First delivery. Just dropped into the leg side. Any more noticeable turn, Richard?
Yeah, there was a little bit. Yeah, it's slowish, but it's there. Sort of explains England's tactics. Foreman, Bethel, Singh. They bowled well. They bowled well. Every bowler, I think, so far. Obviously, we've only had a single over from Foreman and Bethel, but there was something there for them. Singh into his 6th, none for 23. He'll be a bit disappointed with that in the circumstances. Mid-on goes back to long on, so men out straight.
Singh's in again for the second ball. Worked to leg.
Too short.
Short delivery sees a single taken. Which takes Samaratnap on to 48. 2 away from his half century.
He's definitely dialed it back a little bit, hasn't he? He's kind of had to.
Lots of wickets around him,
Yeah.
dictating that. See again to Bandara, and again just dropped into the leg side. Richards with the fielding, another single is taken. Right hand, left hand combination at the crease. Swings in again. And again another single works down to long on. Singles taken so far off the over. The first 4 deliveries as Singh looks to change the field around. Try and see who is out there that's moving. Coming into the leg side. Still a bit of debate around the field. Singh settles on it now and he's into Bandara. A really nice shot, just guided away towards third man. The chase is on, it's cut off, and for a slight misfield, won't affect them. They'll still take 2. Very delicate shot there, just dabbing it down. Third man up inside the circle, but the outfield not too quick here with all that rain. It holds up to taken. 6 so far from the over as Singh prepares for his final ball to Bandara. And it's defended this time on middle. And that is the end of the over, 112 for 4.
Yeah, nice delicate late cut. Pin off 11 for Bandara. Got lucky early on. He's obviously intent on being positive. Foreman will continue with his off-spin from the Bennett end. Sun behind cloud again at the Uptonsteel County Ground. A few more spectators been drifting in throughout the morning. Bethel watches as Foreman goes in and bowls fullish down the leg side. Samaratnam picks up the single he needs for his 50, or needed for his 50, raises his bat to the balcony and around the ground. He's pushed it out to Thomas on the leg side boundary. Gets congratulations from his teammate Bandara, who will be on strike, the left-hander now. So England captain McKinney goes back in at slip. I think I'm probably doing him a disservice saying he's 6'3", 6'4". He's probably nearer 6'5", 6'6". Giant young man. Round the wicket goes Bertie Foreman. Bowls onto middle and leg. Bandara just leans forward, gets to the pitch of it, defends it back up the pitch on the onside. Foreman is in. Similar sort of line and a good diving stop away to his left as it's worked slightly more forcefully by Bandara back up the pitch on the onside, and he did have to dive to get there. Foreman did do. Made sure that Bandara couldn't pick up the one he was looking for. Foreman is into him again. He's driving this time but slaps the ball down into the ground rather. Doesn't time it. Nicely flighted delivery from Foreman. Goes only as far as Richards at extra cover. And now mid-off goes back to long off as Foreman steps in and bowls. Nice straight line, and Bandara just leans forward, pushes it back down the pitch on the offside. Foreman himself fields. Good over so far from him. Just the single from it. Can he finish it off? Well, in he goes and bowls, and he can as it's pushed out into the offside. Richards scrambles across to his left, makes the stop somewhat awkwardly, but did his job. And he gets a a low 5 from Foreman running out end of the over. Just the single from it, 113 for 4 after 27. Sri Lanka, Samaratna has his 50. Came off 66 balls, incidentally. Bandara has 10 off 16.
Looks like just another 1 over spell for one of the spinners. Singh replaced by Bethel. Coming on for his second over now at the pavilion end. Really impressive for England in the World Cup, as was the spin contingent of Singh, Bethel, Rahan Ahmed and Tom Prest as well, who did a really good job for England in that World Cup earlier this year. And Bethel perhaps the most established of that squad now in the Warwickshire side, playing all 3 formats and getting 100 gig for the Welsh Fire as well. He's into Sumrathna on 50, who turns away into the leg side. 2 fielders converge on it, and they think of a second, and comfortably they'll make it as the throw comes in. So another two Sumarathna's total.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the field on that side. There's 2 there almost every time, unless, yeah, he's making a change.
As we expected, it was Aspinwall out there in front of the electronic scoreboard. He's being replaced, switching positions with Bertie Foreman.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's in. Yeah, he's gone a bit wider as well, Foreman. I don't think it was down to personnel. I think it was down to position, really.
But Bethel is in. Down the ground comes Sumrathna, hits high and for 6 as well. First real sign of intent for a few overs from Sumrathna, who comes down the ground, uses his feet well to Bethel and smashes over for 6.
Yeah, really nice pickup, wasn't it? Went a long way over the ropes as well.
First maximum of the innings for Sri Lanka takes them on to 121 for 4. The umpire inspects the ball, hands it back to Bethel. A really good shot from Sumrathna. Bethel in again. This time clipped away. That field change might bring a boundary. It doesn't in the end. It's clipped down towards long leg where they take 2. Bertie Foreman, who's moved out, come a bit wider past the electronic scoreboard, has to run round to cut the ball off. He does so. As I say, 2 more to Sumrathna's total, who's on to 60 now, 123 for 4.
10 off the first 3 balls.
Maybe Sri Lanka or Sumrathna targeting Bethel. The runs not coming too consistently. They've milking the spinners a little bit, but Richards and Singh had put the brakes on them a little bit. Bethel is in again. This time defended by Sumrathna, so the other side of his game. Solid in defence. So as we say, 10 taken from the first 4 balls now of Bethel's over. This one again, just drop and run. Comfortable single for them in the end. So intelligent cricket here from Sumrathna. Got the boundary, the big one earlier on in the over, and now just making sure. Play sensible cricket. Say with over 20 overs left. Big score could be on the cards for Sumrathna if he does indeed keep that temperament going. Final ball of the over. Bandara on strike. And again defended solidly to see out the over. So the end of the 28th, Sri Lanka 124 for 4.
And the most productive over of the innings for the batting side thus far. 11 from it. So he came back reasonably well in the end, Foreman, but plenty for England captain McKinney to think about in terms of the balance of the attack. He's going to stay with spin from both ends. Foreman 2 overs for 9, having conceded just 1 from his last over, will continue from the Bennett end. Long on, mid-wicket, square leg. Leg side boundary riders as Foreman is in. Wristily turned out through the gap at mid-wicket out towards the leg side boundary by Samaratne. He picks up a single. Moves on to 62, I beg your pardon, off 72. 125 for 4. Solitary plane drones overhead. Foreman round the wicket to the left-hander, looking to straighten one away and take the edge. Goes in and bowls, not with that sort of quick flat delivery onto the stumps that the left-hander goes back to and just turns into the gap and the leg side. Running across is Bethel from mid-wicket towards square leg. But the one is comfortably taken, Bandara onto 11. Back over the wicket, Foreman bowls, tosses that one up nicely and beats Samaratne in the flight. He charged down the wicket but ended up defending and didn't come off the middle, that's for sure. He was looking to work it. Pushed back up the pitch to Bertie Foreman, who is in again. Quick, flatter delivery. Samaratne goes back and defends. Off the stumps out into the onside. Walking in is McKinney, the skipper. Foreman in, bowls, back again goes Samaratne. Just turns it calmly through the vacant square leg. Thomas comes in to field. One is taken. 63. Then we go to Samaratne. On the back of his good score last time out as well. Foreman to finish his over is in and bowls just outside off stump, leans forward Bandara and just pushes out into the off side. End of the over. 127 for 4. 29 gone. At the moment they're probably looking to 62-70, but that will depend on keeping a couple of wickets in hand. Huge responsibility on these two, and particularly on Ramuda Samaratne. 63 off 75 for him. They have to go on and get 100 if Sri Lanka are going to get to that sort of figure, and 262-70 will be testing. It always is sort of thing, unless it's really flat, but early wickets could make it a very interesting game.
Bethel to continue from the pavilion end into Samaratne, who's chopping away. Quick single taken to McKinney. Very distinguishable figure. Very tall man, as Richard's mentioned already. Yeah, this is the 29th into the 30th over now. Usually at that stage the adage goes that you double the score from there with wickets in hand. It's very possible now that 250 we mentioned as a base target for Sri Lanka, they'll exceed that, especially if these two can carry on together. Wider from Bethel. It only steered out as far as Eklund and no run is taken. Bethel in again. Again wide of the off stump. Beats him this time. Steer out into the offside, rehearses the shot. Bandara.
A couple of nicely flighted deliveries, those two.
He'll be settling into his line length a little bit better in this over, Bethel. And again, another attempted drive. Can only find the man inside the circle again. on that occasion. It was indeed. Trying to work out, was that Bertie Foreman?
Foreman, yeah.
Game wide and dab down. Quick single taken. Comfortable one. Third man inside the circle. So 129 for 4 with one delivery to come of this Bethel over. So if we're doubling that, Richard, around 260 from this stage, we think that Sri Lanka would take that?
Yeah, I mentioned 270 an over or so ago, but it depends on somewhere out in the staying there, I think.
And he's on strike for the final delivery of this over from Bethel. As he's in, again outside and dab down again, very delicately, well fielded on the edge of the circle. Looked like it could have evaded his grasp, but one run taken to the score, and they do move on to 130 for 4 after 30 overs.
Innings continues to sort of be in the balance in terms of how testing a target Sri Lanka are able to set. England, Richards is jogging off, 12th man, or another 12th man is coming on. Foreman will continue from the Bennett end, 3 overs for 12 so far for the off spinner who jogs in and bowls. Flatter delivery that almost gets through, somewhere out in there, playing it off the pitch, off the back foot. Always a risk when it's a fullish delivery, but manages just to shovel it out into the offside rather. Foreman in, bowls down the leg side, but goes back and turns it down towards deep backward square. Takes the first one quickly somewhere out there, but no real chance as Thomas gets to the ball quickly at deep backward square of taking a second. 131 for 4. Bright sunshine at the Uptonsteel. Plenty of dark cloud around now, but it is pleasingly broken, and I think we are set reasonably fair for the rest of the day now. Just one sort of 20-minute hold-up earlier this morning. It didn't result in any overs lost. Foreman is in. Bandara stretches forward in defence, pretty much getting to the pitch of it. Closing the bat face. Pushing it out towards mid-on. Bethel comes into field. Foreman is in, down the pitch and driving, but good work by Foreman, falling across to his left in front of Samaratna to make the stop. England trying to squeeze here. Foreman is in round the wicket, tosses that one up, and it's driven by Bandara out through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off. One taken, but it is just the single. 132 for 4. Foreman back over the wicket to the right-handed Samaratna is in. Bowls, slightly flat delivery, turned around the corner directly to the man behind square, almost on the 45, not quite on the edge of the circle, but although the throw from Fateh Singh is a firm one, and he got to the ball quickly. Again, the single is comfortably taken. End of the over, 133 for 4 after 31. Samaratna has 67, Bandara 13. Partnership beginning to build. 35 it's worth now for the 5th wicket. As out comes the 12th man with the helmet, an indication that Seam is back in the game.
Aspinwall to return from the pavilion end. Bowled really well in the opening 6-over spell at the beginning of the match. 6 overs, 1 for 21, including the dismissal early on of Rajapska, caught by Jacob Bethel. Just a quick stray away from this game to the game at the Oval. It's 69 for 6 for South Africa as lunch is taken. Partnership worth 33 in that one for the South Africans Zondo and Marco Jansen at the crease. 4 wickets in the morning for Ollie Robinson. And 1 wicket here for Tom Aspinwall, the Lancashire right arm bowler, as he prepares for his 7th over of the innings to take on Samarathna. Short ball, guided away down, 1 bounce and fielded at third man. Just seemed to stop on him, a slower ball. Perhaps there he's rehearsing the shot again, Samarathna, the non-striker's end. Just tried to ramp it down. Guided short of the man down at third man, and a single is taken. .134 for 4. Aspinwall orchestrates the field again as he prepares to face Bandara. Try and see who he's moving around. Perhaps after that last delivery, he's changing a little bit of protection around that third man area, both inside and outside the circle. Fuller delivery this time, driven but well stopped, and no run is taken. Joseph Eklund with a fielding again. He hit towards the covers. Aspinwall in. Jams down on it, kicks a quick single to McKinney. Throw comes in, but he was comfortably in. Another single added to the total, 135 for 4. As Richard was mentioning, the partnership building, these two coming together at 98 for 4, when Silva was caught behind by Alex Horton off the bowling of Jamal Richards. So it's worth 37 now. And Samarathna, the mainstay, on strike. Pushes down, looks for a single, but again well fielded. At mid-off. As we keep mentioning, Samarathna crucial to this Sri Lankan score. He's on 68 at the moment. The linchpin of their innings. They'll need him to go on and make a big score. Aspinwall's in to him again. Shorter delivery. Skewed down again to third man. Another single. They look for 2. Wisely they decide against it. Aspinwall mixing up his line lengths, as Richards did so well from this end earlier on in the innings. 136 for 4, with 1 ball left to come of Aspinwall's 7th over. Round the wicket to Bandara, who's on 14. A wide delivery, makes a connection with it, but again stopped by Eklund inside the circle, and no run is taken. So end of the over, Bandara 14, Samarathna on 69, and Sri Lanka 136 for 4.
Is it going to be a double change? No, it does look as though Bertie Foreman will continue from the Bennett end with his off spin. No one for 15 from 4 overs for Foreman. Six bowlers used by England to date. Always gives the captain a little bit of extra leeway, doesn't it? If you can get 5 or 6 or 7 overs away from a 6th bowler, in goes Foreman and bowls. A late decision to go back into his stumps from Samarathna. Dabs it out into the offside, slightly wide of Eklund at cover, so comfortable single. Samarathna on to 70. Kinney comes back into slip, brings Richards in off the boundary at cover for the left-handed Bandara. As Foreman is into the left-hander, tosses it up, leans forward in forward defence, turns his wrists on that one, pushes it out to mid-wicket, where Eklund is the fielder. Foreman in again, wider, driven past him for 4 as well. Just width wasn't necessarily a problem, but the length was. It was full as well, half volley area, so he could open his shoulders and crack it away, put his full weight into the shot. And with mid-off up fairly straight, he could get it past him out to the long off boundary for 4, and did. Moves on to 18, 141 for 4. Mid-off does go back to long off now, as Foreman is in. He goes back this time. Bandara dabs it out towards backward point, who has to come in a good few yards. Fateh Singh there does so, but comfortable single taken. Good batting by Bandara. Take a single after you've got your 4. McKinney goes out to fairly conventional mid-wicket for the right-handed Somaratna. Mid-off it goes in. Comes in from long off. Foreman back over the wicket. Goes back and defends the delivery. Off middle. Out into the leg side, and rehearses a sort of push through the offside there Somaratna that he didn't play. It would have been a slight risk, but there is a gap there between extra cover and backward point. Foreman is in, he's down the wicket, on driving very pleasantly as well. Really nice shot, nice timing there. No great follow through, but a real punch and on drive through very straight mid-on for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over for Sri Lanka. Is this the acceleration that they need if they're going to get up to around about 270? At the moment, if these two stay together, they're just about on target for that. 146 for 4 after 33. Just too short of a 50 partnership for the 5th wicket, but it's beginning just to increase a little bit. They've taken the run rate up for the innings as a whole to 4.4. England need a wicket.
They do need to rate this partnership. You say 48 it's worth now. 2 really aesthetic shots, one for either batsman to find the boundary in that last over. And Aspinwall charged with that task. 2 wickets for him in each of the first 2 matches of this series, on 1 so far today. One of the 4 to fall. He's about to go round the wickets for the start to his 8th over to Bandara. Driven again, straight to Eklund, close in the circle, no run taken. Second delivery for Aspinwall. Shorter ball, ducks out the way of it. Bandara mixed up his line length well, Aspinwall, as we mentioned before with Richards. Just want a shorter one. An astute decision to get out of the way there for Bandara. Didn't opt to try and make any contact, as we saw with Samaratna, who dabbed, or ramped rather, to 3rd man in the previous over from Aspinwall. And again, he takes 1 to Thomas with a quickly run single. They've done that well today, Sri Lanka, especially Samaratna, have not taken too many, or not had too many risks punished. That one, of course, with Waniyake, who was run out, but other than that, they've run well between the wickets, put the pressure on the fielders. A few close escapes, Bethel having a shy or 2 at the stumps earlier on. 4th ball for Aspinwall. Again goes short, and again Samaratna, like Bandara early in the over, chooses to evade the ball, leans back. 147 for 4, with Summer-Rathner on 74 now. Aspinwall 7.4 overs, 1 for 25. He's in, short, gets up on his toes and guides it down to third man. And that is the 50 partnership for these two. Came together at 98 for 4 in quite a heap of trouble, but they've batted well between them, showed a good temperament. As Richard said in the last over, maybe looking now to accelerate if they are indeed to get up towards that 270 mark and put an imposing total on the board. Seen off the worst of the conditions with the new ball early on, and now with wickets in hand they'll be looking to amplify that acceleration. Final ball of Aspinwall's over. He's in and tucked away. Quick single to McKinney. They're comfortably taking it, and that is 149 for 4 at the end of the over. Sam Rathner on to 75 and Bandara 21. 16 overs remain in the innings.
Decent over though from Tom Aspinwall there. Just the 3 from it. I just have to juggle a bit with his bowlers here. McKinney, and he's going to make a change.
Is that Ibrahim coming on?
It is. So Ibrahim's going to become the 7th England bowler. Might only get a handful of overs, depends how he bowls of course, but I want a bit. He's decided seam is the way to go. Round the wicket goes Danny Ibrahim and bowls to Bandara onto middle and leg and just turns it away through the vacant square leg area. Down to Jacob Bethel, who's fielding on the leg side boundary. Comes running in Bethel, but then he backs off because he's going to have to be the offside fielder for the right-handed Samaratna. 150 up for Sri Lanka in the 35th over. Increasing expanses of blue sky above us now as over the wicket comes Ibrahim and bowls just outside off stump, waits and waits for it Samaratna, then dabs it down through the vacant gully area down towards third man, takes his single, moves on to 76. Burnley born Danny Ibrahim, but he's ended up at Sussex, for whom he's played 10 first-class games. As we've mentioned, scored 408 runs in those and picked up 5 wickets. Goes in and bowls outside off stump. Bandara's leaning forward, pushing out into the offside. Richards comes in but can't pick up the ball cleanly. Samaratna had answered Bandara's inquiry in the affirmative anyway. He was going for the run and he would have made his ground. So no runs lost as a consequence by England. There was always going to be the one. Richards, having juggled and not taken it cleanly, decides not to throw. Ibrahim is in and bowls, tucks up Samaratna slightly, indeed squares him up slightly as well. He was looking to play on the leg side, ended up seeing the ball roll out into the offside, almost off something of a leading edge. But no real movement left to the bowlers now. It's a case of containment, try and get the batsmen to get themselves out as much as anything by going for shots that might not be suitable. In goes Ibrahim and bowls. He's tucked off the pads, or attempted to be tucked off the pads by Samaratna. Don't know if he got any bat on it. No, he didn't, says umpire Pratt, raising his right hand to his right knee, or lowering his right hand to his right knee. The right knee was the raised bit. Leg by is taken, 153 for 4. Biggest partnership of the innings now. 55 with power to add as The left-handed Bandara waits as round the wicket goes. Ibrahim bowls to him. He drives straight out to mid-off. Taken at the second attempt out there on the edge of the circle. One run is taken. Bandara onto 24. 154 for 4 after 35. 100 from the last 15. 110. Has to be the minimum ambition as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. That will get them up to somewhere around 260, 270. And then the new balls will be key at that stage. 154 for 4 after 35.
Another bowling change at the pavilion end. 2 overs from Tom Aspinwall. About to be replaced again by Jamal Richards, who bowled really well from this end earlier. Got a bit of movement through the air. And impressed as well with his variations with line and with length. Got a bit of purchase off the surface. He'll be bowling to Bandara on 24. Richards in. Shorter. Although I think about a quick single. Could be a run out.
3 times they've missed. 3 times that would have been Sri Lankan batter had given up. Twice it's been Samaratnam now.
And how costly could that be, those chances? You say on both occasions with Samaratnam he had given up. Would have been gone.
Eklund with the throw. Had time to steady himself and did. And he had sort of 2.5 stumps to aim at, didn't he? But missed them.
Richards into Bandara. Again looks short, and again they think about the single. More comfortable this time. The man runs round Ibrahim, who bowled the last over. We saw him at Hove. Richard, 4 overs for him in that game and none for 21. Damage been done really at that stage for Sussex, with Carvelos taking 4. But a prospect again, as you say, featured in the Sussex side in List A cricket and in first class cricket.
Yep, no, absolutely. It was very flat at Hove.
As in comes Richards. Again, entertain a quick single, this time rightly sent back. Bandara. Samaratnam, who was on strike, debated it.
And even now Richards is just getting a little shape in the air. Because he's bowling really full. We looked for the Yorker on that occasion. It's a slightly risky strategy, but he's got the pace to get away with it as well, to a certain extent.
Not to put the curse on him, but he hasn't really been punished for it too often. That brave full length. He's in again to Samaratnam. This one down the leg side. And he gets a nick on it, helps it on his way. And Richards does get his reward. And a key wicket for England. Samaratnam, who batted so well. 80 on Thursday, backed it up with a 76 today. Looks set for 100. But he's nicked one down the leg side to Horton. Richards with the wicket. And England have that key breakthrough, ending a partnership of 57. Samaratnam goes for 76, with Sri Lanka 155 for 5.
Yeah, no, there'll be those that say that that's a slightly fortunate wicket for Richards. But it was pace and bounce. Again, yes, it was misdirected. But bowler of lesser pace, Samaratnam would have got a lot more on it and tickled it away down to fine leg or long leg for 4. But just that extra bit of pace and a little bit of wobble. And yes, he was very unlucky, Samaratnam, but he'd ridden his luck to a certain extent. Definitely with the 2 run-outs, and could easily have gone to either of those. So, as I say, Richards, for me so far, has been the pick really, and he's getting his rewards now. 2 for 26 from 6.4.
Kumara, the next man in for Sri Lanka. Looking back to the previous games, he was there on Thursday. Only faced 1 delivery, 1 not out. Coming in at a time where his side really need him to stick around and stick with Bandara, who was anchoring the innings well with Samaratnam, but 25 to Bandara. The onus very much now on him to go on and make that big score. Still a lot of time left in the innings. 14 overs after this remain, 155 on the board. We say around 250, perhaps the minimum they'd be looking at. Chances of the 270 and plus are fading. And with the sun shining now, you wouldn't expect Sri Lanka to get the same conditions as England did, as Richards is in. First ball to Kumara. Really good pace and carry again. Very impressive spell from Richards, not only in this return, but also in his opening spell as well.
What if he fancies a spell at Leicestershire? It's the sort of player they ought to approach.
But good captaincy as well from McKinney to bring him back on. Saw what he could do. A crucial time to strike. Final ball of his over to Kumara. Again short.
Pace and
Good bit
bounce
of pace,
again.
yeah.
Yeah, like it. With the old ball too.
Really impressive from Richards. Just the one run conceded in the over and the crucial wicket of Sumarathna as well. So 155 for 5 with 14 overs to go. And Sumarathna, he'll be the one now that has to take the onus and go big in this innings if Sri Lanka are to get to a competitive total with the sun now shining. Final ball of Richards' 8th over into Kumara over the wicket. Short ball. Squares him up again and cut down rather inelegantly down to third man. And one more to the total. So with 12 overs to go, the score now 166 for 5.
Yeah, eight runs from the over, but not all off the middle of the bat, that's for sure. Richards raises his eyes to the heavens as he takes his cap and heads off to his fielding position. Bandara, with his sore ankle, will be on strike to Dan Ibrahim. Over number 39, sun beating down at the Uptonsteel now. Gorgeous day. If you're in the vicinity, it's very cheap to get in. Kids come in free. As round the wicket comes Ibrahim and goes through, and it did take a little inside edge. Sounded like there was a noise. I heard a little bit of a noise, but it clearly bounced over the top of the stumps, and perhaps it was a bat on pad, something like that. There's a little clicky noise. But the appeal turned down by umpire Pratt and hit something else. Or it was the sound of something else hitting something else. It wasn't the sound of leather on willow. But a good ball from Ibrahim comes in and bowls again to Kumara. Similar sort of delivery, played down into the ground. No. It's the initial call, but then he sees that the fielder, in attempting to run onto the ball, Bethel, wasn't able to take it cleanly and had overrun it. And as a consequence, one is able to be taken. He got two hands to it, Bethel, as it bounced down into the ground. And as I say, his momentum took him well past it. He wasn't able to take the ball cleanly, and rather left it behind. A single taken by Kumara moves on to 5. Bandara on strike. Ibrahim is in to him on off stump, dab down out into the offside. Immediately Kumara responds to the call, and as a consequence running on to the ball, having picked it up cleanly, McKinney decides not to throw. The one is taken. 168 for 5. Ibrahim turns, runs in, very straight, on off stump, bowls, length delivery. Stroked out into the offside by Kumara, but not timed, hit it down into the ground, and McKinney feels comfortably enough at extra cover. Docked ball. .245 is becoming the sort of consensus of opinion on the stream, as Ibrahim is in, goes through the keeper, goes through the batter, not taken by Horton behind the stumps. Let's see what the signal is. There better be one for Horton's sake. There isn't one. He has dropped a catch. Absolute dolly. Then on that basis, he indicates it had swung a little bit or dipped a little bit, but goodness me, that was a bad drop. No signal from the umpire. Kamara badly dropped on 6 by Horton behind the stumps off Ibrahim. That could make a really big difference, and he's still making his excuses out there. Horton, he's saying it just dipped a little bit. In goes Ibrahim, bowls and cut and caught just on the half volley at backward point. Good clean pickup by Bethel, but it was on the half volley. Unlucky then for Dan Ibrahim. Alex Horton, who's shedding his sweater now, will be disappointed, and rightly so, because that was a very straightforward chance behind the stumps that he didn't just shell, he just barely got a glove on it, and yet it was absolutely straight to him. Came off the bottom of his gloves and ran through down towards fine leg. End of the over, 169 for 5. Bandara 33, Kamara fortunate still to be there on 6.
Yeah, just watching the replay back there for Horton. It did seem just to dial him a little bit, but he did get 2 hands to it, moving away to his right, and one that he'd really expect to take for Horton there. So Ibrahim should have had a wicket in that over. They get away with it and move on to 169 for 5. McKinney in discussion. Looks like he's going to bring Singh back on from the pavilion end. Singh's figures so far in the innings: 6 overs, none for 28. As he limbers up, 12th man for England comes on. New headwear for Horton, who has the helmet on.
This could be interesting now. They might try and go after Singh a little bit. May need to. 11 to go.
This is the time now. 5 wickets. I think if they were 4 down, maybe they would go for it. Almost certainly 5 down. Maybe a little bit more restraint to nudge and nurdle for a few more overs, but this could be the time. England's death bowlers of late in this series still with overs to bowl, 2 each for Aspinwall and Richards. The Singh is in. Ooh, almost guided away, and in the end scamper a quick single to McKinney. Was in the air for a moment, maybe teased McKinney. He gets away with it. Another single added to the total. Kumar on to 7. Singh is in. And again, this time just tucked away for a single. They'll think about 2, but wisely again choose against it. Good fielding out there on the leg side boundary. Let's work out who it was.
It's Colleen out there.
Is it Colleen?
Mm-hmm. Mitch Colleen.
And again, there's almost a quick single thought about by Bandara at the non-striker's end, who scampers back. No risk of being run out necessarily there, but single wasn't on. Good fielding by Foreman. Singh is in, this time down the pitch, driving towards Bethel, who cuts it off. A single is taken. A sign of intent maybe, starting to use their feet coming down the wicket. We saw one big shot by Samarathna off Jacob Bethel's bowling, and maybe Bandara and Kumar thinking of that possibility now in this over. Singh's in again. Instead, content just to nudge the ball out to the leg side again. Throw comes in from Thomas, and again a single is taken. Four off the over so far, with 1 ball to come. Singh just moving field around slightly. He's in for his final ball, tossed up, jams down on it, and they won't take a single again. Singh juggling the ball slightly as he running to field it, slips over and dives on the ball in the end, but no runs taken. So 173 for 5 with 10 to come.
They'll want 8, 9, 10 and over, and if they get them, then that famous 270 is they're going to be there or thereabouts, Sri Lanka. But he's got lots of options, McKinney.
Imagine Aspinwall and Richards will bowl out with 2 each to come.
Logically, and Colleen's got plenty of overs left as well. And there's only 10 overs left to be bowled, with the spinners having gotten through as many as they have.
4 for Colleen to come, and obviously Ibrahim, who's about to continue, he's only bowled 3, so plenty of options, as you say.
It kind of feels like C might be the better ones. In comes Ibrahim and bowls just outside off stump. Bandara goes back and cuts it out towards wide third man. Plenty of work to do down there by Aspinwall. Does it well enough, and as a consequence, Bandara has to settle for a couple. He had a lot of ground to run away to his left and make up to get to the ball. Got everything behind it, slid and stopped, and wasn't able to take it on the first attempt, but did enough. Ibrahim with that arrow straight run up is in. Bowls on off stump. Grunt of effort, slightly short of a length. Bandara on the back foot plays it out into the offside. Fairly defensively, but sufficiently wide of McKinney to take 1. Does. 176 for 5. Longest run for Dan Ibrahim. It's okay, coming down the slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, runs in and bowls and slapped over mid-on, only just over mid-on, but hit it pretty cleanly nonetheless. Kumara maybe a couple of feet over the reaching but relatively diminutive mid-on, who's Bertie Foreman, and it runs away to the long-gone boundary for 4, so we can definitely say the charge, such as it is, the acceleration is on. Kamara into double figures with that chunky hit. Moves on to 12, 180 up now. Ibrahim, slightly expensive already, is in and bowling. Short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Didn't quite get all of it, but he's placed it really well. It's a long chase around the boundary. Out there for Richards. It is. One of the 12th men gets there. No, not one of the 12th men, of course, he isn't one of the 12th men. Gets there, gets his throwaway, but 3 taken. Bandara onto 30. No, just a couple. Kamara on 214, then 182 for 5. Looks around him. Turquoise blue cricket boots. Every shade of blue on his person, one way or another. Navy trousers, turquoise blue boots, and changing shades of blue on his shirt as in comes Ibrahim. Bowls to him short and wide outside off stump. He'll feel he missed out there because he got up on his toes, hit it hard down into the ground, didn't time it, and it was a comfortable stop for McKinney moving to his right in the covers, and Kamara duly punches his bat in annoyance. It was there to be carved away. If he just waited, he went at it a bit too soon. They do sometimes short balls stop in the pitches here, and that one might just have done that a little bit on him. 182 for 5. Ibrahim is in, again slightly short. He did wait for that one and carved it away behind square on the off side, but a really good diving stop away to his right by Jacob Bethel, who's fielded very impressively. Out there, saves at least 2 and maybe even 4. End of the over, 182 for 5 after 41. Ibrahim's most expensive over, 4 overs, none for 19 now for him. Bravely, not entirely sure wisely, Ben McKinney's going to continue with Fateh Singh.
Just sense now the acceleration is coming from Sri Lanka. A bit of intent from Kamara in that over, teasing almost with Bertie Foreman taking that catch at mid-off. But yes, McKinney persisting with spin. He's into Bandara. Again, clips him away into the leg side. Just a single taken. Cut off by Killeen. 183 for 5, which brings Kamara on to strike. Will he show this intent again? He is. down on one knee. Again into leg side, again to Colleen, and again single taken. It's looking clearer and clearer now that Kamara's role is to step up the run rate. Bandara's ticking along nicely, 39 from 54. And he's on strike for this delivery. Punch straight back to Singh. Not giving him too much room to work with on that occasion. Tossed up again by Singh. This time he's worked out. And they'll think of two. And there's a miscommunication between Bethel and Thomas. You'll see them take a third. A bit of sloppy cricket there from England, and Singh, with his arms crossed, stares back at them as an extra was taken there. Potentially could have cut off the second had they been quicker in. But as it was in the end, they both left it to each other, and a third was taken. Which brings Kumara on to strike. Again, down on one knee, sweeping well. Behind square, really well cut off though by Colleen on the dive. And they'll take two. Kumara on to 17 with one delivery to come. 189 for 5 now. 8.1 overs left in the innings. Run rate's 4.5. Singh's in. Final ball of his over. But no run taken. Jammed down to McKinney, who examines the ball. Wondering whether he'll turn back to Ibrahim. Now with 8 overs to go. 4 from Colleen to come. 2 from Aspinwall and 2 from Richards if he does decide to go down that route of tried and tested bowlers in this innings.
Yeah, 7 off the over. That's not too bad for Fateh Singh. 8 overs, none for 39, but
it is going to be Colleen to return.
yeah, makes sense really. 4 overs, none for 19 for Danny Ibrahim, but the last over he bowled went for a few. Colleen 6 overs, 1 for 26. Theoretically could bowl out now from the Bennett end. It made a big difference if Horton had taken that chance off Kumara when he was on just 5. Very straightforward. And of course McKinney and Colleen from the same county. Will know each other well, I'm sure. Discussions about the field, long on and long off, are both up on the edge of the circle, deep mid on and deep mid off, so you imagine he's going to be looking to pitch a little bit short, and that one is short from Colleen. Goes back, Bandara, and wristily turns it out towards deep mid wicket. Almost gets a little bit too much on it really, because scampering in from deep mid wicket. Eklund can get there in time to prevent a second. Does. 190 for 5. 7.5 overs to go. Colleen is in. Fuller this time. Kumara's waiting for it and turning it off his legs again. Out towards deep mid-wicket again. With too much pace on it to attempt a second. Eklund can get to the ball quickly, still with a white towel hanging out of the back of his trousers. Joseph Eklund, probably superfluous now. The sun has been beating down for at least an hour. In goes Colleen outside off stump, slightly short, and on the back foot Bandara bunts it out rather with a horizontal bat into the offside. Doesn't time it, and backward point can run into field before there's a single taken. So good start to the over from Colleen, just 2 singles from the first 3 balls. Mid on is now going back to long on. 34 it is heading out there, which means the man has to come in, and the man coming in is long leg up towards short fine leg. on the edge of the circle. As Colleen round the wicket is in slower ball and waited for it, played it well enough. Bandara out towards long on. Kumara's interested in the possibility of a second, but he's sent back by Bandara, so just the single. 192 for 5. Colleen staying around the wicket is in. That was drifting towards the legs of Kumara, but defends it really out towards the vacant mid-wicket area. Content to take one as Eklund runs into field. One is taken, 4 from the first 5 balls of the over. Can Colleen keep it to another single, which will be a pretty decent effort. 43rd over. Runs in and bowls. A little bit short. Bandara up on one leg, is paddle pulling it around the corner. Again, a little bit of a sort of misunderstanding between deep square and long leg as they both closed on the ball. And as a consequence, Bandara is able to pick up a couple, moves on to 46, 195 for 6. 6 from it. He would have probably just about taken that, Colleen. 195 for 6 after 43. Every chance of 260, 270 if these two stay together.
Slight juggle from Richards there in the field, which allowed the second, but a good over, as you say, from Colleen, minimising the prospects of boundaries. In our debate about whether England will go to all seam for these last 7 or 8 overs, looks to have our answer, as they won't. Singh to continue. 8 overs, none for 39 so far for him. Sri Lankan 12th man is on. The rearranging of the kit for Bandara. Discussion between McKinney and Horton. But they opt to remain, I think, with the field in place. It's already been set. As Kumara on 19 prepares to face the first ball of Singh's 9th over. And again he's sweeping. So I'm straight to the man. Short, fine leg. On the edge of the circle, he's looked to utilise the sweep shot on a few occasions now. Kumara connecting with it nicely. A few inches either side of the man, that would have been 4. This time reverses and narrowly misses Singh. Hands on his head. Look for the improvisation there. Kumara didn't connect with that one.
How did that not bowl him? Just missed off stump.
Fractions there for Singh, who's changing now to come round the wicket. This time Kumara opts for a more conventional shot and just clips out into the leg side for a single, which takes him into the 20s. And brings Bandara back on strike, and Singh again will change, this time go over the wicket. On leg side, into the leg side this time. So 2 deliveries to come. The score now 197 for 5. And after 1 delivery to Kumara round the wicket, he'll go back over. And that one is swept down. This time he just beat the man for 4. Round the wicket. I should have said there, sorry, but Kumara has looked to play that sweep shot on a few occasions This time he does connect with it and does beat the man on the edge of the circle, offering that protection, and picks up 4. So 200 up now for Sri Lanka. Bandara on 47, Kumara on 24, with 1 ball to come to Kumara. Wider. But, attempted cut, late cut from Kumara, misses out on that one, through to Horton, and so Singh ends with a dot ball. 6 taken off the over. As I say, progressing the score with 8 to come. With 6 overs to come to 201 for 5.
Yeah, given there was that boundary off it, it wasn't too bad an over in terms of runs conceded from Singh. Just got the 1 to come now, none for 45. His figures. Looks like he's going to bowl out. Will be one of the bowlers who bowls out. Not everyone will by any stretch of the imagination. Richards will, though, I would anticipate. Jamal Richards, and he's coming back on at the Bennett end. I think for the first time he's bowled from the Bennett end. He'll be running down the slope around the wicket to Bandara. 8 overs, 2 for 34 for Jamal Richards. He's looked the most dangerous, and in certain respects the most thoughtful of the England seamers. In he comes and bowls, and Bandara is working it wristily and neatly off his legs down towards deep backward square. Running in from that position is Ibrahim, in front of the Meet, M-E-E-T, as one of Leicestershire's more distinguished, or distinguishable buildings is known. For those who don't know the ground, looks like a big old railway shed with an arched, sort of corrugated roof, which I always hope is iron. In goes Richards and bowls. Attempted slog really through the leg side, doesn't connect at all. Thick inside edge, and it trickles out to short mid wicket. Richards himself follows through to field, and there's no run. It's got a light green paint on it with a big black running fox, for which I feel myself to be responsible, having suggested it be painted on to one of the previous chief executives, Wasim Khan. It should be a big red running fox, but the red didn't work. The red ran, apparently, so they painted it on in black instead. Why red paint should run and black paint shouldn't, I know not, but there you go. Richards is in, stepping back and making room and driving very successfully and nicely through the offside is Kumara. Nice shot. Just stepped back, gave himself a little bit of room to free his arms. Richards didn't adjust the direction of his bowling, and he was driven away out towards the deep extra cover boundary under the covers that are kept over there for 4. Lovely shot from Kumara, who moves on to 28, looking increasingly dangerous. Dropped badly, remember, on just 5 by keeper Alex Horton off the bowling of Dan Ibrahim. 28 has come off 32 balls, improvised nicely there. Richards taking a bit of punishment in this over. Turns, bounds in and bowls. Thick inside edge as Kumara just looks to drop that one out into the offside and run. It goes down at his feet instead. Richards continues on his way and fields. McKinney has a word with him. What's he going to do? He's going to send long leg back to the boundary from short fine, which means that long on has to come to mid on the edge of the circle. Which isn't necessarily the case, of course, but one had to come in. It's long on who comes in. Richards is in slightly short, waits for it, and a gentle paddle pull around the corner from Kumara. Sat up, but did stop a little bit. Played it really well, actually, Kumara. Paddle pull around the corner towards deep backward square, takes 1. 207 for 5. Bandara on 48 on strike. Is he going to become the second half centurion of the Sri Lanka innings? You wouldn't have said so from the way he played his first 3 balls, but has played really well since. Richards is in to him outside off stump short, dabbed down to wide third man. Is he going to take the second? He does going to take the second. Going to have to hurry. He dives. The throw hit the stumps and the appeal is made to umpire Bailey, but he had made his ground just. He had to put in the dive. Had he not done so, had he run his bat in with the throw hitting directly, he would have been run out. But he managed to get his bat into the crease, picked up the 2 he needs for his 50. His 50 came off 63 balls out of 209 for 5 off 45.
Yeah, really important innings for Bandara. His partnership now with Kamara working quite well in tandem. They're showing that intent. Picking up the rate, came together on 155 for 5. That's the partnership. To 54 now. And England are persisting with spin from the pavilion end. Singh to bowl his final over. Wicketless so far. But a chance now with Kamara in particular coming after the England bowls to pick up a wicket. As he goes in first ball, reverse again and just gets it on. As the ball races away towards the rope. Just cut off inside, but they'll quickly take it second. The throw comes into Horton.
Just bottom edged it through Horton's legs.
Got away with a couple, Kamara, but showing a proclivity for sweeping and then for reversing as well now. That improvisation. He picks up 2 to his score. On to 31. Singh's in. This time a more conventional sweep. But he gets it between 2 men and that races away for 4. Down towards the family stand. And Kamara really now showing that he's on the front foot. Gets down 6 so far from the first 2 balls. He meets mid-wicket with Bandara. Touch of the gloves. The impetus now firmly in Sri Lanka's favour. So we tick towards the death overs. 5 to go before this one started. 4.4 remain now with a score 215 for 5. McKinney in conversation with Singh and with Bethel as well about how to slow the accelerating run rates here for the visitors.
I'm just a bit surprised they've stayed with spin and Singh. Plenty of seam overs left.
Field has changed slightly. Long on, which is Bethel going out.
Sounds daft to talk about experience in the context of an under-19 game, but I suppose Singh has more than most in terms of first team cricket.
And again, another sweep, this time miscued. Could be a run out. Throw came in to the non-striker's end. Kamara made his ground. I couldn't quite see where the ball had gone for a moment.
It needed to hit from Ibrahim. It came off his pads and went off into the offside, and had that throw from Ibrahim hit, he would have been gone, but it did need to hit.
As has happened on a few occasions in this innings. Sri Lankan batters have been short of their ground, but the throw's not quite accurate enough from England. The 1 run out did eventuate at the start of the innings. Singh is in again. This time cut away. And they think about a quick single again. Throw comes in at point. .216 for 5 with 2 balls left of Singh's work. This time a swing and a miss. Down on one knee for Bandara.
That's good bowling.
Better from Singh. There's 1 ball left of his day's work with the ball. This time it's heaved away, but straight down to Bethel. Long on, they'll take a single. Bandara moves on to 51. So the end of Singh's allocation, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 52. Looked threatening at times, but goes wicketless throughout his spell. So Sri Lanka move on with 4 overs to go to 217 for 5. Kumara on 35 from 37. And Bandara now on to 51 from 66.
Drinks and I suspect also messages coming on for these two batters. Despite there being only 4 overs to go, it can crack on really. 2:34 is the cut-off time. Well, they should do that more than comfortably given the number of overs that have been bowled by the spinners. 20 minutes to go before then, 22 minutes in fact, so only 4 overs left to go before the last, well 3 overs left to go before the last one has to be started, so that is not going to be a problem for England. Dan Ibrahim is coming on to replace Jamal Richards, who's still got an over left to bowl should McKinney and England want him to bowl it, but they've decided that Ibrahim may be the better option. Round the wicket he comes and bowls outside off stump, steps back, makes room, cuts it away in some style. Bandara to the wide third man boundary for 4. It was a length delivery just outside off stump, and Bandara has shown his willingness just to make a little room for himself, did so, and as I say, with the sun having been out for a good hour and a half now, the pitch has firmed up nicely. Going to be good for England batting on it, that's for sure. They're going to need every one of these runs, or should need every one of these runs, Sri Lanka, if they're going to have a chance of restricting England. As Ibrahim is in, full and on the leg stump this time, turned out into the leg side. They're going to go for 2, and they're going to make 2 because he got just enough on it to trickle the ball to the edge of the circle. Eklund had a long way to run in from the boundary. He did run in, but these two running well now. And Bandara picks up a couple, 6 off the first 2 balls of the Ibrahim over. 2-2-3 for 5. Bandara on to 57. Ibrahim is in to him, slightly short of a length. He goes back and drops it out into the leg side, and they're going to do exactly the same thing. Take 2, because Bethnal has a lot of metres to make up to get to the ball. A good 30 or so, maybe 35, in which time the batters have been able to cross and complete 2. So a very good start to the over 8 from the first 3 balls. It's not Ibrahim, it's Colleen. They do look fairly similar. That's my excuse anyway, and I am looking directly into the sun, such as it is. Then really, the way they bowl as well, fairly chest on, both in the way that they bowl, but that is very recognisable now I see it. It is Colleen, and that is slightly short of a length, cut away by Bandara, making a little bit of room out to the fielder on the offside boundary, who's George Thomas. 1 is taken. 9 from the first 4 balls of the over. 2-2-6 for 5. Mitch Colleen turns, runs in and bowls, and it's smashed over the top of extra cover. It's running out towards the deep extra cover boundary. Mid off, has to run back, picks it up around 4 or 5 feet inside the ropes out there at deep, straightish extra cover, and would imagine, did they take 2 or 3 there? Just the 2. Kumara on to 37. 2-2-8 for 5, 11 from the first 5 balls of the over. Another good one for Sri Lanka. If they can pick up a boundary here, it will be their most productive over of the innings. Colleen is in and bowls down the leg side. Well, that's a wide and will be signalled as such. Horton underarms the ball back towards Colleen, who isn't watching, and he gets the shout and just tenses up, and the ball bounces and hits him on the back of his calf. 2-2-9 for 5. 12 from the over with the ball to go. Colleen is in and bowled him full and into the middle of the stumps as Kumara tries to drive it away straight back over Colleen's head. Colleen, no celebration whatsoever. He's still cheesed off at having conceded 12 from the first 5 balls of the over. Takes his cap from umpire Pratt and walks away to his fielding position. Kumara, who should have been dismissed on 5, ended up making a very valuable 37. But Sri Lanka are now 229 for 6 after 47.
Walks off to applause Kumara, but it's a costly drop on 5, made 32 more in a valuable partnership of 74 with Bandara. Pretty equally split between the two. Bandara 35 off 29 and Kumara 37 to him. So a valuable partnership that's got them now Sri Lanka into a pretty good position with 3 overs to go. 229 for 6. Should be looking above now 250 or so. A good retort in the end from Killeen in that over, as you say, Richard. Disappointed maybe to go for 12 off it. But you just get a very important wicket to stifle that late innings momentum. Bandara still there, of course, on 60.
Tarupati can hit a big ball. Coming in now. Marsha Tarupati. He won't be on strike.
Well, he was 6 and out in the last game. He was 6 off his first delivery and then fell to Tom Aspinwall, who is the man to return from the pavilion end, looking to repeat that feat, although he won't be facing the first ball as Bandara is on strike. He loosens himself up, Aspinwall. His figures so far today are 8 overs, 1 for 27, the most economical of the England bowlers. Got that early wicket of Rajapaksa for 8. He's returning now, presumably for his final 2 overs. The first of which we'll see Bandara on strike. First ball short, carved away, but picks out Thomas. He is on the edge of the circle at mid-on.
Yeah, it was a baseball shot, wasn't it? Clubbed.
Connected with it well, picked out the man. But Bandara's done his job well for Sri Lanka. He's stuck around a valuable 60, and it remains to be seen how close he can get them to that 250 mark as Aspinwall is in. Short ball again.
Good one.
A good short ball wafted. Tried to guide it over. Did Bandara, but couldn't get a connection on the ball.
Just taking a bit of pace off it. Pace bowlers are so good at these with these slow bounces now.
Aspinwall, I think, was used quite a lot at death for England in the World Cup earlier this year. Picked up 2 wickets in the final against India. He has 1 today. He's in to Bandara again. Another short ball, another swing and a miss.
Another slower ball as well, wasn't it?
Yep, pace off key for Aspinwall. Deceiving Bandara. Really good variations.
He could almost had time to go around again then, and he was so early on it. Good stuff from Aspinwall.
We say Richards impressive, but also Aspinwall to pick of the bowlers for England's attack so far. 4th ball for Aspinwall. Fuller this time. Driven away airily. 1 bounce out to Richards. A clean pick up and throw limits them to 1, which will bring Tharapathy onto strike. As we say, 6 and out and dismissed by Aspinwall in the last game at New Road. And 37 off 39 in the game before that, again at New Road. So clearly can hold a bat.
I think he's regarded as one of the finishers in the Sri Lanka side.
He has a chance to do that. Starting now with 2 balls left of Aspinwall's over. Again short into the pitch.
Very good over so far. That's the single from it, the first 5 balls.
Exemplary display of death bowling from Aspinwall. Mixing it up, the short balls, the slower balls. All paying dividends so far. he has one ball left of this over with Tharapathy on strike. He's in. This time clubbed away a bit tinny, but gets it over the man at mid-on, and that will be 4 to end the over McKinney. Disappointed with himself with that last delivery. A great over until then. Still a good one for Aspinwall, just 5 from it. But Sri Lanka ending it well with that boundary. 234 for 6 with 2 to come.
These 2 overs could be rather entertaining, I suspect. With these 2 at the crease, Bandara and Tharupathy. Who's going to get the honour and privilege? It's going to be Mitch Killeen. He knows he could pick up a couple more wickets, but he knows also he could disappear over the boundary. I was never that keen on bowling at the end, I must admit. Get your figures not half ruined.
That's the problem, returning. Started so well.
8 overs, 2 for 44 for Mitch Killeen at the moment. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Bandara, who is stepping across and trying to scoop the delivery from outside off stump down over the wicketkeeper or down to fine leg. Misses, and it goes through about a foot outside off stump, but between the batsman and the stumps. Dot ball. Bandara might be trying a bit too hard. I just feel if you stay in position and get a bat on it, especially with Tharupathy at the other end, he almost might be a better bet at getting the ball away. Short fine goes down to long leg. Long off comes up to mid off. In goes Killeen, and has he run him out? Yes, he has run him out. He went back, Bandara, to the short ball, thumped it back towards Killeen, who stuck out his left hand. Couldn't hold the ball, but the ball inadvertently deflected onto the stumps, and the unfortunate Tharupathy was out of his ground. So a run out to England. It sometimes felt as though it was the only way they're going to hit the stumps with their attempted run outs. That was fortuitous in the extreme. 234 for 7. The unfortunate Tharupathy goes run out. In rather curious circumstances, it can happen.
But again, an important one for England to take. We've seen his big hitting exploits in the previous games and intent from the first 2 balls.
Bandara will obviously stay on strike. Dot balls, the first 2 balls and a wicket, so it doesn't count to Killeen. But England will be delighted with the way it's happened. Bandara still can't believe it. Exchanges a rueful smile with Alex Horton as the England wicketkeeper walks back to his position. Killeen is down the slope and bowling, makes room, and this time he has clubbed it back past Killeen along the ground all the way through a very, very straight mid-on. Only just missed the stumps at the far end, and it runs out to the long on boundary for 4. Rolls up the advertising hoarding and disappears behind it. Bounces off the black sight screen, and that is 4 to Bandara. He moves on to 65, 238 for 7. 9 legitimate deliveries to come in the innings. Killeen runs in and bowls, slightly short of a length, cut off the back foot out into the offside, but straight to Bethel, who's out there on the offside boundary sweeping. Bandara takes his single, moves on to 66 to 39 for 7. Brings Gunarathnam down on strike for the first time. Coniston Gunarathnam. Coniston? Could he possibly be named after the English lake? Who knows? Who knows? Let me know if you're in Sri Lanka and know. Spelt the same way. One of everything. Round over the wicket comes Killeen and bowls looking for the Yorker. It's a low full toss to Gunarathnam, who manages to work it out towards deep mid-wicket, but with too much pace on it for an attempt at a second. He has to settle for his single. That's fine because it gets Bandara back down on strike. 240 for 7, 1 ball to come for Mitch Killeen. 2 for 50, his figures at the moment. Pretty decent. He might want to go for a boundary off his last ball though. Long leg comes up to the edge of the circle. Mid off goes back to long off. Round the wicket comes Killeen, bowls a slower ball that is clubbed back over mid on for 6. Lovely shot, and Killeen kicks at the air in annoyance. He just took some of the pace off it, but it was right in the slot as far as Bandara is concerned. He went down on one knee, clubbed it back pretty straight through the onside, and it goes over the advertising hoardings into the green seats in front of the Bennett end for 6. Second 6 of the Sri Lanka innings. Bandara moves on to 72, and Sri Lanka with 1 over to go are 246 for 7.
As with the previous over, the boundary spoiling the over slightly, 6 off it until that stage for Killeen. And Aspinwall, who went for 5 in his last over, is to finish things off from the pavilion end. Sri Lanka now should be getting over that 250 mark and looking towards 260. It is going to have to be Gunarathnam on strike to face his second delivery. His first from Aspinwall, who's in. Full delivery, a swing and a miss. And well,
yeah,
not a miss as it plays. A swing and a connection.
I think the appeal, I think it was muted because it was so obvious really, and Coniston Gunarathnam was going to wait for seeing the umpire didn't raise his finger because presumably I think he thought he was going to walk off.
Deceived me, I thought
went back.
He hadn't made a connection, but indeed he had.
Yeah, big
so
one.
Gunarathnam goes for a single, 246 for 8, and another strike for Aspinwall, who continues his theme of 2 wickets in each match of the series so far, and of course could add to that with 5 legitimate deliveries left. 8 down now. Bandara still there on 72.
Got to get him on strike.
That will be the key for Sri Lanka. The new man in is Matthew Traveen.
Traveen Matthew, yeah.
Replaces Coniston Gunarathnam. I was thinking of other athletes that could potentially be named after rivers. Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Oh, very good.
But Matthew has a look round, assesses the field. He prepares to take strike for his first delivery, and there is a late change as third man goes out to the boundary. Aspinwall is in.
Did his job there. Get a bat on it and run.
Exactly what was asked of him to get Bandara back onto strike. Quick single taken, and Bandara with 4 balls left on 72, well positioned to get Sri Lanka above 250. Do you think they would have taken that, Richard, at being 3 down early on, or have they left some out here?
We talked about it, didn't we? And you always want to be over 250. I think it's a decent score, but I think conditions are now so much more in favour of batting that everything will now depend on the new ball.
Yeah, you mentioned how key the toss was.
Yeah.
Went in England's favour as Aspinwall is into Bandara. Short ball, clubbed out to Richards, who spills out on the boundary on the offside. Made up the ground well. His reaction suggests he should have taken it. Still down on the ground. It looked like a chance.
It was a good effort, but having got there, he'd be disappointed not to have hung on. About a foot above the ground, he got 2 hands to it and just couldn't hang on as he slid.
Made up the ground well, but couldn't quite cling on. And Bandara takes 2. So 3 balls left. And false start there as Aspinwall comes in.
Bale has fallen off.
Bandara reaffixes furniture. Aspinwall had a brief discussion with McKinney. Prepares to come in then. 3 balls left. Bandara on 74 and on strike crucially for Sri Lanka. Makes room and hits away again towards Richards. going to bounce safe. The diving effort prevents the boundary, but they'll think about 3. Of course, they'll settle for 2 to keep Bandara on strike.
250 up for Sri Lanka.
251 for 8 then with 2 balls to come. Aspinwall 9.4 overs, 2 for 37 so far, looking to add a third. Could have had one earlier in this over. Richards not quite able to cling on. Penultimate ball then of the innings. Aspinwall in. Short. Throw at the stumps and hits. Underarmed by Horton. They thought about a single. They went for it. And Matthew run out. Running towards the striker's end. Good throw by Horton. Kept his composure. Underarmed it. Plenty of time. And made no mistake on that occasion. So 251 for 9 with 1 ball to come.
I suppose it was worth the risk, but I think I'd rather have had Bandara on strike for the last ball, to be quite honest.
Yep. We would agree with that. So Matthew makes his way off with a single to his name from that one delivery. Did his job in getting Bandara back on strike, but Bandara won't be facing the final ball of the innings. That will be left to the man at 11, which is Ranu
Samudita. Dulaj Samudita. As I say, apologies to Sri Lankans if we're mispronouncing names, but hopefully we're not far off.
Yet to face a ball in the 2 games. Played the first at New Road, but he will be on strike for the final ball of the innings as Aspinwall is in. Clubbed away, beats the man inside the circle. Richards will cut it off. They think of a second, they go for it, and he's given out. Scampering for the quick second. They made 1, so there'll be 252 all out from their 50 overs. They did get up to that 250 mark that we debated whether they'd settle for that early on. England having the best of it with conditions up top with a new ball, and a fight back from Sri Lanka led largely by Rumana Samaratha, who made 76, and of course Bandara, who finishes 76 not out. Helped as well by Kumara, 37 off 39 for him. A pretty good effort by the England attack, Richard.
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased in the end. As I say, conditions now so much more in favour of batting than they were at the start of the day. I think they would have liked another wicket or maybe even 2 in the power play. The ball did plenty early on, and it was very, very difficult for Sri Lanka. They stayed positive at 50 for 3. They're in a lot of bother, but some good partnerships, solid partnerships throughout the middle order have got them up to what they will feel to be a defendable score. We will find out in around about half an hour's time whether that proves to be the case. We'll be back with you for the resumption here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but just for now it's time for some lunch here in Leicester, and we'll be back with you, Jack Gabriel and myself, Richard Ray, as I say, in around about 25 minutes time. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and you're welcome back here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, the heart of England, for the resumption of this under-19 international one-day match between England and Sri Lanka, with pictures and words brought to you by the Leicestershire County Cricket Club and, of course, the England and Wales Cricket Board. Richard Ray and Jack Gabriel, your commentators on the game. The two umpires are back out in the middle, Neil Pratt and Rob Bailey. The two England batsmen are heading out, and Sri Lankan side is gathered down here in front of us on the boundary rope, arms round each other's shoulders, preparing to defend 252 they got in the end, actually, I beg your pardon. So 253 is the target for England. Conditions rather different this afternoon to those in which the unfortunate Sri Lankan openers had to start this morning, when it was grey and damp and the new balls moved around markedly for the England seamers. In those circumstances, to get the score up to 252, we think was a pretty decent effort on the part of Sri Lanka, and they will fight hard to defend it. But conditions this afternoon, although there are dark clouds around here in Leicester, are much, much better. The outfield has dried. There's no real moisture around anymore. Pitch has changed colour a little bit. It started with a sort of greenish tinge, but as is often the way here in Leicester, once it's exposed, it flattens off pretty quickly, and that has been the case this time. So England, you would have thought, will be reasonably confident of winning the game and going on to make it 3 out of 3 in the one-day international series. The first two were won on with the help of the Duckworth-Lewis method, or using the Duckworth-Lewis method. I don't think in this case that will be required. We did lose 20 minutes to rain this morning, but there hasn't been any change to the number of overs. There's been no reduction in the number of overs as a consequence. George Thomas and Jacob Bethel are the England openers. And it'll be Thomas of Glamorgan who will take a strike. George Thomas, there's a Welsh name. Speaker of the Houses of Parliament when you were probably still in nappies, Jack, if not earlier. For a long time was a Welshman called George Thomas. Very famous Speaker of the Houses of Parliament. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Richard, and a footballer as well, George Thomas, of Leicestershire born, played for Leicester City, for Coventry City. I think he's at Queen's Park Rangers now as well. So
a current footballer, is he?
Current footballer, okay. Yeah, in Sporting. Went to school close to where I did, in Wigston.
Coniston Gunarathanam is going to open the bowling for Sri Lanka from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump, sits up nicely, and Thomas cracks him away to the boundary for 4. Well, that is exactly what happened, almost, in the Sri Lanka innings. It was a short, wide ball to start with that was put away for 4. But that was even more of a gift, I think. And George Thomas fairly laced into it. Somerset born. Thomas, 86 in the first one-day international. In goes Gunarathanam and bowls a good one. Is he caught behind? There's an appeal for a catch behind. The wicket-keeper is convinced, but you have to say that Gunarathanam's appeal was a little bit belated. It was half in response, I suspect, to the wicket-keeper's appeal. It was a super delivery that went past the edge of Thomas's bat. Just did enough, but it didn't flick the edge. Great appeal, though, as in theatre.
Convincing appeal.
And that was the intention, I suppose, to try and convince umpire Pratt, who's now standing at this pavilion end, that it had tickled the outside edge. No, he said. And Rathnam is in, bowls straight to Thomas, who goes back and turns the delivery in defence out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Going to repeat our apologies to listeners in Sri Lanka and elsewhere. We literally cannot make out the numbers on the Sri Lankan shirts. You can barely make them out from a couple of feet away, frankly. So although the names, they have the names as well as the numbers, the names are in tiny letters above the numbers, and neither are legible. Gunaratnam is in, bowls outside off stump. This time Thomas lets it go through. I suspect he was sorely tempted to try and crack that one away square as well through the offside. He's quite a slow-moving man, George Thomas, isn't he? Everything about him is sort of, until he's playing his shots, it's quite sort of studied and deliberate. Gunaratnam is in, bowls to him. He's looking to work that one away from just outside off stump. It's a good delivery. He plays it well. Not a great deal of foot movement, but he plays it down, looking to steer it wide of second slip. Down to third man, second slip falls away to his right and makes the stop. But it does mean the lack of numbers, or the lack of legibility, indeed visibility of the numbers. It does mean that we will tend to identify the fielder from their fielding position, if that makes any sort of sense. Gunaratnam is in, bowls full. Thomas leans forward, strokes it out into the offside. Shape of a drive, but not the intent or power therein. Pushes it out into the covers. End of the over. Just the one scoring shot from the very first ball. A huge appeal from the second. At the end of the over, it is 4 without loss. Position did George Thomas play then for? Is he
striker?
Oh, okay.
I think he was sometimes deployed out wide as well, but he started in Leicester's academy, moved on to Coventry City, came back to Leicester, and I think now he's at Queen's Park Rangers.
Interestingly, we were talking about this at lunch. Football is the only sport which has been completely called off over this coming weekend. All other sports essentially are going ahead.
Surprising to see, sort of recreational level and professional level. There were talks about it being a game-wide approach, but only football taking that approach, to the surprise of some. So a new over from the Benetenders. Bethel jams out to a full delivery. The bowler Samaditha from this end. Jacob Bethel on strike. Had plenty of opportunities in first class cricket for Warwickshire. Also got that gig for the Welsh Fire earlier on this summer in the 100. 8 list A games to his name.
Barbados born.
And that was interesting. The first time I'd heard him speak was at the World Cup earlier this year, post-match on interview, and you could hear the
Bajan tones there.
Accent.
Great accent, the Bajan
It
accent.
is. So I'm not quite sure of his backstory at the time. He moved to Warwickshire as a 17-year-old ahead of the start of last season, and made quite the impact for them, and of course at international level for the under-19s as well. This time he's looking to drive into the onside, but picked up by mid-on. The score remains on 4. Be interesting to see what approach Bethel takes. He's known for his belligerence in one of the games against South Africa in the World Cup. He clubbed 88 off just 42, getting off to a really quick start in the partnership with George Thomas. These two remaining together after that World Cup campaign. And this time he flicks down the leg side. Another appeal stifled by both umpire and by wicketkeeper and bowler. And umpire Bailey signals a wide.
28 off just 14 balls in his last appearance.
I think that is his modus operandi, to try and score quickly from the off and make the most of the favourable conditions with the field up in the first power play. He's facing again now. This time Really good ball. Yorks in, but he managed to get something on it, squirms it out down to fine leg and gets a single, but a really good delivery. Testing and moves on to 6.
Brilliant Yorker from Dulaj Samudita, who's a left arm over, and it swung. And it was pretty well played, if messily played, by Jacob Bethel. Just got down on it in time, fell over as he did so, and it came off a combination of inside edge and foot, and it flew down to fine leg. But super Yorker, a little bit of late swing as well. I can't think of many club batsmen that wouldn't have cleaned up, that's for sure, including me.
Showing the values of getting that ball to pitch up and allowing it time to swing late. We saw a bit in the England innings. As Thomas faces and leaves alone outside off stump. Happy to be watchful on that occasion. No movement back into him. But Thomas, another one who's impressed for England, as I say, a partnership formed during that World Cup with Jacob Bethel. Somerset player. Maybe limited opportunities for him so far. Down at Taunton, just the 2 List A games in professional capacity to his name, as he faces the final ball of the over. Has a feel for it, but it's a no ball outside the off stump, and that will be...
Should be a free hit if it was I assume he was over pit, yeah.
And there is the signal. So a free hit for Thomas.
It's a good slower ball as well, it's a shame.
Has been a testing over from Samaditha.
Not unknown for a player playing his first game at this ground, coming in, a bowler particularly coming in from that end down the slope to overstep a couple of times.
Thomas prepares to face the free hit, and it's a wide.
Have to be another one. Free hit, that
Signaled. So extras just spoiling this over, which is a really good start from Samaditha. Just the one single to Bethel before, well, off the bat anyway, a wide and no ball, now a further wide.
Barrage of noise from both the field and the balcony and the spectators. There are a few Sri Lankan spectators in the ground. Good to see them.
As Thomas faces again a free hit.
Oh,
and that is
that'll
another
be a no ball.
On height this time.
Now what's going to happen? Has to be another free hit. And he gets a warning as well, presumably. He has had a warning. And it is another free hit. It's safe to say this over's been a mixed bag, hasn't it, really, one way or another?
Exactly the phrase. Started off so well.
Brilliant Yorker.
How many? We had 9 deliveries now?
Believe so. 5 legitimate.
Well, the 10th is to come. There's still a free hit for Thomas. Oh, and he gets away with one this time. Chops on down to man running round at fine leg. Gets a single to his name, but pretty eventful over in the end. A first one for Samaditha. The score moves on to 10 without loss. 6 from it.
Amazing in the circumstance, just 6 from it, really. Because there were the 3 extra deliveries. And all were free hits. Theoretically. Only one that was within reach. Inside edged, just past the stumps.
A 10 ball over going for 6 is not a bad result.
Indeed. So, when he had 3 swings. Gunaratnam continues. Then, of course, from the pavilion end, 2 slips alongside wicketkeeper Bandara as he is in and bowls full and is driven through the offside by Thomas. It was in the slot, didn't have to use too much foot movement, and he didn't, just sort of half stride out, and all he really had to do was get bat on it. It was in the slot, punched it away through the offside for 4. So as in his first over, Coniston Gunaratnam poor first ball that he's put away for 4. Puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the over. He came back well in his first over. Can he do so again in his second? 14 without loss. England. Very nearly said Leicestershire then. Goes Gunaratnam, bowls outside off stump. Nice bit of shape to the delivery that is left by George Thomas. It swings through to wicketkeeper Amtiala Bandara. Now just the one slip. His reinforces offside field as Captain Ravinder Silva. Who I think is at mid-wicket. Gunaratnam is in outside off stump, a little bit too wide, started wide, swung a little bit further just inside the blue line. Umpire Pratt lets that one go, as indeed does George Thomas. He remains on 9 off 13. Bethel 1 off 4, 14 without loss. Gunaratnam turns, runs in and bowls, driven. Oh, good stop at extra cover, because goodness me, Thomas got plenty of that one. A really good stop. Hands and foot, I suspect, might need a little bit of attention. He got that one. If it went onto the shin, that would really have hurt, but I think he got 2 good hands to it. It burst through his hands and onto his leg. The fielder there, who's getting a lot of consolatory pats on the back. He's okay. As he stretches his, and then he examines his right. It does look to be on the shin. Fortunately, he got a good 2 hands to it, because that was travelling from Thomas. Dot ball. Gunaratnam is in, bowls, and that is a call for a catch behind. Again, it was a lovely swinging full delivery. He went for the drive through the offside, didn't get anything on it as it swung past the outside edge, and certainly there wasn't the theatre of the appeal in the first over that there was in the first over. More of an enquiry, a polite enquiry of the umpire, which is, I'm sure, perfectly politely, in its turn, declined. 14 without loss remains the score. It's all happening out there. Gunaratnam is in and bowls down the leg side. That will be wide, and is so signalled, speared away down the leg side. Bandara moved to his left to take it. Some of the Sri Lankans in sort of baseball style caps, quite a few favouring the sun hat with reflective sunglasses perched atop it. It is a uniform sun hat, it's not a white sun hat, it is in the Sri Lankan colours of blue and yellow. Gunaratnam is in, bowl slightly short, pulled out to square leg by Thomas for 4. First one that's in really dropped short and dealt with very, very dismissively by George Thomas. He moves on to 13, 19 without loss after 3 overs. England needing 253 to win the game, have made a pretty solid start in that respect.
Yeah, good over until that point, barring that first delivery from Gunaratnam. Getting some good movement away, testing Thomas outside the off stump. A really good shot from Thomas, showing his power. He made his List A debut for Somerset last summer against Leicestershire. He got him out of a bit of a hole as well in a partnership, I think, with George Bartlett. Putting on 7, he made 75 individually. Was
that down there or were we up here?
That was in the game at Taunton, I think.
At Taunton, okay.
Got them from 150 odd up to 320. Louis Kimber making 85.
In defeat, as I've presumably.
A victory for Leicestershire.
Oh, did we? That's it. I ought to remember, shouldn't I?
Kimber 85, and I think Lewis Hill might have got a century.
Ah, okay. They struggled a bit in the Royal London Cup this year, didn't they, Somerset?
They did.
Young side, did they win a game? I don't think they did.
I'm not sure in the end. I'll have to have a check up on that one. As Bethel edges one down past the slips for a single. A chance just dropping short, I think there, Richard.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'll have a look at the replay, but fractionally short, just to the left of the diving second slip. He's standing fairly close.
He's a bit closer, yeah, just wide and just a bit short of his clutches.
Genuine edge. A little bit of swing.
Which brings Thomas on to strike to face Samaditha. He's in now and steered down. Open back face to third man. They'll think about a second, but wisely again opt against it. Applause from the Sri Lankan fielders. Good quick work to make up the ground and keep them just to 1, which takes Thomas on to 14. The bulk of the scoring so far, with England on 21. As I say, these two forming a good partnership for England at the World Cup earlier this year, when they would have played together half a dozen occasions. As Bethel on strike, it's down the leg side, and another wide, adding to the extras conceded by Samaditha in his first over. That's 3 wides in his first 9 legitimate deliveries. 3 of those not so. So these two dovetailing quite well together in that World Cup across January and February. 250s for them each in the 6 games en route to the final, as Bethel faces again. This time drives straight back to the bowler. Good stop. Half stop. Can't prevent the single, but did manage to get a hand to it. And they scamper through for a quick run, taking the score on to 23. Both 18-year-olds. Right hand, left hand combination. As Thomas begins to face the 4th ball of the over. And this time smashes away. A great pull, I think, all the way for 6. Out to mid-wicket. And it is indeed a 6 off Samaditha. Dropped it short. Thomas with the power. Had time to climb on into it. And a convincing pull away over the ropes for 6. He's on to 20.
Well, do not drop short to this young man on this pitch.
He's shown on a few occasions already the power he's got, especially on that length. And with the field up, no margin for error.
Especially with the new hard ball. The soft balls do sometimes just stick a bit in the pitch, but that isn't.
What will be the response this time? Wide of off stump, cut away beautifully, and that'll be 4 more for Thomas. Not the best ball again from Samaditha. Not quite finding his length. Too short before, too wide this time. Thomas freed his arms. And again, that power races to the ropes to take him on to 24.
Well, the object of these games is to give young men like Dulaj Samaditha experience, and at the same time you do want to win them, and it's food for thought for Javier Da Silva here. He might not be able to afford to give him many more overs if he's going to go at 10 and over, which he is doing at the moment.
So he started his first over so well before those extras. He comes in to conclude this one to Thomas, and this time a better delivery. Thomas has a waft outside the off stump but misses it. Annoyed with himself, rehearses the shots after, but still a productive over for England as they take
14
in the end, from it.
And in those first 4 overs we've also had 4 wides and 2 no balls, so Sri Lanka in their search for early wickets, which are absolutely key, you feel.
Yeah,
They're leaking runs badly.
The run rate shouldn't be too much of a task for England. It will be about wickets for Sri Lanka. Maybe a bit of surprise that they took the slips out, or do you think that padding the field maybe the wiser option?
Yeah, I agree. You know, if they don't take wickets, they're going to lose the game. That's for certain. So It's a balance, isn't it? But no, I agree. I think I'd have kept them in and kept my fingers crossed, essentially. Bethel will be on strike to Gunaratnam. Bowling from the pavilion end. In goes the right-hander and bowls. It swings in towards Bethel, who clips it away into the leg side. Might go all the way. It is going to go all the way. Good effort. A diving effort down there on the long leg boundary. And he got there. But although he got a good hand to the ball, he just kind of pushed it along the rope. And by the time he picked himself up again, the ball had rolled against the rope. So Bethel picks up his first boundary of the innings, and England continue to pile on the runs in this power play. 37 without loss off 4.1 overs. What can Coniston Gunaratnam do? It's Caniston actually with an A, isn't it? I beg his pardon. So it isn't the same spelling as the English lake. Turns. Tall, young right-hander, bowls. Again, nice shape back into the left-handed Bethel, who on drives pleasantly. But with that extra little bit of swing, he just had to check the shot slightly. And played it firmly, but only as far as mid-on. And there's no run. Now mid-on is wearing those turquoise boots, and I'm trying to remember which of the batters towards the end of the Sri Lanka innings was wearing turquoise boots. He's the only one, so it does make him readily identifiable. But I can't quite remember which one it was. Slips coming out, so no slips at all now, so purely defensive field. And I'm not sure that's the way to go as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. Gunaratnam is in. Bowls, it swings back in and beats the inside edge of Bethel's bat. Good over so far. But it's an odd old field, it really is. 3 sort of saving, 1 inside the circle on the leg side, 4 on the off side, wicketkeeper and bowler of course, and third man and long leg, the 2 men out. Gunaratnam is in, bowls, and it's driven for 4. Dived across to his right. That's the problem really with the field to a certain extent. You can pack one side or the other, or indeed attempt to pack both by taking out all the slips, but if you bowler over pitch and the batter hits it cleanly into a gap, it's going to go so quickly, it doesn't matter how many you've got out there. And Bethel moves into double figures on to 11 off 10, 41 without loss. Has to be about creating chances at this stage. Got Ravin De Silva's learning as well. He's he's under 19 too. It's not like a young side with an experienced skipper. De Silva's at shortish extra cover at the moment as Gunaratnam is in, bowls on off stump, a good line and length delivery, and Bethel just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Eight off the over already, so they have the runs, more than the runs that they need, England. Current run rate 8.5, rate required 4.7. They've already pulled it back down under 5s. Gunaratnam is in and bowls outside off stump, invites the drive. Bethel goes through with it, went past the outside edge. That's why you should have a slip or 2 in still at this stage. End of the over. Gunaratnam, 3 overs, none for 21. Not great, but not still as bad as his opening partner, who's gone for 20 from his first 2.
It's be interesting to see if Samaditha gets another over. I think in the first game of the series he bowled 2 overs for 16 and was then taken out of the attack and didn't return. So it remains to be seen whether De Silva will have similar patience.
No, he's making the change already.
He has made the change, so another 2 over spell to start comes to an end. 2 overs for 20, and it will be Kumara who starred with the bat for them in a really handy partnership. with Bandara. Kamara making 37 before he was bowled by Mitch Killeen. He's coming on now to introduce spin into the attack after just 4 overs. Or 5 overs, I should say.
Only 2 men allowed out, remember. First 6, they are at long, off and deep mid-wicket.
Left armer's in. Thomas plays out. Well fielded.
Painfully fielded, judging by his reaction.
Flinging his arms around, now rubs them together just to alleviate that pain. Thomas faced up again. This time, a big shot out to the leg side. The man won't cut that off, and it is 4.
Yeah, 1 bounce.
Just had to peer around to see how close the fielder was, but in the end, it was 1 bounce and 4. And Thomas showing that power again to the leg side. He moves on to 28.
Deep square goes to deep mid-wicket. Mid-wicket goes to square leg inside the circle.
This time played out more patiently by Thomas. They take a single comfortably. Bit of confusion or hurried noise around from the Sri Lankan fielders to get the ball in, but Thomas, unhurried, makes it comfortably. He's on to 29 from just 23 deliveries. Playing the aggressor. Although Bethel now up to 11 from 12. And he'll be on strike for the next delivery and facing Kamara for the first time. He's in now, left arm to the left-handed batsman.
2 there.
Looking for a second. To debate it.
Should have been.
In the end, they opt against it. It could have been a second there. So Bethel and Thomas turning the opportunity down and need to take a risk at this stage, but perhaps was a second on if they did want it and could have pushed.
I think he slipped as he turned there, Thomas. It was a big unit.
And he's facing the 5th delivery. And a chance hit on the pads. Outside the line. The peel again. A stifled one.
Great appeal from Bandara behind the stumps. 2 hands in the air, peering out from behind the bulk of Thomas. He knew it was going well down the leg side.
Final ball of the over. Thomas to face. And this time just defends out into the offside. No run taken. So 6 off Kamara's first over. England 47 without loss after 6. And well in the driver's seat at the moment. Ahead of that run rate. And with the wickets column unblemished as well.
Still 4 overs of the power play to come. Thomas and Bethel have a word in mid-pitch. Change it to the pavilion end as well. Spin from both ends already. Seamers have just
decision?
No, not really. Not too much choice really, but in a way it's a waste of the new ball. But I think back to the game between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire in Bristol earlier this season, when needing early wickets, they brought their left arm spinner on very early, and when the ball was hard, there was bounce and turn for him. Picked up 2 quick wickets, took him out of the attack, and you know sometimes a spinner can be more effective with the new white ball than the seamers, but equally they know it's only going to swing, and it has been swinging for the seamers, so they've kind of wasted an opportunity really. Anyway, it's going to be Matthew who's going to bowl. Traveen Matthew around the wicket with his right arm spin to the left-handed Jacob Bethel. Goes in. Bethel looks to drive. Does, but not really aggressively so. Strokes it back up the pitch towards Matthew. Falls to his right as he fields. Does have the slip in, looking to turn it away from the left-hander. Goes in and bowls, and it's slogged down towards long on. Reaches him on the bounce. It was a low hit. It was a bit of a slog across the line from Jacob Bethel. Got plenty of it. Bounced about 7 or 8 feet short of the man running around at long on, but if he'd got a little bit more of it, and I think he meant to, he might have given a chance down at long on. Picks up 1, moves on to 13. 48 without loss. Right-handed Thomas on strike. Men out at the moment are at long on and deep mid-wicket. Matthew is in, bowls, hurries on, no turn. Played off the back foot by Thomas, back up the pitch to the off-spinner. Who is in, straight run and bowls, and a big hit straight back over his head. No, he got the edge, and this time it is caught and the wicket has fallen. It looked to hit straight. It probably was the right shot if they were going to play those sort of shots, George Thomas, but he hit inside the line, got a faint outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. And the decision to change from seam to spin, very much justified. Sri Lanka have the breakthrough that they badly needed.
Yeah, credit to Raveen De Silva, changing away from seam early on when we saw a bit of movement for them. Goes to spin options, and the second in Matthew has paid absolute immediate dividends for them. England probably still happy with their start. Thomas has done his job and got England off to a quick start. But that's just been checked slightly by that dismissal. As Richard says, 48 for 1.
Didn't turn or anything, he just sort of hit inside the line. Maybe he was looking for it just to turn a little bit. Out to replace him comes the wicket-keeper batsman, Alex Horton. Didn't have the greatest of games behind the stumps, Horton, during the Sri Lanka innings.
Keeps that left-hand, right-hand combination going.
Played 40 20s this season for Glamorgan and made 49 in the first ODI between these sides. Look to be taking middle there, I think. Matthew, 2 balls left in the over, is in. Horton is forward, defending. Back down the pitch on the onside. Matthew fields off his own bowling, then for some reason flicks it to a fielder to do a spot of polishing on the bottom of his trousers. Never seen that before. De Silva cleaning it on his trousers, right at the bottom. In goes Matthew and bowls on off stump. Leans forward, Alex Horton, and pushes the ball out into the offside. So a successful opening over for Treveen Matthew. 1 for 1 after 1 over, and he's arrested the slide as far as Sri Lanka were concerned. If England had been sort of 70 or 75 without loss after 10 overs, it would almost have felt like game over at that stage. 48 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, you mentioned Alex Horton, 4 games for Glamorgan in the T20 this season, only faced 6 balls in them. Largely restricted to second team cricket. Did get 100 for them against Gloucestershire in a 10-wicket win in the middle of the summer. As did a former England under-19 international who represented them at the 2018 World Cup in Savin Pereira, who quite poetically was Colombo born, so Sri Lankan representation, but qualified for England. Horton paired with Bethel, who's facing strike, and clipped down too long on for a single. As Kumara continues. Bethel on to 14. And Horton yet to get off the mark, faced 2 deliveries. slight field change on the leg side. As Kamara is in, and Horton hit on the pads, a loud appeal, and given! And Horton goes without scoring. He looks back at the umpire, a convincing appeal, and again he looks back as he walks off the field. Doesn't look happy with that decision.
We'll have a look, but unless he hit it, it was pretty close, that's for sure. Thought about it a while, Rob Bailey. Well, it wasn't missing anything, so he can only have thought he got a little tickle on it, inside edge, but he was back on his stumps to a ball to which he could and I think should have got forward. And he has only himself to blame, I would suggest.
Well, quick fire double for Sri Lanka. Just what they needed to, as Richard said earlier, to arrest that slide. England were getting away from them at the start, but 2 wickets taken in the space of 4 deliveries for just 1 run added. It evens it up slightly as we reach the end of the power play, starting to get towards it. 7.2 overs gone. England's rate up around 8 before that, but these 2 dismissals, just checking that slightly as the captain Ben McKinney walks to the crease. Missed the last game where Jacob Bethel took over the captaincy. McKinney made 31 in the first game, opening the batting with George Thomas. He's coming in now in a slightly stickier situation than maybe he'd been expecting just 4 deliveries ago. The left-hander looks around, surveys the field. Kamara having a look at the field as well, whether to change. So McKinney begins to take his first delivery. And comfortably guides it down too long on for a single to bring up England's 50. Off 7.3 overs. So a further 203 required to win. Save run rate, not really the issue for England, it's about wickets in hand. Bethel follows suit with an almost identical shot, down too long on as well. Another single to his name, he's on to 15. As we say, Bethel usually has that proclivity for racing out of the traps, but he might just check that intent slightly now with 2 quick wickets falling around him. McKinney's down on that one. Solid defence. Probing over so far from Kamara, backing up Matthews beforehand, and really good decision now, as it seems, from De Silva to switch to spin. A brave decision to move away from the movement with the new ball. This one's cut away. Really good shot by McKinney. His first boundary. As it pierces the field on the offside, and that races away for 4. No one out there to cut it off. First boundary, as I say, for McKinney, and the score on to 55 for 2.
Yeah, tall man, Ben McKinney, and pretty much got to the pitch of it, drove it away through the offside. Started positively, but a success in the over for Kamara. Horton, I think the expression is palpably leg before wicket on the back foot. Again, there was no great turn, but he hurried on nicely, beaten in the flight. Jacob Bethel will be on strike to Trevine Matthew. Long on and mid-wicket, the men out, goes in and bowls. He's looking to drive straight, but again not quite at the pitch of it. Ends up playing it firmly back down the pitch to the off-spinner. Steps in and bowls, and this time it's worked through mid-on, through the vacant mid-on area by Bethel. Comfortable single taken as Long Gone walks in to meet the ball. Moves on to 16.56 for 2. Still 10 legitimate deliveries to come in the power play. Matthew looks around him, sees his long on is in position. Goes in and bowls. He's reaching forward a little bit, McKinney, but he's speared it away through the offside gap between backward point and cover. It's dragged back around about 3 yards inside the ropes, but McKinney can comfortably take 2 and does. Moves on to 7. Again, a nicely timed shot. Didn't overhit it. Got right on top of the ball and stroked it away square of the wicket on the offside. Matthew steps in and bowls and worked back towards him by Ben McKinney. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. Again, no real turn. Matthew is in, well bowled on off stump. Forward went McKinney. Forward defensive out into the offside. De Silva, again, having fielded the ball, polishes it on the bottom, well, very bottom of, almost the hem of his trousers. Matthew is in. McKinney is playing with an angle bat out into the offside on that occasion. Fielded at cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 58 for 2 after 9. England, having lost 2 wickets, first on 48, the second on 49. Sri Lanka, after their power play, their 10 overs were 32 for 2, so England already well ahead of the game on comparative terms.
Talking of England, 2 down after bowling South Africa.
What's going on down there?
Well, 118 for South Africa all out. England are now 58 for 2 after 10.5, so run rate is very much in England's favour. Rabada 5.5 overs, none for 44.
Good Lord.
Janssen has the 2 strikes, Alex Lees for 13 bowled, and Zach Crawley LBW for 5.
It's okay, you can't drop Crawley, it's not allowed, it's in his contract.
Continuing a lean spell, to put it kindly.
Yes, yeah, not half.
But Ollie Pope 26 and Joe Root 10 for England, 59 for 2 now, so trailing by 59 as well, so exactly halfway. The new over, and Bethel backs away, tries to carve out to the offside, but only picks out the man on the edge of the ring. There's a change at this end as well, actually. Kamara replaced by Rajapska, right arm. And this time Bethel does get it through. A really good shot. Backed away again, made room for himself, pierced the field.
Nice sound of ball off bat, wasn't it? It's
Yep. Could hear that from the moment it left the bat. It was racing away and just beat the fielder's dive on the edge of the circle. They try and locate the ball behind the covers, the family stand end. He's having a bit of trouble locating it, whether or not it's gone underneath the cover.
There we go.
And he has indeed retrieved it. So that score takes England on to 62 for 2. Bethel into the 20s. Rajapska in again to Bethel. This time blocks out. What a wild throw. Comes in towards the wicketkeeper. Stares back at him with a bit of disdain. England opt against what could have been a potential single. And again, Bethel makes room, and again he carves away. for 4. Really intelligent cricket by Bethel, making the room for himself, and almost a carbon copy, certainly in the execution of his shots from the earlier boundary in the over.
Yeah, Rajapaksa has dropped short twice now. He just can't afford to do it. Why he's made the change is beyond me. Whether he wants to change ends.
Well from that end.
That's what I mean.
Got the wicket.
Absolutely don't understand unless, well, I don't understand.
Sure, there's some rhyme or reason for it, but Kamara taking the wicket from this end of Horton in his previous over. Maybe the right arm to the left-handed Bethel, maybe they're thinking. This time again, blocks out. Solid defence. Will be a good test of Bethel's temperament now. He's got the runs in the over, 8 so far to his name. Doesn't need to do anything silly in this comfortable position. He faces the final ball. And again, a glorious drive. That's 4, straight down the ground. Fielders give up the pursuit. So 3 boundaries in the over for Bethel. And not the best introduction to the attack for Rajapaksa. Replacing Kamara, as we said, after that wicket, but punished with 3 4s, and that moves England on to 70 for 2 and takes Bethel on to 28.
Yeah, baffling. I mean, one assumes that De Silva would have hoped that Rajapaksa would have bowled rather better than that, but 3 beautifully hit shots, in fairness, by Jacob Bethel. And a 70 for 2 at the end of the power play, as opposed to 32 for 2. An indication both of how well England have batted during it, or well, particularly Bethel, and to some extent, I guess, George Thomas, but also of the extent to which conditions have changed, really. And plenty for Sri Lanka to think about here. Matthew, at least, is going to continue. Trevine Matthew with 1 for 4 from his first 2 overs from the pavilion end, with a little bit more cover, it being out of the power play. Long on, long off, mid-wicket and the cover boundary are his outriders. That one is straight and fullish, but just pushed back to him by McKinney. Big left-hander, tall man, waits and then drives down into the ground. De Silva scampers across from extra cover towards mid-off to field, and does. Wicketkeeper's got plenty to suggest or advise or encourage. As Matthew is in. Again, does McKinney a little bit in the flight as he leans forward and ends up pushing it firmly back down the pitch. Matthew himself fields off his own bowling, falling away to his left. Steps in and bowls. Straight and at a good length. McKinney leans forward, blocks it out to De Silva. 4 dot balls from Trevine Matthew, all good ones. Steps in and bowls down the leg side, or at least onto the leg stump. Fielder's going to have to hurry, and does. Gets his throw away, but a good dive into his ground. Had the throw hit directly. Nicely taken by the wicketkeeper. Kumara whipped off the bails, but Bethel had made his ground. Had to dive in, but he made it, I think, reasonably comfortably. Having said that, may or may not have needed to dive. He did, just to make sure. Needed the throw to hit from Rajapaksa. It didn't. He of the turquoise boots. Stumps were thoroughly demolished by Bandera. And have been rearranged with the help of Jacob Bethel's bat handle. Or replaced with the aid of the bat handle. Tapped in. We're ready to go now. Matthew bowling to the left-hander for the first time in this over, and he's driven back past him out towards long off. The England balcony like that. Bethel has calmly taken his singles. He's put away the bad balls, particularly in the last over, in style, but he's also picked up his singles as well to keep the scoreboard moving. Nonetheless, a good over, just singles from the 5th and the 6th ball. And as a consequence, England after 11 overs, 72 for 2.
Yeah, an impressive start from Matthew at this end. The only real bowler to show a degree of control. Kamara bowled well.
Yeah, he did. He got taken off for it, didn't he? It's a couple of overs. Was successful in them.
Gave England something to think about, those two, to change the course of the opening power play, which England punished the seam. 5 overs of Gunarathnam and Samaditha going for 41.
Maybe he's thinking for later in the innings, if those are his 3 spinners, then he wants to get, well, having said which, yeah, Rajapaksa is staying on.
A reorganisation of the field as he's in to Bethel, who defends the first ball of the over. As we said, 12 taken from the first over from Rajapaksa. Second ball, again looks to make room. Past the bowler, down to long off for a single, which brings McKinney back onto strike and takes Bethel into the 30s. Plenty of encouragement out there from the Sri Lankans. McKinney faces. 2 squirts away and just beats the man who's annoyed with himself. Beats the ground in frustration, got to the ball, just squirmed underneath him as they took the single. Responsible cricket so far from these two, just taking the singles and punching the bad ball. This time the field does get down to it well, prevents any chance of a single. Bethel reassesses the field. He faces the penultimate ball of the over. This time drives straight back to the bowler. Fielded well in his follow through. And 1 to come. Rajapaksa trying to get through the over quickly. Bethel resets himself and again defends this time, so better over this time from Rajapaksa. 12 off his first over, just 2 from that, so good reply from the Sri Lankan. England move on to 74 for 2.
Current run rate 6.2. Rate required 4.7.
Just a question now of discipline and keeping the runs ticking over, not taking any risks.
Yeah. Still plenty of runs to get, another 179 needed from 38 overs, but about partnerships now. Sri Lanka built some solid ones in their middle overs to recover. McKinney and Bethel beginning to do so here. Round the wicket goes Matthew. It's full on off stump and driven back past him by Ben McKinney. He jogs the single, there being no mid off, just a long off. Double figures for him, 10 off 14 for the skipper. Really is a giant of a young man. Matthew round the wicket to Jacob Bethel. Thick inside edge as he goes back and defends that one as it moves in towards leg stump. It squirts off down to short fine leg. He's actually short long leg. He's wider than fine leg, but always sounds a bit odd when you say that. Matthew is in, bowls, clipped nicely by Bethel. Waited for that one, clipped it away along the ground through mid-on down to long on. Takes his single, moves on to 31, 76 for 2. They can afford to milk the spinners for quite a while these to really not take too many risks, don't need to. Matthew is in and bowls nice and straight. McKinney equally straight, almost in response, plays it firmly, back very close to front pad, out to De Silva at extra cover. Matthew is in a little bit short on that occasion, but it skids through, and on the back foot McKinney has to dig it out. The bat looks so small in his hands. Plays it out into the covers where De Silva fields, and then decides to send his slip out to third man on the edge of the circle. Backward point isn't so very far away from him as Matthew is in. It's a length delivery on off stump. McKinney stands up tall, takes half a stride, weight on his front foot, but no big stride, and punches it firmly out to long off for the single that means he keeps the strike. Another testing over. There's no turn there really for Matthew, but bowls with a really nice flight. 1 for 9 from 4 overs for him. 77 for 2 England after 13.
Yeah, doing a good job, Matthew, penurious so far with those 4 overs. As you say, with McKinney, just 17 years old, a big lad, looks like a toothpick in his hands, the bat. A giant frame, but as Richard said, partnership's key at this stage. Sri Lanka, their middle order seems to fire for them. 36, 48, 57 and 74 for the third, fourth, fifth and sixth wicket respectively. Not much else before or thereafter. As McKinney faces again. And again milks a single down to long on. Off Rajapska, who's continuing. McKinney on to 12. Face the second ball. Bethel drives, backs the ball, a bit of a parry, but will fall safely in terms of the risk of a single. Third ball, Bethel again down to long off. Take the single. So 79 for 2. McKinney on to 12 and Bethel on 32 now. 3 balls to come in the over from Rajapska. This time looks to make room, McKinney. Fielded it backward point. Throw comes in again, slightly erratic, but won't cost any extras. As McKinney does a bit of gardening around his wicket. Just 2 from the over so far. This time drives out, looking for 2.
Oh, shocking fielding.
Shocking misfield out on the boundary. Just looking back to see whether they were coming for 2, but it's misfielded over the ropes for 4. Sloppy from Sri Lanka.
Extraordinary piece of fielding actually, because he'd actually picked it up. I don't know whether his knee jarred it out of his hands or something. Managed to sort of kick it out of his hand, knee it out of his hands and over the ropes, but doesn't help the fielding side, that sort of fielding.
We need at this stage 83 for 2. Final ball of the over. And this time better fielding, it would have hurt on the right hand there, but no single is taken, so good work in the end. And at the end of the over, it's 83 for 2 with McKinney on to 16 and Bethel 32.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased to say we're now going to be joined on commentary by, well, actually, the father of one of the England players, but better known, I suspect, to England cricket supporters as a very, very fine seam bowler for Durham for a very, very long time. Now on the coaching side of things up there in the northeast. Neil Killeen, very warm welcome back to a ground with which you're fairly familiar over the years, I would imagine.
Yeah, I've been here a few times. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. England in a fairly strong position. I would have thought you've come down to watch your lad.
Yeah, I have, yeah. Mitch has fortunately managed to find his way into this side for the ODI series, and we played just up the road at Derby last week, and we're actually here from Monday.
You are, yeah. So you've stayed on, basically.
I've basically just stayed over, yeah. Had a little 2-day break and come and watched a bit of cricket.
Would it be revealing anything to ask if Mitch is staying on as well? Or?
No, the 3 Durham lads are actually going up to Nottingham. Our second team are playing at Lady Bay for the rest of the next week.
In goes Matthew and bowls, driven through the offside by Jacob Bethel. Was in the air for a while, should pick up a couple and does. But Mitch did play for Durham first team here against Leicestershire with some success in last month.
Yeah, he did. He had a good day out here. Got a few runs with the bat and bowled nicely as well. And yeah, it's been nice. He's managed to break his way into that side. Had a good year, as of all 3 of the lads that are playing here. To be fair, they've had a fantastic year as 3 17-year-olds making their way in the game, and as well as Stan McAlinden, who unfortunately got injured in the Test match series with this group as well.
Yeah, he had a heck of a game in the List A contest between these two sides last month. Durham were in very young Durham side, as Neil said, were in all sorts of trouble at, I think, 53 for 7 at one stage, and well, Mitch and Stan McAlinden and the tail basically managed to drag them up to a score which they very, very nearly defended, and it was a very, very nervous Leicestershire side that eventually limped over the line. A 2-wicket win that took them into the quarter-finals. Matthew is in, bowls, full toss, clipped, driven really through the onside down towards long on by Jacob Bethel. Picks up a single, has to be happy with that. How much of a factor have you been, do you feel, in Mitch's development? Have you sort of helped him in the back garden as a kid and then obviously gone on from there? Or?
Ever since I can remember, Mitch has picked a ball or a bat up, and he's loved the game since day one. We grew up, our house is right next to our local cricket club, so he's had the opportunity.
Which one is that?
That's Anfield Playing Cricket Club.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I grew up at one side of the ground, and then we were fortunate enough to build a house at the other side of the ground, and Mitch grew up there. We've actually now moved back and developed my parents' house now, so it's we're at the opposite side again now. So we've had ample opportunity to play cricket all the way through, and yeah, he's moving on nicely.
So it's as much nature as nurture, really. It's in his blood, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, he's grown up with me around playing cricket and with other cricketers around him. So I think it was inevitable that at some point he'd pick a bat and a ball up.
That one is clipped by Jacob Bethel out towards long on again. These two milking the Sri Lanka spinners nicely at the moment after the loss of those 2 quick wickets for England during the power play. But they're playing sensibly, these two now, aren't they?
Yeah, they've played very nicely through this middle period. They've like you said, they've just milked the spinners and knocked it around into the gaps.
In goes Matthew Bold, looking for the drive, square, a little bit outside edgy from McKinney on that occasion along the ground, although there he was on top of the ball. He's a giant young man, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's a very imposing batsman. This is kind of a bit of a different role for him today as well, so this is great experience for him to bat in the middle order. Normally Ben comes in at the top of the order in most of our sides, and yeah, this will be great experience for him if he can see the team home in this today.
And I mean, he and Mitch among a hugely impressive and promising crop of youngsters being produced by Durham at the moment.
Yeah, we've got our academy systems working really, as it always has. I mean, John Windows does a fantastic job up there, Jeff Cook before him, and we've churned some really good cricketers out, and we're now starting to see them coming through into the senior sides and really starting to flourish.
Must be exciting for the members out there. It's been a tough couple of years, but a lot of sort of signs of light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Rajapaksa continues and is driven by Jacob Bethel out towards long off. One is taken. They're prepared to be patient, essentially, the members, or are they? There's quite a demanding crew, aren't they? One way or another.
I think, look, everybody wants success, and they want to see a strong Durham side. It's over the past few years we've had a few ups, a few downs, and I think, like you've just said, we are in a bit of a rebuilding phase, and hopefully they will be patient with us, and it's exciting to see this young crop come through, but success is not going to be immediate. It's going to take time, it's going to take a lot of nurturing, a lot of effort, and I think the staff that we've got there are prepared to put that time in, and if the fans are prepared to stay patient, I think they'll see that success again before the not too distant future.
That one is pushed through the covers by McKinney, picks up his single. And what about yourself? Have you sort of found the change, or are you enjoying sort of bringing youngsters through and sort of imparting your experience to them, advice and what have you? Enjoying that side of it? Or?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's something which I've always worked closely with in my role at Durham. I've kind of been second 11 coach, and then through into the first team as bowling coach, assistant coach, and I always try and keep my eye on what's going on underneath. I think it's part and parcel of the job to know what's coming through and to have relationships with them.
Mitch hasn't got any younger brothers, has he? Are there any more coming, or is it?
No, Mitch is the youngest. And
okay. Oh, what about older brothers?
Yeah,
thereabouts.
His older brother Johnny, who played a bit on the academy as well. He was a quick bowler as well, and but he doesn't play the game anymore. So he's but it's been great. I mean, it's in the family.
In goes Rajapaksa, driven, but again through extra cover. The strike and fielding hasn't shone too much. Difficult out there because the ball is being hit pretty hard, and they are a young side. But they could. It's something that they can work on. I don't know about you, Neil. How's your eyesight? But we haven't been able to pick out a single number out there on the back of the Sri Lankan shirts. I don't know whether it ever occurs to designers to think about that. In goes Rajapaksa, and it's driven back to him on the bounce by McKinney.
Always difficult when you see the numbers are in black on the back of the shirt, and it's
which are dark blue. So
very difficult to pick up.
So we have to a certain extent, identify fielders by their fielding position. So apologies to listeners in Sri Lanka. I keep repeating that. 95 for 2 England after 16 overs, chasing 253 to win. Conditions much improved. Gradually throughout the day. It was a good toss to win, wasn't it, Neil?
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, those rainstorms came in a little bit this morning, as they had yesterday. We were up here yesterday, and there was some tremendous thunderstorms came through yesterday. So we've done well to get a full game in really today. The credit to the ground staff, which they always do work exceptionally hard here and get the game on. They did it with us in the Royal London this year and in the T20, and I'm hopefully that they turned out a good wicket for us this week as well, which I'm just looking at here. A little bit green, a little bit of early inside info on this pitch.
Yes, yeah. They always, as you probably know through over the years, they can look quite green here, but they rarely do too much, do they? Unless
no, not at all. They're generally very good pitches here. They do kind of find that they spin a little bit here, and as they wear on. But at this time of the year, 10:30 starts, due around. It's hard to go away from your seamers, really.
It is. And Sri Lanka are going back to one of their seamers who got a little bit of tap early on, a little bit of punishment. Didn't help himself by bowling a couple of no balls and several wides. Samuditha, 2 overs, none for 20. Will hope to do better in his second spell, and he's coming in from the pavilion end. Bowls over the wicket, it's top edged. Wicketkeeper should be under it. He's having to make a lot of ground to the ball. Takes the catch. Samudita turns to the pavilion with his arms raised. I suspect his emotion is one of relief as much as elation. Went for the pull there, Jacob Bethel. It was not the greatest delivery which Samudita will ever take a wicket, but they all count, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's very unfortunate there for Jacob Bethel. He's a bit of a long hop, really, I think, and his eyes have lit up, and unfortunately he's just got a bit of a top edge, and it's gone straight up in the air. Very good catch in the end, because it does swirl around a little bit here, and he's made good ground and got underneath it.
Games like these, sort of an academy games and sort of second 11 games, are designed not just to be won, are they? But although I suppose at an international level it's a little bit different, but they are about development as well, and it's a balance for the coaches and coaches like yourself in this sort of situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You look at the England side, the Test matches they played a lot of the older players who've come through and really sort of pushed their places in that Test side, and then this side is a little bit of a younger side, and probably with an eye on the next World Cup, which I think is later on next year. So they'll start to look at a number of different players across the summer, and those guys hopefully can build a strong squad moving forward towards that.
And from a coaching point of view, I guess to some extent it's about sort of taking the pressure off the sort of the need to win, emphasising that it isn't just about that at this stage. The guys need to learn how to win games, but at the same time,
yeah, it's about taking your game forward and kind of expressing what your natural game is, and learning new ways of playing against what we're seeing here is a very different attack to what you would probably see in England. So, I mean, they bowl a lot of spin already, and that's something which you don't always get in English youth cricket. So it's learning that new skill set and then putting that into place as they move forward in their games.
Great experience, though. It's really for them in these sort of situations to play against an attack as different as this.
Yeah, fantastic. It's I mean, anywhere where these young lads can get experience of upskilling and playing against different oppositions, different types of ball and different batsmen is only going to stand them in good stead for the future when hopefully they move through the ranks.
So Samudita, who has started rather differently, comes in his second spell, comes in and bowls to Ben McKinney, who stands up tall on off stump and just deflects the ball out through the wide gully area, along the ground all the way towards third man. Takes one, moves on to 19, brings Dan Ibrahim on to strike, player with whom Leicestershire already familiar. Played a few games for Sussex. First team already. Solidly built young man. It's a good ball. Consultations going on between De Silva and his bowler as to the field. It's all about wickets for Sri Lanka, isn't it? If they're going to win this game, they're not going to restrict England, probably.
No, England have got a good start here. They played the power play really well, and I think as long as England don't lose too many wickets through this middle period, it should see them in a good place.
Samudita bowls short outside off stump. Got away with it to a certain extent. It was Ibrahim's first ball, so he let it go. Had a batsman at the other end been a little more established, I suspect that would have disappeared somewhere over the Melton Building Society stand onto the Milligan Road. He's keen and enthusiastic, a little bit wild. Samudita, who runs in and bowls outside of stump. Ibrahim does try to cut it away. The bowler does not appeal. The wicketkeeper does spectacularly, and then the bowler does. But I don't think these two umpires, they've been around long enough not to be suckered in like that.
Yeah, you've got two experienced umpires out there, and I mean there was something actually flew up just as he bowled that.
Yeah,
ball,
there was a bit of dirt or something off his mud. Yeah,
so there may have been a noise alongside that, which has just got them all excited.
Good. Paul Nixon calls it theatre, the theatre of the appeal. In goes Samudita outside off stump. Ibrahim tries to cut it away again, then leans back in disgust, having failed to connect. It was a little bit fuller on that occasion.
Yeah, Paul would certainly know about theatre over the years. It's, sometimes Paul's theatre verges on pantomime rather than theatre at times.
Can do. It can do.
No, look, he was one that certainly looked to create an atmosphere, and spent a lot of time with Nico over the years, both playing and coaching, and he certainly put some life into Leicester this year, and they've done very well.
Samudita is in, bowls down the leg side, will be signalled wide. He's now into his fourth year as head coach here, and he looks a little bit more haunted than he did when he came into the job, so to speak. His enthusiasm, though, never wanes, and his belief in his young players and the work he puts in with them.
Yeah, Leicester have got a nice crop at the moment. They've got some really good young players coming through.
Potentially coming through, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's selected some very good overseas players this year, which seem to have done very well.
Samudita is in outside off stump. Ibrahim steers it off the back foot into the gap in the covers out towards the sweeper on the offside. Takes his one to get off the mark. Yeah, Vian Mulder's done a brilliant job, especially with the white ball. Sadly, he didn't come off for him today in the test match. That said, wickets been falling at such a rate down there. I don't know what's going on at the moment.
It's crazy. I mean, they're playing a 3 days of a test match, and it looks like there might be a result within 3 days, the way things have gone today. It's England have bowled very well and bowled them out, and I think the last I looked we were 2 down.
Don't take this amiss, but you wouldn't have been around for... It wasn't still 1 or 2 3-day games going on when you started, were there, in Championship?
I just missed that, yeah.
That's what I meant. We were at Nottingham last week, and they had a former players' day there, and one of the guests was Barry Duddleston, obviously former Leicestershire and England player, briefly, but mainly known to my generation for his umpiring, of course. But he felt 3-day Championship cricket was in a way more effective than 4-day because it required so much more of the players, but in particular the captain, to sort of have an impact, to change the game, to...
Yeah, I think obviously I've experienced a lot of that within second team cricket, and it certainly does come down to the skills of a captain to manipulate the game a lot of the times into positions where you can force that win, whether you bat on or whether you pull out behind and things like that. And it can be quite exciting 3-day cricket. It's 4-day cricket just gives you the time to be able to develop those skills a lot better.
Yeah, that's the argument, isn't it? But if they want to keep 14 days, which looks like is going to happen, are you allowed to voice an opinion on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've seen a bit about sort of what's been proposed. I know what we've already got, and look, I'm not afraid of change. That is the certainty. I think it would be something which would be welcomed across the playing group, to have change and to definitely play less cricket. I think that's something which they're looking for, and how we do that is the tricky bit, and which proposal, which way we go, or do we keep it the same? Well, I'm not quite sure which way it's going to go, to be honest, and whichever way it is, all we're really trying to do is make sure that the standard of cricket that we play is at its highest level.
Kumara is in and bowls. Leaning forward is Danny Ibrahim, just defending that one up the pitch on the onside. What are your personal feelings? You think there should be a slight reduction in the amount of days of cricket that
I think the season this year has felt very cramped in what we've had. There's been a lot of you look around the country and you look at the amount of bowlers that are injured around the country at the moment, and there's been very little time. One of the things which I always think we don't get enough time with is practice. And to try and create those windows where you can practice in between games, in between competitions, will only upskill players and drive that level of performance.
In goes Kumara. It's worked through square leg by Ibrahim for his third single, 101 for 3. And yet you yourself, I seem to remember, you're bowling sort of many hundreds of overs a season, basically, without getting too many injuries.
No, I was lucky enough I had a few lower limb problems, ankles and Achilles, but nothing major, backs, things like that. But I think it's different now as to kind of how you grow up in club cricket and junior cricket. You maybe don't bowl as many overs as what you used to, and I actually think that's a good thing. These guys get the time to develop and allow their bodies to be strong enough to do that. And obviously things are flagged up more now with the way we have from a medical point of view. So injuries do happen because we've got better science, really.
Yeah. I'm forever being told that we couldn't bowl X because he'd already bowled. The figures were telling us he'd already kind of bowled a little bit too much or whatever, or more than he should have done. And sometimes they are a factor. Sciences are now a factor in deciding how many overs a bowler may bowl.
Yeah, they are. There's guidelines out there, fast bowling guidelines, and they are what they are. There are guidelines, and I think if you've got guys that are coming through the system, especially through the pathways, and are a part of county squads, and those guidelines have got to be used realistically. And if these guys have got a chance of getting 5 wickets, well, they maybe can bowl an extra couple of overs. It's not. They've got to also learn how to win games of cricket.
So Mudita 1 for 23 from 3, looks a bit better than none for 20 from 2. Runs in and bowls on off stump to Ibrahim, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. So as a coach, presumably you're having to sort of learn all about the science as well at the same time as sort of drawing on your experience and sort of technical knowledge. Yeah,
you do, and I think that's an important factor of being a coach is knowing why things do things for a reason, and if we can have an understanding of what those bowlers are going through and what their bodies are going through, then it gives us a better understanding of how we manage them. And I think one of my big mantras as a coach is know the person, know the player.
Yep.
And it may be that some of my bowlers I can allow to do more than what other bowlers can because they haven't quite developed the same way yet. It's not to say that those other bowlers won't develop quicker over the next few years. So it's kind of having that relationship and having a really strong relationship with your strength and conditioner and physio. They're two of the biggest parts of my toolbox as a coach because it's their eyes and ears that see what's going on with my players' bodies.
But I guess it isn't just sort of know the player sort of physically in those terms or his physical capabilities, but also mental. I guess I think that seems to be a big part of it. Samadita bowls on off stump. McKinney stands back, plays it really neatly, deflects it away through the vacant gully area down towards third man, and he continues to pick up his singles.
Yeah, the mental game is the biggest part of the game for me. It's something that you're starting to see become more prevalent. Obviously, we've had some very high-profile players over recent times have flagged up mental issues, and that's vitally important that we see those and that we address those and that we look after players from the mental side of the game. But we've also got to teach players how to deal with that and teach players how to manage their own feelings, how to manage their own mental well-being. And I think if we can do that, it will certainly improve them from a physical game as well.
Slip has gone in. Well, at about third slip, as Samadita goes round the wicket to Dan Ibrahim, who leans forward and defends a length delivery off stump out into the covers, and there's no run. And I guess from a personal point of view, you probably got to enjoy that side of things. It's not, from learning, as a coach, you're learning all the time as well.
Of course we are.
As we acquire knowledge about.
It's intriguing. It's a side of the game which I find sort of really intriguing and something which we're always learning about. And I think everybody's different in that. And I think the skills of a coach are that whoever you're working with, you've got to learn what best suits them and how to work with. You don't work with any one player the same. And very different.
Samadita bowls short outside off stump. Ibrahim is still finding his way to a certain extent, tries to, almost ramp it down towards the third man boundary, doesn't get anything on it as it climbs outside off stump, and Samadita has come back well in this second spell. Dulaz Samadita. We were saying that in the second ODI, just bowled a couple of overs, was taken off and didn't reappear. Well, he's reappeared here, and he's the young man has come back strong. Helped pick up a wicket with the first ball of his second spell, albeit slightly fortuitously, but that can make the difference, can't it?
Yeah, of course it can. Sometimes you just need that luck along the way, and he's certainly come back on, and he's hit the pitch hard this spell, ran in hard, and bowled some good heavy lengths, and he's got his rewards so far.
And as we say that, he goes back over the wicket, slightly over pitches to Dan Ibrahim, who steps out and executes a very nice cover drive indeed. It didn't swing, and he cracked it away through extra cover. No chance for the fielder on the offside boundary to get across in front of what is now the Geary bar and make the stop. So he concedes 4, but it wasn't for lack of trying. They didn't pick up a wicket in that over. 107 for 3 off 19 England. 146 more runs needed. 31 overs left to get them, so plenty of overs in hand. Sri Lanka do need to keep picking up wickets. Ben McKinney's moved on to 21 off 30. Dan Ibrahim, that will make him feel a bit better. Let's move on to 8 off 13. Is that the sort of best part of being a coach, seeing a young player produce a good performance for the first team or the side to which you're trying to get him into, so to speak?
Yeah, I think any sort of coach who sees the youngsters coming through into whatever the next side is up and seeing development, it's a massive plus for the coach and something which you relish. It's what you want to do. I mean, you want players to develop and you want players to push on as high as they possibly can. And seeing lads, especially seeing this group of young players that we've got now developing through our second team this year, 16, 17-year-olds, and then into first team cricket and now representative cricket, is fantastic.
And not least, it's a sign that the system and the part you're playing in it are all working and dovetailing.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like I mentioned earlier, the work that John Windows and his group of development coaches put in is fantastic. We're certainly seeing the young sides in the pathway start to come through to fruition this year, and they've played some really strong cricket. We've won a couple of tournaments, and like I said, the top end of that is really starting to flourish in senior cricket.
Yeah, you can see Durham becoming a real force at the top end of the game in the very near future with this crop of players. Kumara is in and bowls to Dan Ibrahim. He's just pushing it into the gap. Ben McKinney just has to accelerate slightly, but probably only needs about 8 strides to get to the other end. It must be 6'5", if not 6'6".
Yeah, he's a tall lad, Ben, and he's grown huge amounts over the last couple of years, but like I said earlier, he's a very imposing character at the crease.
Down the wicket he goes, driving and powerfully so. I'm not sure he quite got to the ball where he wanted to, but he adjusted cleverly and drove it away to the right of the man at extra cover instead of to the left, and picks up 1. Moves on to 23, 110 for 3. Let's make Durham think in terms of next season in particular. It's going to be very interesting to see what the makeup of the first team sort of squad is, so to speak. In goes Kamara, bowls. Ibrahim goes back, hits him very straight back up the pitch. Just misses the stumps at the bowler's end and long on. Has to hurry to get round to cut it off at almost a long stop.
Yeah, look, we've got some very strong competition at the top of the order. We've also got Alex Lees in the Test side at the moment. We've got Michael Jones and Sean Dixon at the top of the order playing at the moment as well. And David Beddingham just coming back from injury, who's been excellent for us. And it's going to be tough to break in. But lads like Ben and even Ross Whitfield, who isn't playing in this game, has had a fantastic summer this year. And for them to keep doing what they've done this year and scoring heavy amounts of runs is only going to keep pushing them forward, and hopefully they'll get their opportunity sooner rather than later.
Young Mr. Potts, is he going to be around next week?
He may be, yeah.
Possibly available?
Yeah, he could be available next week.
Oh, good.
We don't want to give too many secrets away yet, but there's a good chance.
He says from a Leicestershire point of view.
Will be available.
He's come on wonderfully. I remember him obviously over the years playing against Leicestershire, but filled out, added a little bit of extra pace as round the wicket goes. Samudita, slightly short outside off stump, stands up tall. Ibrahim guides him down to third man, takes one.
Yeah, all of those things that we've just talked around the science and medical side of the game has really stood Matthew in good stead. He's bought into all of our fitness training regimes. He's looked after. He's what I would call a consummate athlete at the moment. He really does everything to the nth degree in order to give himself the best chance on the field. And we've seen that this year. We've played on some very flat wickets up at Riverside, and he's took wickets. Yeah. And by doing that, it's put him in the shop window for England. And he's gone on to there and done exactly the same.
So Mudita is going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed McKinney, who works him inevitably off his legs out towards mid-wicket. A tumbling stop, but he doesn't take the ball cleanly as he slides the fielder across there. And McKinney can pick up a couple, and does. Moves on to 25, 114 for 3. The downside, of course, is that you probably hardly see the likes of Ben and, to a certain extent, Matty, and over the rest of the summer. So, they go off to England and that's it, really.
Yeah, look, it's tough. We talked earlier about how young our side was through that Royal London, and although it was very exciting to see all these young players playing, it's also very frustrating that we don't have our best players playing. And during this year, we've seen both Matthew, Ben, Mark Wood and Alex Lees all in an England side, which is fantastic. And that's what we're all about. We're about producing players to play for England. But it does hamper your squad. And I think that's something which, when we're planning for the future and we're trying to build squads, you've got to make sure that you've got enough players in order to accommodate these guys going up to play for England.
Something is certainly going right up in the northeast in that respect, as Samudita stays around to the right-hander, which makes more sense, and he's dropped at behind the wicket by the wicket-keeper. He went for the pull, got a sort of outside edge, it flew to the right of the wicket-keeper, got a glove to it, dived away to his right, and Jala Bandara couldn't hang on. Could make all the difference. Ibrahim picks up one. Would have been a great catch, but couldn't quite hang on.
Yeah, it certainly would have been a good catch. He was actually going the wrong way because he thought, I think he was going to pull the ball, and he then had to change his direction and full length dive. It would have been a great catch if he'd pulled it off.
Ibrahim survives, moves on to 12 as fortuitous single. Brings McKinney back down on a strike. Partnership beginning to build as in goes Samudita. Pushed by McKinney out towards mid, off the throw, misses by a couple of yards, and backup fielders both miss it, but it's going so quickly it gets to long leg before there's any chance of Ben McKinney and Dan Ibrahim turning and picking up a buzzer. I understand you brought some four-legged friends.
I did, yeah. My wife and my mum and dad have been down.
Okay.
They've been down all week. I'm not saying they're the four-legged friends, by the way, but no, they've been down all week with my 3 dogs. Yeah, so they've been in Worcester all week, and then they came up and joined me up here in Leicester. So we had a bit of fun trying to get them in the ground this morning. So apparently dogs weren't allowed on the ECB directive into the ground.
Outside off stump, driven by Dan Ibrahim out to the extra cover boundary. Good stop this time, so it'll be just 2. Normally dogs, they can come in for the championship games. Quite a few people bring them.
Yeah,
so
I checked in advance.
that.
I spoke to Claude Henderson last week and had a chat and said, is it okay if the dogs come in? And he said, yeah, no problem. But I think it's something to do with international games that they're not allowed in.
Okay.
But seeing as the crowd isn't huge today, I didn't think it would be an issue.
So they're here. They're in.
Yeah, they're at the far side of the ground there somewhere. I'm surprised you can't hear my little one. It's about dinner time, so she'll be hungry.
I better let you get back to them. But I appreciate you coming up now. Really, thank you very much indeed. It's been a really interesting insight, and we'll look forward to seeing you, on Monday, actually.
Yeah, I'll see you here on Monday. Hopefully we have a good week of cricket.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think the forecast isn't too bad after Monday. Monday's a bit iffy, but thereafter it's okay. So.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you, Neil. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of expert insight brought to us by Neil Colleen, who will be who's watching with sort of 2 heads on in this game. His protégés, but also his son as well. And any dad must be very proud in these circumstances to see their boy representing their country. 119 for 3 off 21. England, Ibrahim 14, McKinney on 27. In goes Tarupati. There's an appeal for a catch behind. He's gone. He's bowled him, actually. It's flicked the off bail. Well, wasn't quite sure what happened there. I was looking at the umpire for a decision, but it went through McKinney and took the off stump. Let's have a look at the replay on that one. Sri Lanka still in this. And they have picked up another important wicket. Yeah, lovely delivery. Oh, he's appealing for the stumping, actually. He flicked the bails off, so it was a stumping. It did look as though it had clipped the off stump at first, but the wicketkeeper didn't demolish the stumps. He just flicked off the off bail. So when he appeared, chasing away from behind the stumps, all I could see was the bail on the ground. So McKinney goes, stumped Bandara, bowled Tarupati for 27. Sri Lanka keeping themselves in this game. And Jack Gabriel's back alongside to bring a little bit of sense to proceedings.
I think I've just done a wicket walk, Richard, for Sri Lanka. Didn't quite see that one, but another blow for England, losing the skipper. Still in a good position, 119 for 4.
Lovely delivery. Just have left him a fraction. Just talking to obviously Neil Colleen there about the sort of difference in facing an attack that where the main weapons are spin in these circumstances for these young England cricketers. Just not used to that in England. It's where predominant attack against you will be seen for obvious reasons. But here they're facing a very good young spin attack, and an effective one too. Different challenge.
As you say, typical of a subcontinent side to produce a really strong spin attack, and a good challenge for the English players who probably haven't come up against that type of team too often, particularly in England, and to vary their skill set.
Eklund comes to the wicket and immediately is off the mark with a firm push through the offside from outside off stump out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Then holds up his hand to Ibrahim, says no, we'll be content with the single. Joseph Eklund. Ibrahim on strike on 14, gets a delivery from Tarupati that he goes back to, turns off his legs, should be a comfortable 2 as 3 Sri Lankan fielders converge almost at exactly the same time. 2 leap out of the way. The man running back from square picks up and throws, but always likely to be 2 in those circumstances, and was. All happening out there. Tarupati with a wicket from his very first ball. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, is in, tosses that one up, and it's driven firmly by Dan Ibrahim, who beginning to look a lot more secure and settled out there, out towards wide, long off. Good work by the field, getting to the ball quickly though. Ibrahim moves on to 17. Tarupati is in. Again, he's driven this time by Eklund. He's just struggling against the right-handers at the moment. Again, the offside sweeper gets to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Almost at the halfway point in terms of runs needed. England, but they have lost 4 key wickets. 50-50. I wouldn't like to put money on either side here.
No, I think wickets in hand, the key for England. Run rate shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Tarupati is in. There's an appeal for leg before he's gone on the back foot. Ibrahim went back, hit him quite high, thought about it for a while. Umpire Bailey raises his finger and sends, in fact, is it Umpire Pratt at that end? I'm not quite sure which is, I think it's Umpire Bailey at that far end. Raises his finger either way and sends Dan Ibrahim on his way. And I would say that not having been certain previously, or not having been sure which was the favourite side previously, 2 wickets in that over, first and last ball, I would suggest that Sri Lanka are now the favourites. 2 established batters dismissed by Tarupati. McKinney goes for 27, Ibrahim for 17.
Agreed. I think it's just swung now into Sri Lanka's favour. As we keep saying, run rate hasn't been the problem for England. They're ahead of that. But wickets in hand, crucial, and they're losing them now. Those 2 really big blows that's probably swung the momentum into Sri Lanka's favour.
For the first time sort of England behind in comparative terms because they've lost that extra wicket. They were 4 down at this stage. Sri Lanka having lost De Silva, but after 25 overs they were 106 for 4. After 21 overs, 90 for 3.
So Eklund to be joined by Richards. Impressed us with the ball?
He did, very much so. And he's very much an all-rounder, isn't he, coming in at number 7 as well. But it's a tough job he faces. I was interested to hear Neil Killeen say he thought, in his experience, it often turned here. It's not been mine over the last sort of 10 years watching games here, unless, you know, the instructions to the head groundsman Andy Ward have been to prepare a turning wicket, you know, when they've got a little bit of extra dust on it. But generally, hasn't really turned spectacularly. Maybe sometimes on the 4th day, but I don't think it's been turned necessarily. I think it's mostly flight, really. It's been super bowling. See what you make of it. De Silva's bringing himself on now. He fancies a bit of the action.
Captain going for the kill, trusting himself to Eklund. Comes in, first ball straight back to him, wristily. So typical of a side like Sri Lanka to be so strong in the spin department. De Silva's in, a bit more flight this time, and just clipped off his legs out towards square leg boundary. Just 1 run taken.
You would think it's more of a finger spinner's wicket than a leggies, but let's see what happens. That first one turned a bit, the second didn't get a chance really to turn.
He tosses it from right to left. And again, this time carved away. Should just be the single. They think of a second out on the offside, but they're restricted to 1.
It's all getting a bit frantic out there for some reason. England just have to play calmly, really. not be infected by the atmosphere that Sri Lanka are looking to create.
They're certainly generating that momentum. The noise levels ramped up in recent overs with those 2 breakthroughs. Eklund again looks to carve, and again they take on the arm, but the misfield didn't quite pick it up cleanly. It allows the single.
I was about to say, I wonder if he's got a googly, but I think we can assume he does have a googly. The leg spinner. So I'm interested to see what happens when he bowls
see when
it.
he brings that out.
Yeah.
And again.
That hurried on a bit, didn't it?
That one did skid on slightly to Richards. Manages to block it out. But a good start from De Silva from his first 5 deliveries. Just the 3 runs taken. He had a bit more protection on the offside, the backward point. This one flights up a bit more, and they do take a single again. The throw comes in, but they make their ground comfortably. So 4 from De Silva's first over. Be a pretty good introduction for the skipper.
Yeah. I'm quite surprised that he's felt the need to bring himself on at this stage, but I guess when you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, that is a good time in which to bowl. His off spinners have been doing a pretty good job for him one way or another. But he did go back to Samudita, which it worked for him. I think he got a bit lucky. Samudita's first ball of his second spell, picking up that top edge off Bethel, could have gone into the Milligan Road, that one. I think that was the intention. And that was probably the key wicket. In goes Tarupati, bowls, and Richards leans forward, prods it out into the offside. No run. Tarupati is in. Back goes Richards, hits it in the air, but times it beautifully, and it fairly whistles out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just went back and hit straight bat in the air, high to mid-wicket's left. He's now rehearsing the leap into the air, but he hit it so crisply and cleanly, it was past him before he barely moved. Ice cream van goes down Milligan Road.
That is a constant, that ice cream van. I think I hear it every day.
Bless it. Don't see it often, because I don't know why, because of the trees perhaps, but and of course there are outlets here in the ground, ice cream outlets on busy days, that is. Tarupati is in, tosses it right up, almost a full toss, hit down into the ground by Richards. It runs out slowly towards mid-on, he takes on the arm, beats it, makes his ground, moves on to 7. .133 for 5. Over halfway, well over halfway in terms of runs needed, but halfway also in terms of wickets lost. 5 top order wickets. In goes Tarupati and bowls on off stump. Eklund leans forward and just pushes it out in the offside. His nickname must be Brit, mustn't it, or is that a generational thing? I wonder if his generation have ever heard of Britt Eklund. Have you ever heard of Britt Eklund?
I haven't.
Oh, what?
Sorry to disappoint.
Oh, my goodness. In goes Tarupati, and it's turned off middle and leg by Eklund.
That might be a reflection of my intelligence more than the generation.
No, I'm prepared to believe it is generational. A very attractive very attractive actress of the 60s and 70s, appeared in James Bond films and things like that. And in goes Tarupati, off the back foot, it's cut out into the offside by Richards for 1. What was their most... Well, she married Peter Sellers. Peter Sellers, the Goons, Inspector Clouseau. I'm starting to feel about 1,000 years old here. 135 for 5 off 24.
Well, Eklund and Richards together now. Richards, the man in at 7, can hold a bat. We've seen in List A cricket for Essex what he can do. Just the 7 innings for him, but an average of 34.25. Almost striking at a run of ball as well. And he'll be crucial here in this partnership with Eklund as the captain De Silva continues from the pavilion end. Steered away, but no run. An impressive start from De Silva in his first 7 deliveries. As we keep saying, spin doing the trick for Sri Lanka. Oh, and a beautiful delivery. De Silva can't quite believe that hasn't gone on to either flick the bails or to take the edge of the bat. Deceive Richards on that occasion. It's a tough time for England at the moment. Facing a high quality young spin attack. And this time doesn't quite middle it, but back to the bowler, no run taken. So a miserly start to the over, and indeed De Silva's spell so far, with just the 4 runs yielded. This time drives, and again another good stop. He looked towards the covers. The man in close to prevent any possibility of a single. Oh, and again, penultimate ball. Testing. Bales whipped off from behind the stumps. And a really good over from the captain so far. Eklund has a slight walk down the wicket, maybe just with a quick word of comfort and advice for Richards. Just to keep his composure ahead of the final ball. Which he blocks out, so a maiden over. A really good one from De Silva, a bit of movement. Impressive, Richard, so far?
Yeah. He obviously hits a clean ball, and he hits it hard. But, well, like the other England players, this is something to which he isn't really accustomed, other than throughout this series, I suppose. Halfway point of the innings in terms of overs. 135 for 5. Sri Lanka at this stage were 106 for 4. So we say again, if England can bat through their overs, they will win the game. But can they bat through their overs? Tarupati 2 for 12 from 2 overs. Suggesting it's going to be a struggle for them. He is in and bowls, and it is edged by Eklund. As he goes for the drive, he's going to run down to third man for 4, but it went through in the air, about second slip. Went hard at it. Thick outside edge in the air. Runs down to third man for 4. Fortunate, he moves on to 9. Changes in the field. Tarupati is in, bowls Fuller this time, driven hard by Eklund along the ground all the way out towards wide third man this time. Fielder running back, puts in the slide, drags it back a couple of yards inside the ropes. Good throw by him, but Eklund picks up a couple. Moves on to 11. 141 for 5. Tarupati tosses that one up, but just a little bit too full in that Eklund can get to the pitch of the ball and drive it away through the vacant mid-off area. The long off. Takes 1, moves on to 12. 142 for 5, 111 more needed. 24 and a half overs in which to get them, England. So the rate required 4.5 as Tarupati is in, drives hard. Richards, extra cover dives over the ball. Oh, surely there was a second to be had there, but they decided to take no risk. It isn't the greatest of throws from out there, not on the extra cover boundary, but about 10 yards inside the ropes. But I think there definitely was an extra one had they pushed for it. They didn't. 143 for 5. Tarapati is in, Midland leg this time, and worked by Eklund out towards deep mid-wicket. Who comes in, picks up, and one is taken. Finish the over. Tarapati is in. Richards is driving this time. Reached for it a little bit. Square drove it. Got on top of it. As I say, was reaching for it, but got plenty of it out towards the cover point boundary. Offside fielder sweeper cleans up. One is taken. It means Richards has moved into double figures and kept the strike. He's on 10. 145 for 5 off 26. So 10 runs off the over, with that slightly fortuitous 4 off the first, and then a couple of 2s, and suddenly 10 runs.
Just an update on the Test match as well. England now 101 for 3, so trailing by 17 runs. Joe Root, the latest man to go, for 23. Ollie Pope on to 47.
How was it? Many wickets for Vian? Has he got a bowl? Had a bowl?
He has had a bowl, 2 overs for 11. No wickets so far. But he was on his first change. So Silver's in again. Untidily looking to pull. To move it onto the leg side of Richards, but he gets himself in a bit of a tangle. Yes, 2 overs done for 11 from Mulder so far. Harry Brook on to 11 on his debut. To Silver into Richards again, flighted. It's out into the leg side and over the ropes before, skips along. A good connection by Richards, probably the first loose delivery that De Silva's bowled.
Yeah, full toss.
Full toss in the end and dispatched. 4-4 by Richards. Maybe looking to give it a bit more flight to Silva, but he got it too full. And Mets on the full by Jamal Richards, who moves on to 14. In again. Fantastic delivery this time. Gets his length right and beats Richards. Plenty of encouragement from the Sri Lankan out on the field. And this one again wider, driven by Richards. The dive comes in, but he beats the man down on the offside, and that is another 4 runs to Richards' name. This one teasing the fielder, who was just on the edge of the boundary when he put in the dive, and it just beats evades his clutches, I should say, to move on to 18 now, Richard, and brings up the 150 for England. 153 for 5. 2 boundaries in the over, taking off to Silva.
Which means exactly 100 needed to win.
And again carved away this time just for a single for Richards. I was just informed a few overs ago that England had fallen behind the DLS rate required, but I think this over and the last one have helped.
Yeah, it's not going to be a factor really, is it? I don't think.
No.
Yeah, they are just ahead at the moment. It's at 153.
Eklund on strike. Chops away almost, but not convincingly. No run taken.
Just looking behind where the weather's coming from. Lots of blue sky. We're going to be fine, hopefully. We'll get the lot in. But it's a useful guide, isn't it? DLS at the end of this over 153. England are 154 for 5. So, again, the game in the balance. Could go to the very last ball.
Here's could be in for a thriller at the end here, Uptonsteel County Ground. As we keep saying, those wickets in hand crucial for England ahead of the rate. It's 4.3 required. But they are 5 down. I feel like these two have got to get them close. With less than 100 required now.
Tarupathy will continue. 2 for 12 from his first 2, but he conceded 10 runs from his third. Richards scoring at a run a ball pretty much, 19 off 20. Will be on strike when eventually Sri Lanka are happy with their field, which is taking a while to set. Tarupathy tosses that one up. It's a full toss that is clubbed away towards deep mid-wicket, but really good work out there, diving to his left by the leg side sweeper. He gets there and makes the stop. So just 2 to Richards. He'll feel it should have been 4. Clothed it slightly. Moves on to 21. 156 for 5. Barrage of noise again. Encouragement, presumably. Wide down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 of them, I'm afraid, as well. Tarupathy hit off his length, perhaps. $156 for 5. $161 for 5. I was going to say that the scoreboard must be wrong. Started at 154 the over. In goes Tarupathy. It's another full toss, and this time it is clubbed over mid-wicket for 6 against the floodlight pylon. I haven't seen that for a long time. It happens once every 5 or 6 years, and that one thudded into the floodlight pylon, which is metal, and a great big clang as it hit it, about 12, 14 feet up. There should be a nice little mark, little dent in it now. Richards wasn't going to miss out the second attempt, and that ball will surely take a a bit of examining. Umpire looks at it, Umpire Bailey, but he's happy enough with it. Made of solid stuff, these white balls. They have to be. They spend an awful lot of time being hit out of grounds these days. Tarupathy, 2 brilliant first overs, or first 2 overs were brilliant, but since then he's gone all round the place. That one is worked off his legs by Richards for a single. And he wants to shed his sweater. He's indicating to the bench that at the end of the over he'd be very grateful if somebody would come and take it from him. 168 for 5, Richards 28 off 23. Eklund has been an interested spectator of late. He gets a full delivery from Tarupathy that he looks to drive, bit of a thick inside edge into the ground on the front foot. Rolls back up the pitch. Tarupathy fields. He is in and bowls again. Eklund looking to drive, but this time he is a bit more careful in terms of power. He checks the shot to ensure that he can get it to mid-off, the vacant mid-off area, and take one. A lesson there in that power and strength isn't necessarily what is always required. Placement just as important, and he's bowled him. Oh, is he caught behind? He's caught behind. I thought it'd flick the off stump. It was a quicker, flatter delivery. Richards went back, looked just to defend it on the offside, got a faint edge. I thought it'd flick the off bail. That was the noise. In fact, it was the noise of bat flicking ball and into the gloves. And just as Richards was threatening to take the game away from Sri Lanka, he goes caught behind for 28. 169 England off 28 overs, but they are 169 for 6.
Well, crucial strike for Sri Lanka, just as we say. Richards starting to take the game away from them with 28 from 24. Left his mark on the innings and indeed on the floodlight as well. But a really crucial time. Another twist in the ebb and flow of this game. Run rate below 4 required for England now, just 3.8. Only 4 wickets remain as Tom Aspinwall walks out to join Joseph Eklund. A few twirls with the arm, a quick jog and sprint onto the field, and now walks out calmly in what could be another crucial partnership for England. 169.46, as we say, following that wicket, requiring 84 to win off 22 overs, so plenty of time, not too many to get. But that key factor is the wickets in hand column, and just 4 left now. Sri Lanka make their way into the late order. Thomas Binwall was in the last game but didn't face a delivery. But he did bat alongside Joseph Eklund, who was 48 not out. You feel if he can get something close to that in this innings, then England will have a good chance, say with 84 required. Eklund faces, another over from De Silva and defends. Out into the offside. 3.1 overs, none for 13 for De Silva. Bob well and marshalled his troops well as the skipper. This one's outside the off stump and cut away. Will dissect the 2 fielders behind square, and that one runs away down for 4. So 4 more to Eklund. Still plenty of encouragement out there. Sri Lanka are still well in this game. Silva's in again. Eklund happy to take the single this time, driving down to long off. And gets Aspinwall on strike to face his first delivery. Looking to take guard. On middle. De Silva in then for Aspinwall's first delivery, although it's a false start. But ready this time, De Silva in. Clips off his legs, they think about a quick single, they take it. It wasn't a clean pickup. And they do get the single. Aspinwall, incidentally, both games so far in this series has finished not out without facing a delivery. Partnered with Eklund, as I say, in the last game, and Jamal Richards before that. 2 England victories looking for the whitewash. Previous 2 games, both rain affected. We've had a bit of rain here today, but not to take away any overs. De Silva's in. Another appeal and another one given. Eklund taken on the pads. The umpire's finger goes up, and England are 7 down now. Eklund LBW to De Silva for 19, and in all sorts of bother.
Yeah, you just wonder whether that is the decisive blow. Yet another player's got himself in and got himself out again. Looking at the 5 batsmen who've been dismissed, the last 5 batsmen who've been dismissed. Eklund the latest for 19, but before then Bethel for 42, McKinney for 27, Ibrahim for 17, Richards for 28, now Eklund for 19. So batter after batter getting themselves in, apparently not able to go on. In fairness, he wasn't trying to sort of hit it out of the ground or anything like it. Just defeated by a bit of flight, spin, a bit of know-how. De Silva sends Eklund on his way. 175 for 7. They've got the run rate required down to well under 4. It's 3.7. That isn't an issue. a number of wickets lost is, and as a consequence they're now a long way behind on DLS. The score should be 200 when 7 wickets are down, says DLS. It is in fact 175, still 78 short with now just 3 wickets in hand. 2 new batsmen, 2 new tail end batters, lower order batters at the crease in Aspinwall and Foreman.
Yes, Bertie Foreman, the latest to walk out to the middle. The sun's still shining, but maybe drawing in on England's hopes slightly. With 78 required, just the 3 wickets left. Sri Lanka spinners have done the trick. They've rattled through England's middle order after such a strong start with Thomas and Bethel. And as Richard said, a lot of batsmen getting themselves in, but getting themselves out as well when they look set. And have one of them gone on to play a composed innings in that middle order, you think they'd be comfortably home. As we saw with Samarathne and Bandara in that Sri Lanka innings, both making 76. England, a lot of contributions, but nowhere quite close to that. First delivery, Foreman leans across, but lets it go outside his off stump, and that's the end of the over. So another productive one for Sri Lanka and for De Silva, 175 for 7.
Yeah, and we're strutting the step of the Sri Lankans out there at the moment. It'd be a nice way for them to finish the tour, essentially, if they can pick up the win. They're very much favourites to do that now. 21 overs remain, just 78 needed, but just the 3 wickets are left. Tom Aspinwall will be on strike. Tarupati, who's picked up 3 wickets in 4 overs. 37 runs he's conceded. 12 off the first 2, so he's really gone for plenty of runs, but he's taken 3 wickets, goes in and bowls a bit of a long hop that Aspinwall goes back to and works out towards deep backward square, takes 1. Malsha Tarupati dries his hands on the crease, on the dust in the crease. Sun partially hidden behind cloud, which means that the floodlight pylons are casting fairly weak shadows right across the pitch here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Foreman faces for the first time, goes back, looks to force it out into the offside, doesn't get anything on it, taken by the keeper. You're allowed to have a bit of a look. Young batters these days seem to want to force the ball from the very start. Foreman, that one is squaring him up and he wasn't sure where it was going, stayed on the back foot, just managed to close his wrists on his defensive shot, dropped it down at his feet. It went behind him for a couple of inches. Tarupati is in outside off stump and it's a wide flat delivery, but even then Foreman looking to dab it away, reaching for it. It was very much one to leave. I'm not sure that is in the modern young batter's armoury these days, the leave. I know the circumstances demand positivity, but must be aware of the scoreboard. So many overs remain to England to get these runs, but you've got to get in. Tarupati is in, he's swept, and he's swept down towards long leg. It should be just the single, is just the single. Off the mark then, Bertie Foreman with that single, 177 for 7. Bird song I can hear in our headphones. Don't often hear that at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Tarupati is in, bowls full, floats it up almost to Aspinwall, who drives it straight back to the off-spinner end of the over. Just, I think, the single from it. 30 overs we have reached 177 for 7. That was Sri Lanka after 30 overs. 133 for 4. So they'd kept their wickets intact. In hand at any rate. They were building towards a decent score. A far from unachievable score, we all felt, and I think that's been borne out by the speed at which England have scored. But they've lost 7 wickets in so doing. We do have wildlife here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We've had a fox up here alongside us on the Burrows Terrace, believe it or not. A couple of mornings I've come in and there's been a fox up here. Appropriately, I think it comes in across the roofs of the various buildings in the pavilion away to our right as we look out across the ground.
Mr. Silver is in. 2 Foreman. Tucks away onto the leg side for a single. So they've seen a fox up here plenty of times this season. They seem to just disappear when you chase it up the staircase. It makes its way onto the roofs adjoining.
Yeah, it kind of goes underneath the grill, and then obviously you can't. Not that you'd want to get at it, but I've tried to take a couple of photographs of it, but you just kind of get the grill, so to speak.
I remember seeing one here after a T20 game near the electronic scoreboard, but again it was camera shy. Aspinwall prepares to face De Silva on his legs again, tucked into the leg side just for a single.
I have a flat fairly central, the building in Leicester near Victoria Park, and as I came in the other night returning from Nottingham, there was a badger trotting across the lawn. Somewhat startled to see. Bet the cats stay well away from that.
Foreman to face this time. Blocks out. Well, we've had an influx of cats recently where we live. They've got a little driveway and there's 3 of them that keep circulating. And my dog's quite keen to get out on the front with them, but not letting him at the moment.
Cats you kind of expect in the city, but
yeah.
Badgers... Well, you've got used to seeing foxes, but that's the first time I've seen a badger. Quite a young one. Very strong and fit, and fierce, actually.
Silver prepares again then, this time down the leg side, and it's swept. I think he got some bat on that, and it goes down to the boundary for 4, and the umpire does indeed signal there was bat on it. So Foreman's first boundary taken off to Silver to progress his score to 6, and England's 283 for 7, meaning they need another further 70 off the remaining 19.2 overs. So run rate down at around 3.6 required, so not out of the question on that front, but again just those 3 wickets to play with. A lot of responsibility thrown onto these 2 now. As Foreman, full delivery, looked a little bit late on the shot, but managed to jam on it down on in time to block it out. He's got the boundary for the over, so nothing silly needed from Foreman. And again, down on it, tidy over with the exception of the boundary from De Silva. And I say 70 required now off the final 19 overs.
Foreman and Aspin will have a chat, no doubt something along the lines of, well, the batters have put us in this position. They shouldn't have done, but we've got to try and dig ourselves out of it. We have loads of overs, so let's just pick up the runs, not take too many risks, try and get your 3 or 4 and over, and that's pretty much all that they need. Work it around. See where we are in 4 or 5 overs time. Well, change. Tarapati picked up his 3 wickets, but he's being taken off now. And coming in. No, he's still going to be. Is it going to be still going to be Terry? No, it's not. It's Kumara. I thought it was going to change. Kumara, the left armour, comes in and bowls. Aspinwall leans forward and off stump. blocks the ball back up the pitch. 1 for 20 for Kumara, who is in and bowling, and a reverse sweep that bounces just short of the man at backward point. Probably, in fairness to Aspinwall, reverse swept it, I think, into the ground and it bounced up. I hope so for his sake. Mid on is going back to long on, about 10 yards inside the ropes, and it's tossed right up, but waited for it. Aspinwall hit it very, very straight and along the ground all the way. Eyes must have lit up a little bit, but he managed to restrain himself and on drive carefully along the ground. Picks up 1, moves on to 4. 69 needed. 18.3 overs. Kumara is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Bertie Foreman. Tosses it up on the outside off stump, leans forward, no great turn, and plays with an angle bat out into the offside. Runs out towards backward point. Sri Lankan enthusiasm and volume ratchets up again. Sense victory. Kumara is in, Foreman is forward again, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, deflecting it out behind square on the offside. Slip goes out now to short third. Sri Lanka trying to squeeze a little bit as Kumara goes in. Back goes Foreman. It's short enough to pull. It stays a bit low, but he nonetheless pulls successfully along the ground all the way out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket, so it is just a single. Foreman keeps the strike, moves on to 7, 185 for 7. 68 needed from 18 overs at 3.8 runs per over. 3 wickets in hand. And just this short partnership, it was only worth 10, has already improved the Duckworth-Lewis dramatically. Still behind in those terms, England now, having lost those 7 wickets, but they've scored their runs so quickly, it's not an issue. Confirmed, isn't it, really? The Queen's official funeral will take place on Monday, September the 19th, the day before Leicestershire due to play Middlesex. A huge game for Middlesex, that's for sure. And it will be an official bank holiday, I understand.
I believe so. Monday the 19th, 11 a.m. at Westminster. The change from this end then, the captain De Silva bringing Matthew back into the attack. Pulled really well at the start. Blocked out by Foreman. Matthew was the man who got the breakthrough early on, removing George Thomas for 29. Caught behind by Bandara. He's in again now. Foreman just chop away, but again, can't beat the man on the edge of the circle. And the squeeze is truly on here from Sri Lanka at the moment, taking wickets consistently throughout the middle overs. Just testing England now. Still can score under 4 and over. As Foreman again rocks back. Can't find a shot to pierce the field. A lot of protection on that offside within the circle. And 2 men out as well. For Matthew in again. And this time he does manage to get it out onto the offside and take a single, get himself off strike. Out to the cover boundary. The field changes now as Matthew assesses. Again, a lot of offside protection. As long off comes up to mid off. He's in again. Clipped away and a good shot. Testing the fielder on the long on boundary. And it's a really good throw in. Good pick up and throw. There was 2 on there until that moment, and he gets a chorus of approval from his teammates for preventing the second run. Lost his cap, his sun hat in the process, but did really well to cut off a second there to Aspinwall, which brings Foreman back on strike for the last delivery of the over. He's on 8, and that's where he'll remain at the end of the over. So another tidy one from Matthew. It's 187 for 7. Aspinwall on 5 and Foreman on 8.
66 off 17 needed. At this stage, Sri Lanka 146 for 4. Bit of a break. Drinks coming out for the two batters. They haven't been out there that long. Aspinwall has only faced 8 deliveries. Foreman 18.
We're just about to get back on the test match as well after a rain delay. Players back out there now. England 107 for 3, trailing by 11 with Ollie Pope 2 shy of his half century and Harry Brook on debut on 212. So say trailing by 11 after dismissing South Africa for 118 earlier in the day. 5 wickets for Ollie Robinson and 4 for Stuart Broad.
I was talking to Neil Killeen about sort of the emergence of the young Durham players. I said to him, is it possible that young Mr. Potts might be in your party for Monday? It looks like it is, unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view.
So he will be in Durham's contingent, or he's with England?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he's going to be available for Durham.
Big boost for Durham. Bowled really well, didn't he, at the Riverside?
He did indeed against Leicestershire.
Against Leicestershire on a flat track. Seemed to get something out of it with that extra pace.
The re-emergence of the newly fit Ollie Robinson has just pushed him back one in the queue, so to speak, and probably better for him that he plays in the championship fixture. Not necessarily better for Leicestershire, but there you go.
He had a brilliant start, didn't he, to life in the test team.
Yes, hasn't done much wrong, has he? But I think they feel that Robinson offers a little bit more in terms of, well, bounce certainly, but variety, if you like, as well. Moves the ball both ways. Assuming he's got his fitness head on, which he seems to have.
Ollie Robinson's definitely improved on his fitness for longer spells, and we saw him here. Did he bowl 1 over here?
Yes, he did, yeah. He clearly wasn't fit. And he bowled a couple of overs of spin as well, didn't he? Because he can bowl spin. But yeah, he looked an unhappy man here. Just not fit at all, did he? It just really wasn't. Potts will presumably be both fit and raring to go.
Well, 20 wickets for him from his 5 games in England colours, so adapted well to life at the highest level.
Yes, you would assume it'd be part of any sort of winter plans for them, any touring plans for them. Especially, I mean, Broad and Anderson can't keep going forever, you wouldn't have thought. Kumara is in from the Benid end, tosses it right up, goes down the leg side, well wide down the leg side. Wicketkeeper doesn't get anything on it, it's chasing down the slope, but good work. Running back by the skipper means that it is only going to be just 2 extras that go on to the England score, 190 for 7. Ravine runs back to slip, and then he decides he's going to go to short third man on the edge of the circle. In goes Kumara, bowls straight, and Aspinwall blocks it out to mid-on. Sun behind cloud now. Temperature's much more pleasant up here as a consequence. Bearable. No sign of any rain, thankfully. Long on goes back, in goes Kumara, bowls, hurries on a little bit to Aspinwall, who riskily plays it off the back foot, works it back up the pitch to the left armour. Who steps in And at bowls, slower delivery, good length, might just have straightened a fraction, and leaning forward, Aspinwall plays it back up the pitch. Playing sensibly, these two at the moment. Rate required still less than 4. In goes Kumara, bowls, dug out rather by Aspinwall, but dug out through mid-on, and long on being no mid-on, long on being the fielder, having to run in from the boundary, means it's a comfortable single. So there's the 3 off the over. One more, and they're actually over the number of runs required with just those 2 wides down the leg side, and that one. 2 balls to go in the over. The left-handed foreman on strike, so Kumara's going to go over the wicket. In he goes, bowls, forward goes, foreman defends a delivery off stump out towards point. Kumara bowls, tosses it up and swept off the stumps riskily by Bertie Foreman, but he got a good piece of it. Bottom part of the bat runs down towards wide long leg, stroke deep backward square. He takes a single, and that's the 4 runs that England needed off that over to keep the rate required at 3.8. 192 for 7 off 34. 61 needed off 16.
Interesting to see how this late order can go on. These two starting now to get themselves in, as the middle order did. So much change middle order from the World Cup team is what I was looking back at during that over. Tom Press, the captain, who's gone on to do really well for Hampshire. James Rue, Somerset. George Bell at Lancashire, and of course Rohan Ahmed as well of Leicestershire. Had a really good side in that World Cup, and a lot of them gone on now to feature in some stages of county cricket. Bertie Foreman begins to face a new over from Matthew. 6 overs, 1 for 18 so far. Cuts away nicely. Out for a single. Just going back to England as well, with Matt Potts being in the plans for the winter team. There's a lot of options with the team for England. The likes of Robinson, Broad, Anderson. Think of the injured players as well. Ollie Stone coming back. Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Chris Wokes. There's a lot of players in that pool now for England with different options. Saqib Mahmood as well. Sam Curran. Aspinwall faces and defends. Maybe England going with that horses for courses approach. Richard obviously saw in the West Indies they favoured the quicker bowlers.
Pretty hard pitches, aren't they, out there? But
again, a dot ball.
it is South Africa this winter, isn't it? Where are England going? I can't remember. I thought it was South Africa.
Pakistan?
Oh, is it? It's probably both, to be quite honest. They pack the schedule, don't they?
They do play a lot of cricket.
Pakistan before, South Africa after. Shot.
So very delicately clips away. They come back for 2. Nice little bit of improvisation from Aspinwall. Getting down to flick the ball away. Two more to his total and to England's. 195 for 7.
20 added by these two now. In quite calm and steady style.
But no run on this occasion, so still 58 required with 1 ball to come in this over. Aspinwall on 8, Foreman on 10. Still plenty of encouragement. Dead ball there. Now Matthew is in to complete his over. And tucked away for a single. They'll think of a second. The man quickly in off the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard. Keeps them just to 1. 196 for 7. meaning that Aspinwall will keep the strike for the next over, and 57 now required off the last 15.
But again, easily taken 4 off the over, which is all England need. Good, sensible batting by these two. They've been left a fair bit to do, but if they keep going this way, they're going to take England very, very close. 15 overs still remain, 57 needed.
Singh and Colleen still to come. Did Neil Colleen have anything to say about his son's batting?
Well, we've seen it, haven't we? He made that very good 32 here. He can handle himself, no question. With bat in hand, Aspinwall will be on strike though to Kamara, 1 for 27 from 6 for the left armour goes in. Bowls down the leg side will be signalled wide. This time it was taken by wicketkeeper Bandara, but well down the leg side, and umpire Bailey accordingly signals wide. Kamara is in on off stump on this occasion, driven back towards him, but without any really aggressive intent by Aspinwall. Kamara falls across to his left to make the stop. He is in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit risky that he goes back, tries to chop it away through the offside. It stays a fraction low. Aspinwall comes down on it, finds the man at a shortish extra, so no runs. Kamara is in, straight delivery, but he goes back and plays it firmly through the vacant mid-on area. Long on comes jogging in, 1 is taken, so 2 from the first 3 legitimate deliveries of the over. .55 needed. Kamara is going to go around the wicket, interestingly, to the left-handed Foreman, who therefore feels able to sweep and connects very nicely. It runs down to long leg. He takes 1. Fairly safe shot to a left armer coming around the wicket. Not going to be leg before unless it really straightens. Got to pitch on and really straighten. No real signs of it doing that. So a fairly safe shot. That one would have pitched outside leg stump anyway. Foreman on to 11. Aspinwall on strike as Kamara goes in. Bowls to him. Plays firmly but only as far as mid-wicket. There's no run. 3 from the over so far. Kamara is in. Aspinwall is defending on the onside end of the over. 3 from it, but that's fine really. Occasional over of 3. Aspinwall and Foreman now both in double figures, 199 for 7. 54 needed off 14 at 3.9. Almost back up to Duckworth Lewis.
Been a good rotation as well from De Silva of his attack. Kumara and Matthew with 7 overs each, the most used. So plenty of options, can still turn to any of his 7 bowlers. He'll be keeping with Matthew from this end. Seven overs, 1 for 22. Foreman takes guard.
Ooh.
Jams down it just in the nick of time.
And both took an intake of breath there.
To keep a bit low.
Squeezed through, didn't it?
Second delivery of the over. This one played nicely, but straight back to the bowler. Again, well received by his teammates. Matthew keeping things tight. Probably been the most metronomic of the Sri Lankan attack, keeping consistent accuracy. This one clipped away for a single. Foreman runs the first quickly and the possibility of a second, but it was never on.
Brings up the England 200.
Yeah, the type of landmarks you look for, aren't they, just to keep ticking over. Always seems a bit more of a boost of confidence when you see you're on 200 rather than 199, even though it's just one run.
25 this partnership for the 8th wicket worth now. Sri Lanka food for thought.
Matthews fourth ball of the over. Flipped away, but again no run. Still firmly in the balance for both teams. Sri Lanka needing 3 wickets. England needing a further 53 runs from 13.2 overs. The ultimate ball of this over is swept nicely away for 4. A really good shot from Aspinwall, sweeping Matthew away to the leg side to square leg boundary. And that brings England on to 204 for 7. Really intelligent shot from Aspinwall. And again, they've got the runs they need in this over.
And he couldn't have played that shot sort of 4 or 5 overs ago when he'd just come in. And benefit of just having been there for a little while and be seeing it and having a feel for the pitch. Because he did fetch it a bit, but he middled it as well.
As we alluded to earlier in the Sri Lankan innings, that was the theme of the day for the new batter. And this time, looks to improvise and a little scoop shot over, but doesn't get anything on it. But thankfully, not in front of the line of his stumps.
Yeah, that was a risk. Very much premeditated that, and he was playing that whatever, wasn't he? But as you say, got away with it.
Didn't need to, having got the runs earlier in the over, but gets away with it. Takes England to 204 for 7 at the end of the over. So 49 required off 13. Runs shouldn't be an issue. Which those 3 wickets that Sri Lanka will be keen to take.
And they've got the Duckworth-Lewis score level now. Sri Lanka at this stage, after 37 overs, 158 for 5. So if these two just keep batting, they're going to get England over the line. Almost unavoidably, in a way, just by being there.
I need to say Aspinwall hasn't faced a delivery so far in the series, despite being in at the back end of both innings. Singh, presumably the next man in, also hasn't faced a delivery yet in this series, so a lot of onus on these two now. They've got themselves in.
Yeah, floodlights have been switched on as well. I'm not sure that's entirely necessary, frankly, when you've got the spinners bowling, but up to the umpires, and as long as the ECB pays the bill, and that's okay. Kumara, again, he's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander. But he has got that one outside off stump, but as a result, Bertie Foreman can get forward and square drive it away through the offside out towards the fielder. Coming in from, actually running back in that case from the cover boundary, or from the cover field. So one is taken, Foreman on to 13 off 26, 205 for 7, less than 50 now needed, 48. Kumara is in, Aspinwall edges on the back foot. He was late on that one, it went through the slips down towards short third man. Could easily have missed it or feathered it through to the wicket-keeper. Didn't. Slightly fortunate. Kumara is in. That one is a little bit straighter, so more comfortable for Aspinwall to work it out, but only as far as mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Frantic, the shouts now, as Kumara is in. Back goes Aspinwall and works it. Uses his wrists nicely out towards long on. Foreman runs the first quickly just in case there was a chance of a second. Rajapaksa coming in from the long on boundary isn't the quickest of the Sri Lankan fielders, but he got there sufficiently quickly to prevent that second run. is in, round the wicket, worked by Foreman, comfortably enough into the leg side. No close in fielders on the leg side, no single preventing fielders other than the man at backward square. So an easy one taken by Foreman. That's 3 off the over. 3 off the first 5 balls. Rate required therefore doesn't change, and England have got themselves ahead on Duckworth Lewis now as Kumara is in. Aspinwall looking to work it out towards long on. It's intercepted by the bowler, falling away to his right. Just 3 from the over, but that's fine as far as England are concerned, as long as these two are together. 207 for 7 off 38. 12 needed, 46 runs needed, or 3 wickets needed by Sri Lanka.
These two have done well in not taking too many risks. Astute reading of the scoreboard, knowing that the run rate isn't anything too fetching. Below 4 runs and over, they can just nudge and nurdle around as they need to. No expansive shots needed.
I can't believe the floodlights are on, actually. I know there's a sort of darkish cloud overhead at the moment, but there's plenty of blue around too.
As you say, as long as we're not footing the bill.
Which presumably is no joke when all the floodlights are on.
Exactly. 207 for 7. There's a discussion again between bowler, presumably the captain to Silver as well.
32 these two have added now. The latest England batsman to get into double figures. Every England batsman has got into double figures with the exception of Alex Horton.
So Matthew to continue for his 9th. Really tidy so far. 8 overs, 1 for 27. And Bertie Foreman will be on strike for the first delivery. Can't get it away through the offside. No run taken. Still very vocal, the Sri Lankan fielders, getting behind Matthew as he's in. And this time he will get it down to long off for a single. Foreman on to 15, as is Aspinwall. 208 for 7. 33 added. As Matthew is in. To Aspinwall. Clips, he was in the air for a second. But fielded by the bowler. Slightly impeded by Foreman, but they two touch a glove and hand together there as Foreman tried to get out of the way. It's halfway through this over as Aspinwall again drives and again just for a second teasing the bowler. Not a clean connection from Aspinwall. Slightly nervy couple of deliveries. The 18-year-old. This time it is a cleaner connection. Beats the diving fielder, but still would just be 1. A little bit of hesitation before the run was taken, but they do make it comfortably. After a couple of near misses for Aspinwall, he gets himself off strike. Foreman returns for the final ball of the over. The left-hander. Matthew is in. This time driven down to long on. He's inside just 10 or 15 yards off the rope. Keeps it to a single and moves the score to 210 for 7. Both batters on to 16. That leaves England needing just 43 to win off the final 11 overs.
discussions between bowler and captain here.
Will they stick with spin, or do you think they'll return to pace at any stage?
I think they have to stick with spin for the time being, that's for sure. I don't think the seamers are sufficiently reliable in terms of accuracy for the captain to turn to them other than as a last resort, really. Tarupati, the most successful of the Sri Lankan spinners, is coming back on at the Bennett end, 3 for 39. He's been expensive, but he has taken wickets. So a risk on the part of De Silva, but I think one at this stage it's well worth taking. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Foreman goes for the drive, misses it. It bounces off the gloves of wicketkeeper Anjala Bandara. No run. A lone gull wheels over the ground as Tarupati is in down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg byes. I think it's going to go down to the ropes. Good diving stop, a sliding stop. There'll be 3 leg byes in the end. No question that wasn't leg before wicket. He appealed to the umpire, but it must have pitched the best part of 6 or 7 inches outside leg stump. Might well have gone on to hit the stumps, but you're not going to get a decision in those circumstances, young man. So 3 leg byes from the second ball of the over. England already have the runs that they need pretty much from the over. Anything from the next 4 balls, something of a bonus. Right-hander on strike though, Thomas Aspinwall. 16 apiece to him and Foreman. Bowls and nicely worked out towards deep mid-wicket. Could be a second. Foreman doesn't need to take the risk, so doesn't. Possibly was one for the throw, which was to the wicket-keeper, and they required the wicket-keeper to run out from behind the stumps away to his left. But I suppose you don't know that when the ball is in the fielder's hand. 4 from the over already. 3 balls to go. Almost a full toss. Waits for it though. That time Bertie Foreman from Tarupati and just works it out towards long on. Takes his 1. 5 from the over. Still 2 balls to go. Good over for England. They're getting themselves well ahead on Duckworth Lewis now. Still another 38 needed though, and a wicket falling at this stage as Tarupati is in. Goes back, pulls, and goodness me, that missed everything. I'm not quite sure how. Stayed a bit low, hurried through. And I confidently expected there to be the sound of clattering timber there. Somehow there wasn't. Tarupati is into Aspinwall. More extras as it goes down the leg side, and I don't think that'll be stopped. It crosses the... Did he get there? It didn't. Good effort running back, but it's going to be 4 runs. So he just managed to tickle it around the corner, and that was a hugely productive over for England. 9 runs from it, which has reduced the rate required from 3.9 to 3.4. One more over like that and it really will be close to game over. They still need another 34 runs, but they still have 10 overs in hand. They are a long way ahead on Duckworth Lewis now. It was a risk going back to Tarupati. It almost came off with that deliberate that went through Aspinwall, but it didn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, as you say, Richard, he's been expensive but effective. 3 wickets for him, but going at 7.5 and over. Worth a risk at this stage to try and break this partnership, which is worth 44 now. And they played well, sensible cricket, not too many risks, just exactly what England needed. They judged the scoreboard astutely, knew what they had to do. And they're getting close to getting over the line now with just 34 needed off the final 10 overs. It's going to be Matthew to complete his allocation for the day. 9 overs, 1 for 30. Exerted the most control and probably been the most threatening. if not the most effective in the wickets column. Reshuffling of the field for Sri Lanka before his first delivery. And that's, well, just as we say, he's exerted the most control throughout the innings. It's another wide, down the leg side.
4 of them. 4 wides, goodness me, that's huge. First ball of the over as well, so he hasn't bowled the ball, and he's already 5 runs to the bad. 5 wides. Wow.
He's in again for the first legitimate ball, this time much more accurate. Defended out into the offside. England won't mind how the runs come.
No, he can play out this over if he wants, Foreman. Now he's already got almost 2 more than he needed.
He's on strike for the second. And again, very much a carbon copy, just defends out into the offside. No risk taken. He's on 17 from 35. He just has a quick moment to compose himself and assesses the field before he faces his third delivery. Steered out, but again, good fielding, a good throw in as well. Just 29 required for England, in a comfortable position with the run rate. 3 wickets to play with. Foreman against Fuller. Well fielded by Matthew. Tossed that one up. Foreman looked at him back down the ground, but he got a hand to it. Prevented a run. 2 balls left of his day's work with the ball. This time, edges one. It's going to beat the man. Short third man inside the ring, and it races away for 4. Got away with that one, Foreman.
50 partnership.
That is the 50 stand. They've done really well, these two, coming together at a tough time. 175 for 7 when Joseph Eklund fell LBW to the captain, De Silva. Been quite stoic, these two, responsible and sensible in their cricket. Taking the score on to 228 for 7. 9 overs to come after this delivery. This time pulled out to mid-wicket for a single. Well taken by Foreman, who moves on to 22. 229 for 7. Who reached the end of the 41st over, so 25 required of 55 deliveries.
20 off the last 2 overs. That's, well, the picture was beginning to move towards England anyway, but now it has moved almost decisively towards the home side. Just 24 off 9, 2.7 runs per over. Just shows how quickly things can really change. Aspinwall 21, Foreman 22. Sri Lanka know that they have to break this partnership, and they have to break it very soon indeed, and now they are going to go back to seam. And big risk. Samudita did pick up a slightly fortuitous wicket. Jacob Bethel caught by wicketkeeper Bandara, trying to pull a long hop, really. Got a top edge, went up into the air. Wicketkeeper did well because he had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and was hovering underneath it for a good couple of seconds. But we know that whatever Samudita does, he will not bowl 6 balls on the off stump on a length. So
risk now, isn't it, for them?
Yeah.
He's a wicket-taking option rather than a run-saving one.
Yeah, it could be all over this over, couldn't it? Obviously won't, 24, but you know, you wouldn't be entirely surprised to see another sort of 10-run over after the last 2. 229 for 7. Sri Lanka at this stage 182 for 5, and by dint of just playing cricket, these two, Foreman and Aspinwall, have got England miles ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis as well. That'll change if the partnership is broken, but it's in their hands now. Samudita runs in from the Bennett end and bowls to Bertie Foreman. That is a fairly length delivery, fairly straight as well. Waited on the back foot, dug it out a bit. Angled bat, pushed it out towards backward point, and there is no run. Sun comes back out, making the fact that the floodlights are on look even sillier. Ridiculous decision to have them put on. But I guess the umpires don't pay the bills. Samadita is in and bowls on off stump. Worked away nicely by Foreman out towards the wide third man boundary. A good diving. No! It was a good diving attempt to make the stop. But having got there and got two hands to it, the fielder only able to slow it up, and it trickled onto the rope. Didn't have the strength to get over the rope, but very clearly trickled onto the rope. Foreman picks up 4. 233 for 7. Just 20 now needed to win. Looks like it's going to be all over fairly shortly, unless Sri Lanka can break this partnership. They were the favourites when Eklund went, 175 for 7, but England had scored quickly enough to give these two an awful lot of overs. Still had to bat them, and they've had moments of fortune, but only 1 or 2. And they've played very, very well. Foreman faces down the leg side. It's a bouncer that is pulled out towards the long leg. Good stop down there, because that was travelling, and Foreman has to be content with 1.
Brilliant stop that was. He's going at some rate of knots. Managed to get down one-handed. He got a deserved credit from his teammate there. Saved a boundary.
19 to win. 8.3 overs. I think we can pretty much ignore the overs remaining now. Sri Lanka have got to take a wicket. Samudita staying over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Aspinwall. Bowls on off stump, just dabbed down into the offside. The bowler, fielder, wicket-keeper all run towards the ball, but Aspinwall never likely to attempt the quick single in those circumstances, and didn't. I'm having to put sunglasses on here and the floodlights are on. Long delay between every delivery. But I don't think we're going to get to the cut-off time either way, so I don't think time delays are an issue. Samadita is in and bowls outside off stump. Driven away into the offside by Tom Aspinwall. Slightly behind point, so the fielder on the offside sweeper can get to the ball before it crosses the ropes. But he still picks up just the 1 in the end. It was just the 1. I thought it'd make it into 2 there. It was just the single. Moves on to 22, 235 for 7. 1 ball remains in the over. 6 runs from it so far, which are 4 more than England need if they're going by the rate required. They're not really. 18 off 8.1. Another long conference. Where are you going to bowl this one? Dulaj? I'm not quite sure. Skipper. Wherever. I'm sure he is really. He's a good young prospect, but he's, as I say, still a little wild. In he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Foreman. Bowls short, and a short arm pull. It sat up rather, as the softer ball sometimes does in the pitch, and really well played by Bertie Foreman, because that was one that could have been top-edged if he'd really gone through with the pull there. But he stopped on his shot as well and played it firmly through mid-on, but only as far as the captain at mid-on. De Silva, end of the over. 235 for 7, 18 needed off 8.
Well, England's under 19s here, seemingly coasting. senior team in a spot of bother now against South Africa. They lead by 18. They're 6 wickets down now, 136 for 6. Harry Brook dismissed for 12.
Hat-trick for Vian Mulder.
Unfortunately not.
Ah.
Harry Brook for 12, caught Rabada, bowled Jansen. Ben Stokes dismissed for 6 by Norkia, caught by Irvi. And Ollie Pope, the top scorer, again Rabada with his wicket. He was out for 67. So 136 for 6 England, leading by 18.
His partnership's now worth 60.
And just 18 required here for England, but yes, the partnership didn't look likely at one stage. Tough start for them coming in with the spinners on top for Sri Lanka. Another long conference going on at the pavilion now with 4 Sri Lankan players involved.
Come on, says the umpire. Let's crack on.
One of them leaves the conference early, but still going on between the 3 of them. Looks like they've settled on a plan.
Kamara's swapped ends, basically, so he's going to have a go from this end.
He's moving the field round for Aspinwall. So the man moves from square leg to long leg in front of the electronic scoreboard.
I was going to say there's nobody behind square on the leg side, really, except that man down there. And given Kamara's tendency to spear the occasional delivery onto the legs, it's a risk, but they have now put in a short, fine leg.
For his first ball to Aspinwall. Chipped in the air, teases the man, just skips over him. They'll take a single.
Goodness me.
Skewed up into the air from Aspinwall. And that could have been the breakthrough that Kamara needed.
Yeah. A little bit of turn there for him. It was slow turn, but it turned. Looking to work it on the leg side. Sort of top-edged it over. Extra cover. Could have gone anywhere.
Teasing the grasps of extra cover, but just over him for a single.
I guess he's earned a little bit of luck for his application. Tom Aspinwall.
23 so far. Foreman on 27. Plenty of protection on the offside inside the circle. Clipped away down to long on.
This field is bonkers. No close fielders on the leg side. To a left armer bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Single just about any ball on that basis. He's not going to try and hit it in the air over the boundary. 4 boundary riders on the leg side.
There's a questionable field settings at the moment. Aspinwall was the reverse and gets it through nicely. Really good shot from Aspinwall. Picks up 4 for it. Moves on to 27. Again, a really astute judgment of the field. A little bit of a risk maybe, but he middled it.
They play this shot so well, don't they? Your heart's in your mouth sometimes when they do, because it's often in the air, but as you say, middled it.
3 balls left of Kumara's over. This one, Fuller just turns in towards the pads, but back to the bowler from Aspinwall. But England comfortable now. Just 12 required. This one a lot fuller, and that one does hit him on the pad, but outside the line.
Appealing for everything.
They do go up. A very hopeful appeal. It's very fleeting as well. Umpire rightly not interested. Kamara in then for his final ball of the over. Well, we assume so, but it's a wide. Down the leg side, so another single off of the required total, which is down to 11. Another ball for Kamara to bowl. Ball this time, another appeal. Down on one knee, Aspinwall looking to sweep.
Hit him outside the line. Slightly more legitimate appeal, but he knew.
Again, a very muted one. So 242 for 7 with 7 overs remaining. Aspinwall on to 27 and Foreman 1 ahead on 28, leaving him just 11 runs to chase down off the final 42 balls. That's not a factor, and seemingly now wickets in hand, not either, with 3 to play with.
Shouldn't be, but might just take a wicket. There'd only be 2 needed, and new batter at the crease, spinner tossing it up, a little bit of turn. They need to see England over the line, these two. They've done a very, very good job of it so far. And he's staying with the seamer, Samudita. Raveen De Silva wanders across, has a word with the young left armour. Get the impression that Sri Lanka know now that the writing is on the wall. Although the wicketkeeper wants a little bit of a change to the field, suggesting third man go a little wider. He takes half a step to his left, if that. Sambadita is in over the wicket to Foreman, bowls straight and is pushed firmly off the back foot out towards extra cover. There's no run. Samadita is actually bowled quite well, since he's only bowled 7 legitimate deliveries in this, his 3rd spell, but he's choked back his pace a little bit, and his accuracy is much better. Famous last words, but see what he does with this one. Runs in and bowls to Foreman, a bouncer that Foreman gets in position to hook and pulls out of it. Samadita has something to say, Foreman has something to say back. The conversation continues. Foreman doesn't need to say anything, just needs to nod his head at the scoreboard. Nice to see just a little bit of, what should we call it, byplay, verbal byplay between the two of them. It was a decent bouncer. Samadita, with his dander up, runs in and bowls, but that's nicely played off his legs by Bertie Foreman. Timed it very sweetly, but only as far as the deep mid-wicket. It went very quickly. Seeing it very well at the moment. Foreman 28 off 46 to him. Aspinwall 27 off 42. On strike now with 11 to win. Samudita staying over the wicket to the right-hander. Runs in and bowls. Thick inside edge just past the stumps. That was not far away. Runs down towards fine leg. Takes 1. Lucky. Aspinwall moves on to 27. 242 for 7. Spectators that have been in the ground. There have been a few. 150 perhaps. 1 or 2 beginning to make their way towards the Curzon Road entrance. Looks like England are going to get across the line for the 3rd time, this time without the aid of the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Courtesy of a very sensible 8th wicket partnership. Foreman is on strike, bowls down the leg side, will be signalled wide. Sambadita. Foreman tried to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it, but anything on that side of the pads inevitably will be signalled wide, and is 10 to win. Scoreboard yet to turn over. Don't say it's frozen at this stage in proceedings. Manual scoreboard. Short this time, pulled around the corner by Foreman down towards deep backward square. Takes 1. 246. Now the electronic has decided to choose this very moment to call it a day. 30 to Foreman, 27 to Aspinwall. 7 runs needed to win.
there's only enough budget for one of the floodlights or the electronic scoreboard at this stage.
Looks that way. But it can be confusing to the players a little bit. Not great news. He's going to come around the wicket now. Samudita to the right-handed Tom Aspinwall, and on the back foot it's slightly short of a length, so we can work it away through the gap in the covers to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Not entirely sure there's any point having sweepers anymore unless Sri Lanka take 3 quick wickets, and the game is going to finish in the next few deliveries. Gentleman leaves the Burrows Terrace alongside us, 2:48 with that signal. Now the manual scoreboard seems to have frozen as well. No, 2:47, that's right. The manual scoreboard is right. 2:47 for 7. 30 to Foreman. 29 Aspinwall, who has kept the strike. 6 to win for England, with plenty of overs in hand. 6 of them, in fact. 6 off 6.
Yep, looks pretty routine now at this stage for England. It didn't when these two came together with a score on 175 for 5. They've excelled together. Responsible cricket, sensible cricket from two players so young. They've read the situation perfectly. Put on 72.
Kumara will continue.
So Kumara into Aspinwall and clips again into the leg side.
This field is ridiculous.
An easy single every time to the leg side, no cover within the ring. These two not looking to play big shots or go over the top, so boundary riders slightly more futile than at this stage of a game normally.
Completely futile. You've got to take a wicket. You've got to say, well, go on then, if you hit over the top you do, but
this field isn't encouraging the batsmen to take any risks. It's
there are now no close fielders at all on the leg side other than short fine leg.
Mora's in and chopped in the air and taken. Foreman gives it away on 29. Chops to the man at backward point.
Don't believe that.
Well, is there one final twist in this game?
Foreman actually was on 30 because
he was on 30. I'm
yeah.
Looking at the electronic scoreboard again, which hasn't quite kept up. I thought it had got back up to speed, but yes, Foreman departs 4:30. A really good innings, but in keeping with the trend of the rest of the England batters throughout this innings, rather giving it away.
Are we going to have a last twist?
Well, that's been the theme of the game. It's ebbed and flowed. When England looked comfortable, wickets were thrown away. Maybe it's just a push too far for Sri Lanka with only 5 required, but a new batter on strike.
Well,
will be
deserved applause, but yeah, it's Fateh Singh who comes in to join Tom Aspinwall. Scoreboard is frozen again, having been updated, the electronic, so it's 2:48 for 8.
2 wickets in hand for England. Singh comes to the crease.
5 to win.
8 innings for Nottinghamshire in list day cricket for the 18-year-old, averaging just shy of 20.
The catcher at backward point incidentally was Shevon Daniel. Simple catch. He'd have not been forgiven if he'd been that one.
Haven't presented too many chances in the air, England.
Scoreboard's disagreeing at the moment, but I think it's just the electronic is very slow. 1 or 2 things have changed on it, but
not everything.
Not everything.
But it's 2:48 for 8. So England requiring 5. 34 deliveries. As Singh faces his first from Kumara. Tossed up. And, it's beaten everything. Kumara can't believe it. It's going to trickle away for 4 byes. And how is that missed?
How is that not bowled him?
It's beaten absolutely everything and everybody and raced away to the boundary. Kumara was on his haunches, he couldn't believe it. But the end result, it's gone for 4 byes. The scores are level and England need just 1 run to win.
That would have made things very, very interesting indeed. Goodness me, and now the field comes in with the scores level. Well,
including on the leg side.
How that didn't bowl him, I do not know. It was a lovely flighted delivery. Just turned, he went for the drive, missed it. Shaved the off stump.
Would have had Kaleem walking out on a hat-trick. So 1 to win for England. Kumara.
Almost a wide, and it is a wide, that's it. Oh, umpire. It was quite wide. He can't believe it. He says it was outside the line.
But that's the end result. England have won. A fortuitous end, but perhaps with a wide and the byes before it. But a difficult chase for England at times. They look comfortable, but wickets fell around them. The theme of the innings of players getting in and getting out. Only 1 batsman falling for fewer than 17, Alex Horton. But apart from that, a lot of batsmen getting themselves in and getting themselves out. But a crucial partnership at the end between Tom Aspinwall and Bertie Foreman, who came together with a score on 175 for 7, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was for 7. Partnership of 73 that
really resurrected.
Pretty much took England home, but even then there was one heck of a wobble at the end. But they did get across the line to complete a whitewash.
A series whitewash in this game. The only one not affected by DLS. There was a bit of rain around this morning, but only interrupted for 20 minutes or so. So as the batsmen walk off, shake hands with Sri Lanka, they've completed a 3-0 series victory and a pretty exciting game here at Uptonsteel County Ground, and a great advert for the under-19s game. Yeah,
I think so. I think it was a good, exciting game. I hope you enjoyed our coverage, our presentation. We will be back on Fox's TV in particular on Monday when Leicestershire return to county championship action. They take on Durham, as you heard during our chat with Neil Killeen, father of Mitch Killeen, one of the England players and one of the Durham coaches, long-time Durham bowling stalwart. And it should be a good game, and if it's as exciting as this one, it'll be well worth tuning in for. But for now, as the sun begins to set here over to the west, of course, nowhere else, here in Leicester at the Uptonsteel County Ground, from Jack Gabriel and myself, Richard Ray, it's a very good evening to you all.